problems as they are if institutions do not reflect the world as it is. Instead of solving problems, they risk becoming part of the problem. And indeed, divides are deepening. Divides among economic and military powers, divides between North and South, East and West. We are inching ever closer to a great fracture in economic and financial systems and trade relations, one that threatens a single open internet with diverging strategies on technology and artificial intelligence and potentially clashing security frameworks. It is high time to renew multilateral institutions based on 21st century economic and political realities rooted in equity, solidarity, and universality, and anchored in the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. That means reforming the Security Council in line with the world of today. It means redesigning the international financial architecture so that it becomes truly universal and serves as a global safety net for developing countries in trouble. I have no illusions. Reforms are a question of power. And I know there are many competing interests and agendas, but the alternative to reform is not the status quo. The alternative to reform is further fragmentation. It is reform or rupture. At the same time, divides are also widening within countries. Democracy is under threat. Authoritarianism is on the march. Inequalities are growing, and hate speech is on the rise. In the face of all these challenges and more, compromise has become a dirty word. Our world needs statesmanship, not gamesmanship and gridlock. As I told in the G20, it is time for a global compromise. Politics is compromise. Diplomacy is compromise. Effective leadership is compromise. Leaders have a social responsibility to achieve compromise in building a common future of peace and prosperity for our common good. Excellencies, over the past year we have shown the promise of multilateral action. With important new agreements on safeguarding biodiversity, on protecting the high seas, on climate loss and damage, on the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. We have all the tools and resources to solve our shared challenges. What we need is determination. And determination is in the DNA of our United Nations, summoning us with the first words of the Charter. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined. Determined to end the scourge of war. Determined to reaffirm faith in human rights. Determined to uphold justice and respect international law. And determined to promote social progress and better lives for all people. It falls to us, through our actions, to apply that determination to the challenges of today, being faithful to the Charter of the United Nations. Excellencies, it starts with determination to uphold the Charter's pledge for peace. Yet, instead of ending the scourge of war, we are seeing a surge of conflicts, coups, and chaos. If every country fulfilled its obligations under the Charter, the right to peace would be guaranteed. When countries break those pledges, they create a world of insecurity for everyone. Exhibit A, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The war, in violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, has unleashed a nexus of horror. Lives destroyed, human rights abused, families torn apart, children traumatized, hopes and dreams shattered. But beyond Ukraine, the war has serious implications for us all. Nuclear threats put us all at risk. Ignoring global treaties and conventions makes us all less safe. And the poisoning of global diplomacy obstructs progress across the board. We must not relent in working for peace, a just peace, in line with UN Charter and international law. And even while fighting rages, we must pursue every avenue to ease the suffering of civilians in Ukraine and beyond. The Black Sea Initiative was one such avenue. The world badly needs Ukrainian food and Russian food and fertilizers to stabilize markets and guarantee food security. And I will not give up on my efforts to make it happen. Excellencies, Excellencies, around the globe, old tensions fester while new risks emerge. Nuclear disarmament is at a standstill while countries develop new weapons and make new threats. Across the Sahel, a series of coups is further destabilizing the region as terrorism is gaining ground. Sudan is descending into full-scale civil war. Millions have fled, and the country risks splitting apart. In Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, millions are displaced, and gender-based violence is a horrific daily reality. In Haiti, a country that suffered centuries of colonial exploitation is today overwhelmed by gang violence and still awaits international support. In Afghanistan, a staggering 70% of the population needs humanitarian assistance, with the rights of women and girls systematically denied. In Myanmar, brutal violence, worsening poverty, and repression are crushing hopes for a return to democracy. In the Middle East, escalating violence and bloodshed in the occupied Palestinian territory is taking a terrible toll on civilians. Unilateral actions are intensifying and undermining the possibility of a two-state solution, the only pathway to lasting peace and security for Palestinians and Israelis. Syria remains in ruins, while peace remains remote. And meanwhile, natural disasters are worsening the man-made disaster of conflict. In the face of this mounting crisis, the global humanitarian system is on the verge of collapse. Needs are rising, and funding is drying up. Our humanitarian operations are being forced to make massive cuts. But if we don't feed the hungry, we are feeding conflict. And I urge all countries to step up and to fund fully our global humanitarian appeal. Excellencies, the peace and security architecture is under unprecedented strain. That is why, in the context of the preparations for the Summit of the Future, we put forward ideas for the consideration of member states for a new agenda for peace based on the Charter and international law. It provides a unifying vision to address existing and new threats for a world in transition, calling on states to recommit to hold free from nuclear weapons and to end the erosion of the nuclear disarmament and arms control regime, bolstering prevention at the global level by maximizing the capacity and convening power of the UN and our good offices to bridge geopolitical divides, bolstering prevention at the national level by linking actions for peace with progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, putting women's leadership and participation at the center of decision-making, and committing to the eradication of all forms of violence against women, calling for a broad-based reflection on peacekeeping and make it nimbler and more adaptable with forward-looking transition and exit strategies from the start, and supporting peace enforcement action by regional organizations, notably the African Union, with Security Council clear mandates and predictable funding. Determination for peace also requires new governance frameworks for emerging threats, from artificial intelligence to lithium autonomous weapons that function without human control. Excellencies, peace is inextricably linked to sustainable development. We see a familiar pattern around the world. The closer a country is to conflict, the further it is far from the Sustainable Development Goals. The Charter calls on us to be determined in promoting social progress. In 21st century terms, that means achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet inequality defines our time. From cities where skyscrapers tower over slums, to countries that are forced to choose between serving their people or serving their debts. Today, Africa spends more on debt interest than on health care. Yesterday's SDG Summit was about a global rescue plan to scale up support from billions to trillions. And Excellencies, the international financial architecture remains dysfunctional, outdated, and unjust. And the deep reforms that are needed won't happen overnight, but we can take determined steps now to help countries where the crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic have dramatically impacted. By urgently advancing the SDG stimulus of $500 billion per year and relieving the financial burden on developing and emerging economies. By scaling up development and climate finance, increasing the capital base and changing the business model of multilateral development banks, by ensuring effective debt relief mechanisms and channeling emergency financial support towards those in greatest needs. Excellencies, we must be determined to tackle the most immediate threat to our future, our overheating planet. Climate change is not just a change in the weather. Climate change is changing life on our planet. It is affecting every aspect of our work. It is killing people and devastating communities. Around the world, we see not only accelerating temperatures, we see an acceleration in sea levels rising, glaciers receding, deadly diseases spreading, the extinction of species, and cities under threat. And this is only the beginning. We have just survived the hottest days, the hottest months, and the hottest summer on the books. Behind every broken record are broken economies, broken lives, and whole nations at the breaking point. Every continent, every region, and every country is feeling the heat. But I'm not sure all leaders are feeling that heat. Actions are falling abysmally short. There is still time to keep rising temperatures within the 1.5-degree limits of the Paris Agreement, but that requires drastic steps now to cut greenhouse gas emissions and to ensure climate justice for those who did least to cause the crisis but are paying the highest price. We have the receipts. G20 countries are responsible for 80% of greenhouse emissions. They must lead. They must break their addiction to fossil fuels, stop new coal, and indeed the International Energy Agency's findings that new oil and gas licensing by them is incompatible with keeping the 1.5-degree limit alive. To stand a fighting chance of limiting global temperature rise, we must phase out coal, oil and gas in a fair and equitable way and massively boost renewables. This is the only path to affordable, renewable energy for all. And unfortunately, many still in Africa, mainly in Africa, still lack electricity. So the fossil fuel age has failed. If fossil fuel companies want to be part of the solution, they must lead the transition to renewable energy. No more dirty production. No more fake solutions. No more bankrolling climate denial. I have laid out a climate solidarity pact in which all big emitters are asked to make extra efforts to cut emissions, and wealthier countries support emerging economies with finance and technology to do so. For example, Africa has 60% of the world's solar capacity, but just 2% of renewable investments. And I've also put forward an acceleration agenda to supercharge these efforts. Developed countries must reach net zero as close as possible to 2040, and emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, in line with common but differentiated responsibilities. And immediate steps include an end to coal by 2030 for OECD countries and 2040 for the rest of the world. An end to fossil fuel subsidies and the price on carbon. Developed countries must also finally deliver the $100 billion for developing country climate action as promised, double adaptation finance by 2025 as promised, and replenish the Green Climate Fund as promised. And all countries must work to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund this year and ensure universal early warning coverage by 2027. Tomorrow, I will welcome credible first movers and doers to our Climate Ambition Summit. And COP28 is around the corner. Climate chaos is breaking new records, but we cannot afford the same old broken record of scapegoating and waiting for others to move first. And to all those working, marching, and championing real climate action, I want you to know that you are on the right side of history and that I am with you. I won't give up this fight of our lives. Excellences.
Excellencies.
Nous devons également être déterminés à honorer l'engagement en faveur de la Charte en faveur des droits humains fondamentaux. Seules 4 femmes ont signé notre document fondateur. Un coup d'œil dans cette salle permet de voir que les choses n'ont pas suffisamment changé. Nous, les peuples, ne signifie pas nous, les hommes. Les femmes attendent toujours l'égalité des chances et des salaires.
And equal pay.
Les femmes attendent toujours l'égalité des chances et des salaires, l'égalité devant la loi, la pleine valorisation de leur travail et la prise en compte de leurs opinions. À travers le monde, les droits des femmes, y compris les droits sexuels et reproductifs, sont réduits, voire supprimés, leur liberté restreinte. Dans certains pays, les femmes et les filles sont punies parce qu'elles portent trop de vêtements, dans d'autres parce qu'elles n'en portent pas assez. Grâce aux générations de militantes des droits des femmes, les temps changent. Des terrains de sport aux écoles, en passant par les places publiques, les filles et les femmes défient le patriarcat et triomphent. Je suis à leur côté. J'ai pris mes fonctions en m'engageant à garantir la parité hommes-femmes au sein des Nations Unies. Nous y sommes parvenus aux échelons supérieurs et sommes en bonne voie pour le faire à travers l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies. Car l'égalité des genres n'est pas un problème. L'égalité des genres est la solution. L'égalité, ce n'est pas une faveur faite aux femmes, mais une condition fondamentale pour assurer un meilleur avenir pour tous. Excellences, nous devons être déterminés à répondre à l'appel à l'action pour placer les droits humains au cœur de notre travail. 75 ans après la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, d'énormes progrès ont été accomplis sur certains sujets, qu'il s'agisse de mettre fin à la colonisation, à la ségrégation ou de garantir le droit de vote des femmes. Mais nous n'avons pas atteint les droits fondamentaux pour tous, quand 1,2 milliard de personnes vivent encore dans l'extrême pauvreté et que la faim atteint des niveaux inégalés depuis 2005. Quand la discrimination fondée sur la couleur de peau et l'origine ethnique est parfaitement légale dans bien des pays, quand des personnes doivent risquer la mort pour chercher une vie meilleure, quand les réfugiés, les migrants et les minorités sont régulièrement traqués et diabolisés, quand déclarer son identité de genre ou simplement qu'il en aime peut conduire à l'emprisonnement, voire à l'exécution, quand le fait même de s'exprimer peut avoir des conséquences dangereuses. Les droits humains, politiques, civils, économiques, sociaux et culturels sont la clé de voûte pour résoudre de nombreux problèmes mondiaux interdépendants. Il faut que des lois visant à protéger les personnes vulnérables soient adoptées et appliquées. Il faut cesser de cibler les minorités et il faut placer les droits et la dignité humaine au cœur des politiques sociales, économiques et migratoires. Il faut que tous les gouvernements respectent les engagements qu'ils ont pris dans la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Excelencias, también debemos hacer frente a las amenazas inminentes que plantean las nuevas tecnologías a los derechos humanos. La inteligencia artificial generativa es muy prometedora, pero también puede llevarnos a cruzar el Rubicón y a un peligro mayor del que podemos controlar. Cuando mencioné la inteligencia artificial en mi discurso ante la Asamblea General de 2017, solo otros 2 líderes mencionaron el término. Ahora, la IA está en la boca de todos. Un tema que provoca tanto asombro como miedo.
and fear.
Incluso algunos de los que
Even some of
desarrollaron la
those who
IA
developed
generativa
generative
están
AI
pidiendo
are
una
calling
mayor
for greater
regulación.
regulation.
Pero muchos de los peligros de la
But many of
tecnología
the dangers of
digital
digital
no están
technology are
en el
not
horizonte,
looming
ya
on
están
the horizon,
aquí.
they are here.
La brecha digital está
The digital
exacerbando las
divide is
desigualdades.
inflaming
El
inequalities.
discurso de odio, la
Hate
desinformación
speech,
y las teorías de la
disinformation and
conspiración
conspiracy
en las
theories on
redes
social media
sociales se
platforms are
propagan
spread
y
and
amplifican
amplified
mediante
by
IA,
AI,
socavando la democracia
undermining
y alimentando
democracy
la
and fueling
violencia y los
violence and
conflictos en la
conflict
vida
in real
real.
life.
La vigilancia en la red y la
Online
recolección de
surveillance
datos
and data
están
harvesting
facilitando
are
abusos de
enabling
los
human
derechos
rights
humanos
abuses
a gran
on a
escala.
mass scale.
Y las empresas tecnológicas
And
y los
technology companies
gobiernos
and governments
están
are
lejos de
far from
encontrar
finding
soluciones.
solutions.
Excellencies, we must move fast and mend things. New technologies require new innovative forms of governance, with input from experts building this technology and from those monitoring its abuses. And we urgently need a global digital compact between governments, regional organizations, the private sector and civil society to mitigate the risks of digital technologies and identify ways to harness their benefits for the good of humanity. Some have called for consideration of a new global entity on AI that could provide a source of information and expertise for member states. There are many different models, inspired by such examples of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the International Civil Aviation Organization, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the UN stands ready to host the global and inclusive discussions that are needed, depending on the decisions of member states. To help advance the search for concrete governance solutions, I will appoint this month a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence, which will provide recommendations by the end of this year. And next year's Summit of the Future is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for progress to deal with these new threats in line with the vision of the UN Charter. Member States will decide how to move forward on the new agenda for peace, the Global Digital Compact, reforms to the international financial architecture, and many other proposals to address challenges and bring greater justice and equity to global governance. Excellencies, the United Nations was created precisely for moments like these, moments of maximum danger and minimum agreement. We can and must use our tools in flexible and creative ways. Last month, we saw the dividends of determination off the coast of Yemen. Carrying 1 million barrels of oil, the decaying FSO Safir supertanker was a ticking time bomb, a looming ecological disaster in the Red Sea. But no one offered to solve the problem. So the United Nations stepped in and brought the world together. We mobilized resources, assembled the experts, navigated difficult negotiations and built trust. We have more work ahead and more resources are needed. But last month, the oil was successfully transferred from the Safir. This UN-led action saved the Red Sea. Where no one else could or would, UN determination got the job done. Despite our long list of global challenges, that same spirit of determination can guide us forward. Let us be determined to heal divisions and forge peace, determined to uphold the dignity and worth of every person, determined to realize the Sustainable Development Goals and effectively leave no one behind, determined to reform multilateralism for the 21st century and come together for the common good. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, and all stakeholders here present. Good morning. It is my honor and privilege as President of the United Nations General Assembly to welcome you to this hall for the opening of the general debate of the 78th session. Allow me to acknowledge in our midst today several presidents, former presidents of the General Assembly, including His Excellency Han Sang-soo, former Prime Minister of Korea, who served as President of the 56th session of the Assembly, and who now sits as Chair of the UN Council of Former Presidents of the General Assembly. Together, this Assembly Hall and this rostrum stand as a living testament to multilateralism and to the extraordinary role and compelling influence of the United Nations over the 75 years of its existence. It is a unique and truly global platform for debate, dialogue, and problem solving through multilateral diplomacy. This year, our imperative is clear: to unite the nations, to be united in conviction of common purpose and in solidarity of joint action. Excellencies, such a common coordinated approach is needed now as much as at any point in our history. War, climate change, debt, energy and food crises, poverty and famine. These crises are directly impacting the lives and well-being of billions of people around the world. They are rolling back decades of hard-won development gains and thus condemning millions to lifelong intergenerational poverty and hardship. It is at times like these that we must search deep within to find our better selves and our common humanity that impels us to meet the moment. I therefore implore you, let us use this forum for that which it was intended. Let us listen and learn. Let us rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. And let us find common ground to address the challenges we face. In the words of the late, great Madeleine Albright, if the UN did not exist, we would have to invent it. We are fortunate, therefore, that it does indeed exist. Let us therefore make full and effective use of this unparalleled resource. Excellencies, this message is all the more important in light of the continued violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a fellow member of the United Nations, Ukraine. That horrendous war has unleashed untold suffering and destroyed countless families, communities, and lives. Its cascading impacts has also spooked many developing countries in far-flung corners of the globe, unleashing acute shortages of essential commodities, triggering food insecurity and volatility in energy prices. It has even revived the unconscionable threat of nuclear war. We all want this war to end. It is an affront to everything that this organization and the UN Charter stands for. We need just and sustainable peace in Ukraine and elsewhere in the world, in line with international law and with the UN Charter. Peace must also be given a chance in other parts of the globe, from Africa to the Middle East. With the adoption of the Agenda 2063, Africa spelled a clear path for the Africa we want, and the continent still has a great chance to cut a corner in consolidating democracy and good governance. But the resurgence of coups in Africa is a regressive step, and the root causes of such alarming trends must be carefully analyzed and addressed. I urge you, member states, to use this high-level week not to fan the flames of conflict and hostility, but instead to opt for dialogue and diplomacy. We must remember that peace is an investment in our collective prosperity. I call on leaders to come together, to abide by the Charter, and support efforts to deliver a peaceful resolution to the war. Excellencies, yesterday we began our high-level week with the SDG Summit. It offered a prime moment to take stock of our successes and failures in delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. Front and center with the fact that 1.2 billion people are living in multidimensional poverty as of 2022. While some progress has been made on the goals, the summit is being convened in a context where there have been unacceptable delays and rollbacks. Let me be clear, we do not have the luxury of excuses, nor are we absolved of our responsibilities. The onus is on us, collectively, to make up for the lost momentum and work much harder in the remaining 7 years to accelerate progress on that which we have promised to deliver. The commitment to action presented at the summit should therefore be the tailwind to regain lost ground and supercharge implementation. Excellencies, the SDG Summit was only the start of what is a full agenda during High-Level Week. It naturally interlinks with the General Assembly's high-level dialogue on financing for development, which is key to accelerating the financing impetus for the SDGs. The preparatory ministerial meeting for the Summit of the Future will help to launch the negotiations of the Pact of the Future, giving guidance on how to ensure that the United Nations is fit for purpose in the 21st century. It will give member states the opportunity to come together and to transform our shared future. We will also see 3 health-related high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, universal health coverage, and on tuberculosis, all of which offer us opportunities to better the lives of our global citizens. And the Secretary General's Climate Action Summit offers a moment to build political ambition ahead of COP28 in November. Tomorrow, I will also join hands with several heads of state and government to convene a breakfast summit to address the existential threats posed by sea level rise, an issue of significant concern to small island developing states, especially those in the Pacific region. Excellencies, allow me to pause here and to reiterate my deepest condolences to the governments and people of Morocco and Libya. The twin disasters of earthquakes and flooding have left thousands dead and untold more suffering. It is my sincere hope that resources and relief can be expedited to support all those who now find themselves in desperate need. As a citizen of a climate-vulnerable region, I urge member states to recognize the continued and escalating impacts of climate change and to deliver real transformative results. Let us work together to unlock the finances and resources required to support those most vulnerable in mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building. And let us continue to work on the multidimensional vulnerability index with the aim of moving beyond GDP to a measure of economic development that effectively captures a country's true vulnerability to external shocks. Excellencies, beyond the high-level week, this year we will commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is an opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the principles enshrined in the Declaration and to remind ourselves that we are all born free and equal in dignity and in rights. As President of the 78th session, I am committed to championing vulnerable and marginalized groups, including indigenous peoples, peoples living with disabilities, and older persons. I have committed to ensure that we do not continue to neglect countries in special situations, and I intend to soon launch the high-level advisory group on LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. But first and foremost, we need to work for all women and girls who are appallingly still struggling for equality and respect. We must walk the talk on gender equality and women's empowerment. This means according women full, equal, and meaningful participation at every level. As an international gender champion myself, I'm strongly committed to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment. And I have appointed a special envoy and special advisor on gender equality and women's empowerment to assist me in this endeavor. Before I close, allow me to emphasize this. Despite the many and complex challenges we face, we do have the capacity to effect change, consequential change. We can make a meaningful difference to the lives of billions of people, if we so choose. We do not lack capacity. What we lack is the will to act. By putting aside our differences and bridging divides, we can deliver, we must deliver peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability to everyone, everywhere. So let us step up and take action now. Let us re-energize the UN General Assembly and demonstrate our capacity and our will to deliver for all. In the words of Stephen Pressfield, an author born in Trinidad and Tobago, the most pernicious aspect of procrastination is that it can become a habit. We don't just put off our lives today, we put them off till our deathbed. Never forget, this very moment we can change our lives. There never was a moment, and never will be, when we are without the power to alter our destiny. This second, we can turn the tables on resistance. This second, we can sit down and do our work. Excellencies, I thank you once again for your support to me and my presidency, and I wish you fruitful, productive, and healthy debate in the coming days. I thank you. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official UN languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the rostrum, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Dennis Francis from Trinidad, Tobago. It's a great pleasure to be preceded by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. I greet each of the heads of state and government and delegates present. I pay homage to our compatriot Sergio Vieira de Mello and 21 other employees of this organization, victims of the brutal attack in Baghdad 20 years ago. I also wish to express my condolences to the victims of the earthquake in Morocco and the storms that hit Libya. Like what happened recently in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in my country, these tragedies have claimed lives and caused irreparable losses. Our thoughts and prayers are with all the victims and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly 20 years ago, I stood on this rostrum for the first time and said, on that September 23rd, 2003, my first words before this World Parliament to be of confidence in the human capacity to overcome challenges and evolve towards superior forms of coexistence. I return today to say that I maintain my unshakable trust in humanity. At that time, the world had not yet realized the severity of the climate crisis. Today, it knocks on our doors, destroys our homes, our cities, our countries, kills and imposes losses and suffering on our brothers, especially the poorest.
A fome,
Hunger,
tema central da minha
central
fala
theme of
neste
my
Parlamento
speech at
Mundial
this World
20
Parliament
anos atrás.
20 years
Atinge
ago,
hoje
today affects
735 milhões de seres humanos
735 million
que
human
vão dormir
beings
esta noite
who will go to
sem
sleep
saber
this
se terão o que
tonight
comer amanhã.
without knowing if they'll have
O
anything to
mundo
eat tomorrow.
está cada
The
vez mais
world
desigual.
is increasingly
Os 10 maiores
The
bilionários
10
possuem mais
richest
riqueza
billionaires
que os
have more wealth
40%
than the
mais pobres
poorest
da humanidade.
40% of
O
humanity.
destino
The
de cada
destiny
criança que nasce
of
nesse
every
planeta
child born
parece
on this
traçado ainda
planet
no
seems to
ventre
be
de sua mãe.
decided while they're still in their
A
mother's
parte do
womb.
mundo
The
em que
part of the
vivem seus
world
pais
where
e a
their
classe
parents
social a
live
qual pertence
and the
sua
social
família
class their family
irão
belongs
determinar
to will
se essa
determine
criança
whether
terá
or
ou não
not that child will
oportunidades
have
ao longo da vida.
opportunities throughout life.
Se irá fazer todas as
Whether they
refeições
will eat
ou se
at
terá
every
negado
meal
o
or
direito
whether
de
they
tomar
will be
café de
denied the
manhã,
right to eat
almoçar
breakfast,
e
lunch,
jantar
and
diariamente.
dinner every
Se terá
day.
acesso à saúde
Whether they
ou
will
se
have
irá
access to
sucumbir a
healthcare
doenças
or
que
whether
já
they will
podiam
fall
ter
to
sido
diseases that could have
erradicadas.
already been
Se
eradicated.
completará os estudos e conseguirá
Whether
um
they will
emprego de
finish school
qualidade
and get a
ou se
quality
fará,
job or whether
fará
they will
parte
become
da
part
legião de
of the
desempregados,
countless of unemployed,
subempregados e
underemployed,
desalentados
and
que não para de crescer.
discouraged people.
É preciso, antes de tudo,
First of all, we
vencer a
must
resignação
overcome
que nos
resignation,
faz aceitar
which makes us
tamanha
accept
injustiça
such
como
unfairness
fenômeno natural.
as a natural
Para
phenomenon.
vencer a desigualdade, falta vontade
To
política
overcome inequality.
daqueles que
There's a
governam
lack
o
of
mundo.
political will from those who
Tem
govern the
horas
world in order to
e
overcome
senhores.
inequality. Ladies
Se
and
hoje eu
gentlemen,
retorno na
if
honrosa
today I
posição de
return
presidente
in
do
the
Brasil,
honorable capacity of
é
President
graças
of
à
Brazil,
vitória da
it is
democracia em
thanks
meu
to the
país.
victory won by
A
democracy in
democracia
my country.
garantiu que
Democracy
superássemos o
ensured
ódio,
that
a
we overcame
desinformação
hate,
e a opressão.
misinformation
A
and oppression.
esperança,
Hope,
mais uma vez,
once again,
venceu o medo.
has won over
Nossa
fear.
missão
Our
é
mission
unir o
is
Brasil
to unite
e
Brazil
reconstruir
and
país
rebuild a
soberano,
sovereign,
justo,
fair,
sustentável,
sustainable,
solidário,
supportive,
generoso
with
e
solidarity, a generous
O
and a
Brasil
joyful country.
está se reencontrando consigo
Brazil is
mesmo,
finding itself
com nossa
again with
região,
itself, with our
com o
region,
mundo
with the
e
world,
com o
and
multilateralismo.
multilateralism.
Como não me canso, como não me
As
canso
I
de
never
repetir,
tire
o
of
Brasil
repeating,
está de
Brazil
volta.
is back.
Nosso país está de
Our
volta
country is back
para
to
dar
make
sua
its due
devida
contributions
contribuição ao
In
enfrentamento
facing the major global
Nosso país está de volta
Our
para
country
dar
is
sua
back
devida
to make its due
contribuição ao
contribution
enfrentamento
in
dos
facing the
principais
major
desafios
global
globais.
challenges.
Resgatamos
We
o
have
universalismo na
reclaimed
nossa
our foreign
política
policy's
externa, marcada por
universalism,
diálogo respeitoso
marked
com
by
todos.
respectful
A
dialogue with
comunidade
everyone.
internacional
The
está
international
mergulhada
community
em
is
turbilhão de
immersed
crises
in a
múltiplas e
whirlwind of
simultâneas.
multiple
A
and
pandemia
simultaneous
da
crises.
Covid-19,
The COVID-19
crise
pandemic,
climática
the
e a
climate
insegurança alimentar
crisis, the
e
food and energy
energética
insecurity
ampliada por
have
crescentes
been
tensões
amplified by
geopolíticas.
growing
O
geopolitical
racismo,
tensions.
a
Racism,
intolerância e a
intolerance,
xenofobia se
xenophobia
alastram,
have spread,
ativadas por novas
encouraged
tecnologias
by new
criadas
technologies created
supostamente para
supposedly
nos
to bring
aproximar.
us closer
Se
together.
tivéssemos que
If
resumir
we
em
had to
uma única
summarize
palavra
these
este
challenges in a
desafio,
single word,
ela
this
seria
challenge could be called,
desigualdade.
the
A
reason for
desigualdade
challenge would be
está na raiz
inequality.
desses
Inequality is at the
ou
root of
atua
this
para
phenomenon,
agravá-los.
or acts to
A
aggravate
mais
them.
ampla e mais ambiciosa
The
ação
UN's
coletiva da
broadest and
ONU,
most ambitious
voltada para o
collective action
desenvolvimento,
aimed at development,
Agenda
the
2030,
2030
pode se
agenda,
transformar no
could
seu
turn
maior fracasso.
into its biggest failure.
Estamos
We
na
have
metade do período
reached
de
half of
implantação
the implementation
e
period
ainda muito
and are
distante
still
das
far
metas
from the
definidas.
defined goals.
A maior parte dos objetivos de
Most
desenvolvimento
of the sustainable development goals are
caminha
moving
em
at a
ritmo
slow
muito lento.
place.
O imperativo moral e
The
político
moral and
de
political
erradicar a
imperative of
pobreza e acabar com
eradicating
a fome
poverty and ending hunger
parece estar
appears
anestesiado.
to have been numbed.
Nesses 7 anos que
In
nos
these
restam,
7 years that
a
we have
redução
left,
da desigualdade
reducing
dentro dos
inequalities
países e
within
entre
and
eles
between
deveria
countries
ser tornado o
should
objetivo
become the
5
core
da
objective
Agenda
of the
2030.
2030 agenda.
Reduzir a desigualdade
Reducing
dentro dos
inequalities
países
within countries
requer incluir os pobres
requires
no
including
orçamento
the poor
nacionais
in
e
government
fazer os ricos
budgets
pagarem
and making
impostos
the rich pay
proporcionais
taxes that are
ao seu
proportional to
patrimônio.
their wealth.
No Brasil,
In Brazil,
estamos
we are
comprometidos
committed
a
to
implementar todos os
implementing
17
all the
objetivos de
17
desenvolvimento sustentável
SDGs
de
in
maneira
an
integrada
integrated
e
and
indivisível.
indivisible manner.
Queremos alcançar a
We
igualdade
want to achieve
racial
racial
na
equality
sociedade
in
brasileira
Brazilian
por meio
society
de um
through
18º
an
objetivo que
18th goal,
adotaremos
which we will
voluntariamente.
voluntarily adopt.
lançamos o Plano Brasil Sem Fome,
We launched the
que vai
Brazil
reunir
Zero
uma série
Hunger
de
Plan,
iniciativas
which will bring
para
together
reduzir a
a
pobreza
series of
e a
initiatives to
insegurança
reduce
alimentar.
poverty and food insecurity.
Entre elas
Amongst
está o
them
Bolsa
is
Família,
the Bolsa Família,
que
the
se tornou
family
referência
stipend,
mundial
which has
em
become a
programas de
global
transferência
reference
de
in
renda para
income
famílias que
transfer
mantêm
programs
suas
for
crianças
families
vacinadas
that keep
e
their
na escola.
children vaccinated and in
Inspirados
school.
na brasileira Berta
Inspired by
Lutz, pioneira
Brazilian
na
Bertha
defesa da
Lutz, a
igualdade de
pioneer
gênero
as an
na Carta da
advocate in
ONU,
gender equality in the UN
aprovamos
Charter,
a lei
we
que
have
torna
passed a bill
obrigatória
that makes
a igualdade
equal
salarial
pay between
entre
women
mulheres e
and
homens
men
no
mandatory
exercício
when
da
they
mesma
perform
função.
the same role.
Combateremos o
We shall
feminicídio
fight
e todas as
femicide
formas de
and all
violência
forms
contra as
of violence
mulheres.
against women.
Seremos
We
rigorosos
shall
na
rigorously
defesa dos direitos
advocate
dos
for the
grupos
rights
LGBTQI+,
of the
e pessoas com
LGBTQI
deficiência.
groups and
Resgatamos a
of people of
participação social
disabilities. We have
como
revived
ferramenta
social
estratégica
participatory
para a
practices as a
execução de
strategic
políticas
tool for
públicas.
implementing public
Senhor
policies.
Presidente,
Mr. President,
agir contra a mudança
acting
do clima
against climate change
implica pensar no amanhã
involves thinking
e
about
enfrentar a
tomorrow and
desigualdade
facing
histórica.
historical
Os países
inequalities.
ricos
Rich countries
cresceram baseado
grew
em
based on a
modelo com
model
alta
with
taxa
high
de
rates
emissão
of
de gases
climate
danosos
damaging
ao
gas
clima.
emissions.
A emergência
The
climática
climate emergency
torna urgente
makes
uma
it
correção
urgent
de
to
rumos
correct course
e a implantação
and
do que já foi
implement what has
acordado.
already been agreed.
Não é por outra razão
There's no
que
other
falamos
reason
em
why we speak
responsabilidade
of
comuns,
common
mas
but
diferenciadas.
differentiated
São as
responsibilities.
populações
It is
vulneráveis
the vulnerable
do sul
populations in
global,
the global
as
south
mais
who are
afetadas pelas
most
perdas de
affected by
danos
the loss
causados
and
pela
damage
mudança do
caused
clima.
by climate change.
Os 10%
The
mais
richest
ricos da
10% of the
população
world's
mundial
population
são
are
responsáveis
responsible
por
for
quase a
almost
metade de
half
todo o
of
carbono
all
lançado
carbon
na
released
atmosfera.
into the atmosphere. We,
países em
developing
desenvolvimento,
countries,
não
do
queremos
not want to
repetir esse
repeat
modelo.
this model.
No Brasil,
In Brazil,
já
we have
provamos uma
already
vez
proven once
e vamos provar
and
de
we'll
novo
prove again
que um modelo
that a
socialmente justo
socially
e
fair and
ambientalmente sustentável
environmentally
é
sustainable
possível.
model is possible.
Estamos
We
na
are
vanguarda da
at the
transição
forefront
energética.
of energy transition.
Nossa matriz
And our
já é uma
matrix
das mais
is
limpas
already
do
one of
mundo.
the cleanest in the world.
87% da nossa
87%
energia
of our
elétrica
electrical
provém de
power
fontes
comes from
limpas e
clean
renováveis.
and renewable
A
sources.
geração de energia solar,
Solar,
eólica,
wind, biomass,
biomassa,
ethanol, and biodiesel
cresce
power
a cada
generation
ano.
is growing
É
every
enorme
year.
o
The
potencial de
potential for
redução de
generating
hidrogênio
green
verde.
hydrogen is
Com o
immense.
plano de transformação
With the ecological
ecológica,
transformation
apostaremos na
plan, we will
industrialização
invest in
e
sustainable
infraestrutura
industrialization
sustentável.
and
Retomamos
sustainable
uma
infrastructure.
robusta e
We have
renovada
resumed the
agenda
sound and
amazônica
renewed
com
Amazon
ações
agenda with
de
oversight
de
actions
fiscalização e combate a
aimed at
crimes
fighting
ambientais.
environmental crimes.
Ao longo dos
Over the
últimos
last
8
8
meses,
months,
o desmatamento na Amazônia
deforestation in the
brasileira
Brazilian
já foi
Amazon has
reduzido
already
em
been reduced
48%.
by 48%.
O mundo inteiro
The world,
sempre
the
falou
whole
da
world
Amazônia.
has always talked about the Amazon.
O mundo inteiro
The whole world
sempre falou da
has always
Amazônia.
talked about the
Agora
Amazon.
é a
Now,
Amazônia
the
que está
Amazon
falando
is
por
speaking
si
for
mesma.
itself.
Sediamos
A month
há
ago,
mês
we
a
hosted
cúpula de Belém
the
no
Belém
coração da
Summit meeting
Amazônia
at the heart
e
of the
lançamos uma
Amazon
nova
and launched
agenda
a
de
new
colaboração entre os
collaboration
países
agenda
que fazem
between
parte
countries
daquele
that are
bioma.
part of that biome.
Somos 50 milhões
There
de
are 50 million
sul-americanos,
South
amazônidas,
Americans living in
cujo
the Amazon,
futuro
whose
depende da
future
ação
depends
decisiva e
on the
coordenada dos
decisive and
países
coordination
que
action
detêm
of the countries
soberania
that hold
sobre os
sovereignty
territórios da
over the
região.
region's
Também
territories. We
aprofundamos o
have
diálogo
also
com outros
further
países
dialogue
detentores
with
de
other
florestas
countries that have
tropicais
tropical
da
forests
África
in
e da
Africa
Ásia.
and Asia.
Queremos chegar
We want
à
to arrive at
COP28 em Dubai
COP28 in
com
Dubai
uma
with a
visão
joint
conjunta que
vision
reflita sem
that
qualquer
reflects,
tutela
without any
as
coaching, the
prioridades de
priorities
preservação
for
das
preserving
bacias
the Amazon,
amazônicas do
the Congo
Congo e
and
do
Borneo
Borneo-Mekong
Mekong
a
basins
partir
based
das
on
nossas
our
próprias
needs.
necessidades. Sem
Without
mobilização
mobilizing
de
financial
recursos
and
financeiros e
technological
tecnológicos,
resources,
não há como
there's no way to
implementar o
implement
que
what we
decidimos no
decided in
Acordo
the
de
Paris
Paris
Agreement
e no Marco
and
Global
the
da
Global
Biodiversidade.
Biodiversity
A
Framework.
promessa
The
de
promise
destinar 100
to
bilhões de
allocate
dólares
$100
anualmente
billion
para os países em
annually to
desenvolvimento
developing countries
permanece
remains
apenas isso,
just that,
uma longa promessa.
a long promise.
Hoje,
Today,
este valor
this
seria
amount
insuficiente
would
para
be
uma demanda que já
insufficient for a
chega a
demand
casa
that already
dos
reaches
trilhões de dólares.
trillions of dollars.
Senhor,
Mr. President,
O princípio
the
sobre o qual se
principle
assenta
on
o
which
multilateralismo, o da
multilateralism is
igualdade
based,
soberana
that
entre as
of
nações,
sovereign
vem sendo
equality
corroído.
between nations have
Nas
been
principais
eroding.
instâncias da
At the
governança
main
global,
global governance levels,
negociações em que
negotiations in
todos os
which
países
all
têm
countries
voz e
have a
voto,
voice and
perderam
vote
fôlego.
have lost
Quando
momentum.
as
When
instituições
institutions
reproduzem as
reproduce
desigualdades,
inequalities,
elas fazem
they are
parte do
part of the
problema
problem,
e não da
not
solução.
the solution.
No ano passado,
Last year,
o FMI
the IMF
disponibilizou
made available
160 bilhões de dólares
$160 billion
em direitos
in
especiais de
special drawing
saque
rights
para países
to
europeus
European countries
e apenas
and just
34 bilhões
34
para
billion
os países
to
africanos.
African countries.
A representação desigual e distorcida na direção do FMI
The
e do Banco
unequal and
Mundial
distorted
é
representation in the management of the
inaceitável.
IMF and the
Não
World Bank is
corrigimos
unacceptable.
os excessos
We have
da
not
desregulação
corrected the
dos
excesses
mercados
of market
e da apologia
deregulation
do Estado
and the
mínimo.
support of the
As
and the
bases de
ideology
uma
of the
nova
minimum state.
governança
The
econômica
foundations of a new
não foram
economic
lançadas.
governance have not been
O
laid.
BRICS
The
surgiu
BRICS
na
was the
esteira desse
result
mobilismo
of this
e constitui
paralysis
uma
and
plataforma
constitute a
estratégica
strategic
para
platform
promover a
to promote
cooperação entre
cooperation
países
between emerging
emergentes.
countries.
A ampliação
The
recente do
recent
grupo
expansion of the
na
group
cúpula de
at the
Joanesburgo
Johannesburg
fortalece a
Summit
luta por uma
meeting
ordem
strengthens the
que
fight for
acomoda
an
a
order
pluralidade
which
econômica,
accommodates the economic,
geográfica e
geographic,
política
and
do
political
século XXI.
plurality of the 21st
Somos
century.
uma força que
We are
trabalha em
a
prol
force that
de
works
comércio global
towards
mais
fairer
justo,
global
num
trade in the
contexto de
context of
grave
a
crise do
serious crisis in
multilateralismo. O
multilateralism.
protecionismo dos países
Rich
ricos
countries'
ganhou
protectionism
força
have
e a
gained
Organização Mundial
strength, and
do
the World Trade
Comércio
Organization
permanece paralisada,
remains
em especial
paralyzed,
o seu sistema
especially
de solução
its
de
dispute
controvérsias.
settlement system.
Ninguém
Nobody
mais se recorda
remembers
da rodada
the
do
Doha
desenvolvimento
development
do
round
Doha.
anymore.
Nesse ínterim,
In the
o
desemprego
desemprego
unemployment
e a
and
precarização do
precarious
trabalho
work
minaram a
has been
confiança das
undermining people's
pessoas em tempos
confidence in
melhores,
better times,
em especial
especially
os jovens
the youth.
do mundo. Os governos
Governments
precisam
need to
romper com
break
a
away
dissonância cada vez
from
maior
the
entre a
increasing
voz do mercado
dissonance
e a
between the
voz
voice
da
of the
rua.
markets and the voice of the
O
streets.
neoliberalismo agravou
Neoliberalism
a
has
desigualdade
aggravated
econômica
the
e
economic
política
and
que hoje
political
assola as
inequality that
democracias.
plagues democracies
Seu
today.
legado é
Its
uma massa
legacy
de
is a
deserdados e
mass of
excluídos.
disenfranchised
Em meio
and
aos
excluded
seus
people.
escombros,
Amidst
surgem
the wreck,
aventureiros de
far-right
extrema-direita que
adventures
negam a
emerge who
política
deny
e vendem
politics and
soluções
sell
tão
solutions
fáceis
that are
quanto
easy
equivocadas.
as they are wrong.
Muitos
Many
sucumbiram à
have
tentação
fallen
de
to the
substituir
temptation
o
of replacing
neoliberalismo
failed
falido por
neoliberalism with
nacionalismo
primitive,
primitivo,
conservative, and
conservador e
authoritarian
autoritário.
nationalism.
Repudiamos
We repudiate
uma agenda que
an
utiliza os
agenda that
imigrantes
uses
como
immigrants
bodes
as
expiatórios,
scapegoats,
que corrói o Estado do
undermines the
bem-estar
welfare
e que
state,
investe contra o
and
direito dos
attacks
trabalhadores.
workers' rights.
Precisamos
We
resgatar
need to
as
reclaim
melhores
the
tradições
best humanist
humanistas que
traditions
inspiraram a
which
criação da
inspired
ONU.
the creation of the UN.
Políticas ativas de inclusão
No
nos
relevant
planos
economic,
cultural,
social,
educacional e
active
digital
inclusion
são
policies at
essenciais
cultural, education,
para a
and digital
promoção dos
levels
valores
are fundamental for
democráticos
promoting
e da
democratic
defesa
values
do
and
Estado de
defending the rule
Direito.
of law.
É fundamental
It is
preservar a liberdade de
preserving press
imprensa.
freedom is
O
essential.
jornalista,
A
como
journalist
Julian Assange,
like Julian
não pode
Assange
ser
cannot
punido
be
por
punished
informar a sociedade de maneira
Informing society in a
transparente e
transparent
legítima.
and legitimate way.
Nossa luta
Our
é
fight
contra a
is against
desinformação e os crimes
misinformation and
cibernéticos.
cybercrimes.
Aplicativos e
Apps
plataformas
and
não
platforms
devem
should not
abolir as leis
abolish the labor
trabalhistas pelas
laws
quais
we
tanto
fought
lutamos.
so hard
Ao
for.
assumir a presidência
Upon
do
taking
G20
over
em
as the
dezembro
chair
próximo,
of the G20
não
next
mediremos
December,
esforços
we will
para
spare no
colocar
effort
no
to
centro
place
da agenda
the fight
internacional o
against
combate à
inequality in
desigualdade
all its
em todas as
dimensions
suas
at the
dimensões.
core of the international
Sob o
agenda.
lema
Under the motto,
Construindo um mundo
building a
justo
just
e um
world
planeta
and a
sustentável,
sustainable planet,
a presidência
the Brazilian
brasileira vai
chair
articular
will
inclusão
coordinate
social e
social
combate à fome,
inclusion and fight against
desenvolvimento
hunger,
sustentável e
sustainable
reforma das
development and
instituições
reform of
de
global
governança global.
governance
Senhor
institutions.
presidente,
Mr. President,
não haverá
there will be
sustentabilidade nem
no
prosperidade
sustainability
sem
or
paz.
prosperity
Os
without
conflitos
peace.
armados
Armed
são uma
conflicts are
afronta
an
à
offense to
racionalidade
human
humana.
rationality.
Conhecemos
We
os
know
horrores e
the
os sofrimentos
horrors and
produzidos
suffering
por todas
produced
as
by
guerras.
all wars.
A promoção de uma
Promoting
cultura
a
de
culture
paz
of
é um
peace
dever
is
de
a
todos
duty
nós
for all
construí-la
of us.
e requer persistência
requires
e vigilância.
persistence and
É
vigilance.
perturbador
It is
ver que
disturbing to
persistem as
see
antigas
that
disputas
old
não
unresolved
resolvidas e
disputes
que surgem ou ganham
persist
vigor
and new
novas
threats emerge
ameaças.
or gain force.
Bem mostra a dificuldade de
The
garantir
difficulty of guaranteeing the
a
creation
criação
of a
de
state for the
Estado do
Palestinian
povo
people
palestino.
clearly shows this.
A este caso,
Added to
se
this
somam
case,
a
the
persistência da
persevering
crise
humanitarian
humanitária
crisis
no Haiti,
in Haiti,
o conflito
the
no
conflict
Iêmen,
in
as
Yemen,
ameaças à unidade
threats to
nacional na
Libyan
Líbia
national
e as
unity,
rupturas
and
institucionais em
institutional
Burkina
ruptures
Faso,
in Burkina
Gabão,
Faso, Gabon,
Guiné-Conakry, Mali,
Guinea-Conakry,
Níger e
Mali,
Sudão.
Niger,
Na
and
Guatemala,
Sudan.
há
In
risco
Guatemala, there's
de
a risk
golpe
of a
que
coup d'etat,
impediria
which
a
would
posse do
prevent
vencedor
the
das
winner of the
eleições
democratic
democráticas.
elections from taking
A guerra na
office.
Ucrânia
The war in
escancara
Ukraine
nossa
exposes our
incapacidade
collective
coletiva
inability
de fazer
to
prevalecer os
enforce the
propósitos e
purposes
princípios
and
da Carta
principles
da
of the
ONU.
UN Charter.
Não
We do not
subestimamos as
underestimate the
dificuldades para
difficulties in
alcançar a
achieving
paz.
peace.
Mas nenhuma
But no
solução
solution will
será
be
duradoura
lasting
se não for
if it is
baseada
not
no
based
diálogo.
on dialogue.
Tenho reiterado
I
que é
have
preciso
reiterated
trabalhar
that work
para
needs
criar
to be done
espaço
to create
para
space for
negociações.
negotiations.
Investe-se muito em
A lot is
armamentos
invested in
e
weapons
pouco em
and very
desenvolvimento.
little in
No ano
development.
passado,
Last
os
year,
gastos militares
military
somaram mais de
spending
2
totaled
trilhões
over
224
$2
bilhões de dólares. As despesas com armas
Expenditures
nucleares chegaram a
on nuclear weapons
83
reached
bilhões de dólares,
$83 billion,
valor
a value
20 vezes
20
superior
times
ao
higher
orçamento
than the
regular da
regular
ONU.
UN budget.
Estabilidade
Stability
e
and
segurança
security
não
will
serão
not be
alcançadas
achieved
onde há
where there
exclusão
is social
social e
exclusion and
desigualdade.
inequality.
A ONU
The UN
nasceu para
was
ser a casa
born
do
to be the
entendimento
home
e
of
do diálogo.
understanding and dialogue.
A comunidade
The
internacional
international community
precisa escolher.
must choose.
De um lado
On one
está a
hand,
ampliação
there
dos
is the
conflitos,
expansion of
o aprofundamento
conflicts,
das
the furthering of
desigualdades e a
inequalities,
erosão
and the
do
erosion
Estado
of
de
the
Direito.
rule of law.
Do outro,
On the
a
other,
renovação
the renewing
das
of
instituições
multilateral
multilaterais
institutions
dedicadas à
dedicated to
promoção da
promoting
paz.
peace.
As sanções
Unilateral
unilaterais
sanctions
causam
cause
grande
great
prejuízo à
harm to the
população dos
population
países
of affected
afetados.
countries.
Além
In
de não
addition
alcançarem
to not
seus
achieving their
alegados
alleged
objetivos,
goals, they hinder the
dificultam os
mediation
processos
and
de
prevention
mediação,
processes
prevenção e resolução
and the
pacífica
peaceful
de conflitos.
resolution of conflicts.
O Brasil
Brazil
seguirá
will continue
denunciando
to reject
medidas
measures
tomadas sem amparo
taken
na
without
Carta da
support
ONU,
from the UN
como o
Charter,
embargo econômico
such
e
as the
financeiro
economic
imposto
and
a Cuba
financial
e a
embargo imposed on
tentativa
Cuba
de
and
classificar
the
esse
attempt to
país
classify
como
this
Estado
country as a
patrocinador
state
do
sponsor
terrorismo.
of terrorism.
Continuaremos
We shall
críticos
continue to
a toda
criticize
tentativa de
any
dividir o
attempts to
mundo
divide the
em zonas
world
de influência
into zones
e
of
de
influence
reeditar
and
a Guerra Fria.
reviving the Cold War.
O Conselho de
The UN
Segurança da
Security
ONU
Council
vem
has
perdendo
been
progressivamente
progressively
a
losing
sua
its
credibilidade.
credibility.
Essa fragilidade
This frailty
decorre em
is the
particular
specific
da ação
result
de seus
of
membros
actions
permanentes
from its
que
permanent
travam
members
guerras não
who wage
autorizadas em busca de
unauthorized wars
expansão
aimed at
territorial
territorial
ou de mudança de
expansion or
regime.
regime change.
Esta
Its
paralisia
paralysis
é a prova
is the
mais
most
eloquente
eloquent
da
proof of
necessidade
the
e
urgent
urgência
need
de
to
reformá-lo,
reform it,
conferindo-lhe maior
which will bring it
representatividade
greater
e eficácia.
representation and efficacy.
Senhoras e
Ladies and gentlemen,
A desigualdade precisa
inequalities
inspirar
needs to
indignação.
inspire
Indignação
outrage.
com a fome,
Outrage over hunger,
pobreza,
poverty,
a guerra,
war,
o desrespeito ao ser
disrespect for
humano.
human beings.
Somente movidos pela
Moved
força da
by the
indignação,
power of outrage, we
poderemos
may
agir
act
com
willingly
vontade e
and
determinação
unwavering
para vencer a
in fighting
desigualdade
inequality
e
and
transformar
effectively transforming
efetivamente
the
o mundo
world
ao
around
nosso redor.
us.
A ONU
The UN
precisa cumprir
needs to
seu
fulfill
papel de
its role as a
construtora de
builder
um
of a
mundo mais
world with
justo,
more
solidário e
solidarity,
fraterno.
fraternity, and
Mas só o fará
fairness. But
se
it
seus
will
membros
only do so
tiverem a
if its
coragem de
members have
proclamar
the
sua
courage to
indignação
proclaim their
com a
discontent
desigualdade
at
e
inequality
trabalhar
and work
incansavelmente para
tirelessly to
superá-la.
overcome it.
Eu quero dizer
And I will
muito
just to say
obrigado
thank
a
you
todos
very
vocês.
much to all of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. The Assembly will hear an address from His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow leaders, about a week ago, I stood on the other side of the world, in Vietnam, on soil once bloody with war. And I met a small group of veterans, Americans and Vietnamese, who witnessed, and I watched the exchange of personal artifacts from that war, identification cards and a diary. It was deeply moving to see the reaction of the Vietnamese and American soldiers. Culmination of 50 years of hard work on both sides to address the painful legacies of war and to choose to work together toward peace and a better future. Nothing about that journey was inevitable. For decades, it would have been unthinkable for an American president to stand in Hanoi alongside a Vietnamese leader and announce a mutual commitment to the highest level of country's partnership. But it's a powerful reminder that our history need not dictate our future. With the concerted leadership and careful effort, adversaries can become partners. Overwhelming challenges can be resolved, and deep wounds can heal. So let us never forget that. When we choose to stand together and recognize the common hopes that bind all humanity, we hold our hands in that power to bend that arc of history. My fellow leaders, we gather once more at an inflection point in world history, with the eyes of the world upon all of you, all of us. As President of the United States, I understand the duty my country has to lead in this critical moment, to work with countries in every region, linking them in common cause, to join together with partners who share a common vision of the future of the world, where our children do not go hungry and everyone has access to quality health care, where workers are empowered and our environment is protected, where entrepreneurs and innovators everywhere can access opportunity everywhere, where conflicts are resolved peacefully and countries can chart their own course. The United States seeks a more secure, more prosperous, more equitable world for all people, because we know our future is bound to yours. Let me repeat that again. We know our future is bound to yours. And no nation can meet the challenges of today alone. The generations that preceded us organized this body, the United Nations, and built international financial institutions and multilateral and regional bodies to help take on the challenges of their time. It wasn't always perfect. But working together, the world made some remarkable and undeniable progress that improved the lives of all people. We avoided the renewal of global conflict while lifting more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. We together expanded access to education for millions of children. We saved tens of millions of lives that would have otherwise been lost to preventable and treatable diseases like measles, malaria, tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS infections and deaths plummeted, in no small part because of PEPFAR's work in more than 55 countries, saving more than 25 million lives. It's a profound testament to what we can achieve when we act together, when we take on tough challenges, and an admonition for all of us to urgently accelerate our progress so that no one's left behind, because too many people are being left behind. The institutions we built together at the end of the Second World War are an enduring bedrock of our progress, and the United States is committed to sustaining them. And this year, we're proud to rejoin UNESCO. We also recognize that to meet the new challenges of our decades-old institutions and approaches, they must be updated to keep peace with the world. We have to bring in more leadership and capability that exists everywhere, especially from regions that have not always been fully included. We have to grapple with the challenges that are more connected and more complex. And we have to make sure we're delivering for people everywhere, not just somewhere, everywhere. Simply put, the 21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations, starts right here in this room. In my address to this body last year, I announced the United States will support expanding the Security Council, increasing the number of permanent and non-permanent members. The United States has undertaken serious consultation with many member states, and will continue to do our part to push more reform efforts forward, look for points of common ground, and make progress in the year ahead. We need to be able to break the gridlock that too often stymies progress and blocks consensus on the Council. We need more voices, more perspectives at the table. The United Nations must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering. And we embrace nations stepping up to lead in new ways and to seek new breakthroughs on hard issues. For example, on Haiti, the Caribbean community is facilitating a dialogue among Haitian society. I think President Ruto of Kenya, I thank him for his willingness to serve as the lead nation of a UN-backed security support mission. I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer. The United States is working across the board to make global institutions more responsive, more effective, and more inclusive. For example, we've taken significant steps to reform and scale up the World Bank, expanding its financing to low and middle-income countries so it can help boost progress toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and better address interconnected challenges like climate change and fragility. Under the new president of the World Bank, change is already taking root. Last month, I asked the United States Congress for additional funds to expand World Bank financing by $25 billion. And at the G20, we rallied the major economies of the world to mobilize even more funding. Collectively, we can deliver a transformational boost to World Bank lending. And because the multilateral development banks are among the best tools we have for mobilizing transparent, high-quality investment in developing countries, reforming these institutions can be a game changer. Similarly, we proposed making sure developing countries have a strong voice and representation at the International Monetary Fund. We're going to continue our efforts to reform the World Trade Organization, and preserve competition, openness, transparency, and the rule of law, while at the same time equipping it to better tackle modern-day imperatives like driving the clean energy transition, protecting workers, promoting inclusive and sustainable growth. And this month, we strengthened the G20 as a vital forum, welcoming the African Union as a permanent member. By upgrading and strengthening our institutions, that's only half of the picture. We must also forge new partnerships, confront new challenges. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence hold both enormous potential and enormous peril. We need to be sure they are used as tools of opportunity, not as weapons of oppression. Together with leaders around the world, the United States is working to strengthen rules and policies so AI technologies are safe before they're released to the public. To make sure we govern this technology, not the other way around, having it govern us. And I'm committed to working through this institution and other international bodies and directly with leaders around the world, including our competitors, to ensure we harness the power of artificial intelligence for good while protecting our citizens from its most profound risk. It's going to take all of us. I've been working on this for a while, as many of you have. It's going to take all of us to get this right. In every region of the world, the United States is mobilizing strong alliances, versatile partnerships, common purpose, collective action to bring new approaches to our shared challenges. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we united 21 nations in support of the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, launching a region-wide approach to a region-wide challenge to better uphold laws and protect the rights of migrants. In the Indo-Pacific, we've elevated our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia to deliver concrete progress for the people of the region on everything from vaccines to maritime security. Just yesterday, after 2 consultations in diplomacy, the United States brought together dozens of nations across 4 continents to establish a new partnership for Atlantic cooperation so that the coastal Atlantic countries can better cooperate on science, technology, environmental protection, and sustainable economic development. We brought together nearly 100 countries in a global coalition to counter fentanyl and synthetic drugs to reduce the human cost of this affliction, and it is real. And as the nature of the terrorist threats evolve and the geography expands to new places, we're working with our partners to bring capabilities to bear to disrupt plotting, degrade networks, and protect all of our people. Additionally, we convened the Summit for Democracy to strengthen democratic institutions, root out corruption, and reject political violence. And in this moment where democratically elected governments have been toppled in quick succession in West and Central Africa, we're reminded that this work is as urgent and important as ever. We stand with the African Union and ECOWAS and other regional bodies to support constitutional rule. We will not retreat from the values that make us strong. We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world. And we're working to show how democracy can deliver in ways that matter to people's lives. The Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment addresses the enormous need and opportunity for infrastructure investment in low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Through strategic, targeted public investments, we can unlock enormous amounts of private sector financing. The G7 has pledged to work with parties to collectively mobilize $600 billion in infrastructure financing by 2027. The United States has already mobilized more than $30 billion to date. We're creating a race to the top with projects that have high standards for workers, the environment, and intellectual property while avoiding the trap of unsustainable debt. We're focusing on economic corridors that will maximize the impact of our collective investment and deliver consequential results across multiple countries and multiple sectors. For example, the Libido Corridor will extend across Africa from the western port of Angola to the DRC to Zambia, boosting regional connectivity and strengthening commerce and food security in Africa. Similarly, the groundbreaking effort we announced at the G20 to connect India to Europe through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel will spur opportunities and investment across 2 continents. This is part of our effort to build a more sustainable, integrated Middle East. It demonstrates how Israel's greater normalization and economic connection with its neighbors is delivering positive and practical impacts, even as we continue to work tirelessly to support a just and lasting peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, 2 states for 2 people. Now, let me be clear. None of these partnerships are about containing any country. They're about a positive vision for our shared future. When it comes to China, I want to be clear and consistent. We seek to responsibly manage the competition between our countries so it does not tip into conflict. I've said we are for de-risking, not decoupling with China. We will push back on aggression and intimidation and defend the rules of the road, from freedom of navigation to overflight to level economic playing field that have helped safeguard security and prosperity for decades. But we also stand ready to work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis, than the accelerating climate crisis. We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China, wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe, a 5th year of drought in the Horn of Africa, tragic flooding in Libya. My heart goes out to the people of Libya. That's killed thousands of people. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and begin to climate-proof the world. For one day, my administration, the United States, has treated this crisis as an existential threat from the moment we took office, not only for us, but for all of humanity. Last year, I signed into law in the United States the largest investment ever anywhere in the history of the world to combat the climate crisis and help move the global economy toward a clean energy future. We're also working with the Congress to quadruple our climate financing, to help developing countries reach their climate goals and adapt to climate impacts. And this year, the world's on track to meet the climate finance pledge that made under the Paris Agreement, $100 billion to raise collectively. But we need more investment from public and private sector alike, especially in places that have contributed so little to global emissions, but face some of the worst effects of climate change, like the Pacific Islands. The United States is working directly with the Pacific Island Forum to help these nations adapt, build resilience to the climate impacts, even as we lead the effort to build innovative new partnerships that attack the global challenges from all sides. From the First Movers Coalition, which is mobilizing billions of private sector community and the private sector commitments, to creating a market demand for green products in carbon-intense sectors like concrete, shipping, aviation, and trucking, to the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, which is bringing farmers into the climate solution and making our food supply more resilient to climate shocks, and the Global Methane Pledge, now endorsed by more than 150 countries, which expands our focus beyond our carbon emission targets to reduce the potential greenhouse gases in our atmosphere by 30% in this decade. It's all within our capacity. We need to bring the same commitment and urgency and ambition as we work together to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. These goals were adopted at the United Nations in 2015 as a roadmap for improving lives around the world. But the hard truth is, for decades of progress, the world has lost ground these past years in the wake of COVID-19, conflicts, and other crises. The United States is committing to doing its part to get us back on track. All told, in the first 2 years of my administration, the United States has invested more than $100 billion to drive development progress in bolstering food security, expanding access to education worldwide, strengthening healthcare systems, and fighting disease. And we've helped mobilize billions more in the private sector investments. But to accelerate our forward progress, on the Sustainable Development Goals. We all have to do more. We need to build new partnerships that change the way we tackle this challenge, to unlock trillions of additional financing for development, drawing on all sources. We need to fill the gaps and address the failures of our existing system exposed by the pandemic. We need to ensure that women and girls benefit fully from our progress. We must also do more to grapple with the debt that holds back so many low and middle-income countries. When nations are forced to service unsustainable debt payments over the needs of their own people, it makes it harder for them to invest in their own futures. And as we work together to recover from global shocks, the United States will also continue to be the largest single country donor of humanitarian assistance at this moment of unparalleled need in the world. Folks, cooperation, partnership, these are the keys to progress on the challenges that affect us all, and the baseline for responsible global leadership. We don't need to agree on everything to keep moving forward on issues like arms control, a cornerstone of international security. After more than 50 years of progress under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Russia is shredding long-standing arms control agreements, including announcing the suspension of the New START and withdrawing from the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. I view it as irresponsible and makes the entire world less safe. The United States is going to continue to pursue good faith efforts to reduce the threat of weapons of mass destruction and lead by example, no matter what else is happening in the world. This year, we safely destroyed at least the last chemical munitions in the U.S. stockpile, fulfilling our commitment toward a world free of chemical weapons. And we condemn the DPRK's continued violation of UN Security Council resolutions, but we are committed to diplomacy that will bring about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We're working with our partners to address Iran's destabilizing activities that threaten regional and global security, and remain steadfast in our commitment that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights. These are the core tenets of the UN Charter, the pillars for peaceful relations among nations, without which we cannot achieve any of our goals. That has not changed, and that must not change. Yet, for the second year in a row, this gathering, dedicated to peaceful resolution of conflicts, is darkened by the shadow of war. An illegal war of conquest brought without provocation by Russia against its neighbor Ukraine. Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine. And we strongly support Ukraine in its efforts to bring about a diplomatic resolution that delivers just and lasting peace. But Russia alone bears responsibility for this war. Russia alone has the power to end this war immediately. And it's Russia alone that stands in the way of peace, because Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. Russia believes that the world will grow weary and allow it to brutalize Ukraine without consequence. But I ask you this: if we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If we allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom. not only an investment in Ukraine's future, but in the future of every country that seeks a world governed by basic rules that apply equally to all nations and uphold the rights of every nation, no matter how big or small. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, they are the fixed foundations of this noble body. And universal human rights is its North Star. We cannot sacrifice either. 75 years ago, Universal Declaration of Human Rights captured a remarkable act of collective hope. I say that again, collective hope. Drafted by a committee representing different regions, faiths, philosophies, and adopted by the entire General Assembly. The rights contained in the Declaration are elemental and enduring. And while we still struggle to uphold equal and inalienable rights of all, they remain ever steady and ever true. We cannot turn away from abuses, whether in Xinjiang, Tehran, Darfur, or anywhere else. We have to continue working to ensure that women and girls enjoy equal rights and equal participation in their societies. That indigenous groups, racial, ethnic, religious minorities, people with disabilities do not have their potential stifled by systemic discrimination. That the LGBTQI plus people are not prosecuted or targeted with violence because of who they are. These rights are part of our shared humanity. They're absent. When they're absent anywhere, their loss is felt everywhere. They are essential to the advancement of human progress that brings us together. My fellow leaders, let me close with this. At this inflection point in history, we're going to be judged by whether or not we live up to the promises we made to ourselves, to each other, to the most vulnerable, and to all those who will inherit the world we create, because that's what we're doing. Will we find within ourselves the courage to do what must be done, to preserve the planet, to protect human dignity, to provide opportunity for people everywhere, and to defend the tenets of the United Nations? There can only be one answer to that question. We must, and we will. The road ahead is long and difficult, but if we persevere and prevail, if we keep the faith in ourselves and show what's possible, let's do this work together. Let's deliver progress for everyone. Let's bend the arc of history for the good of the world, because it's in our power to do it. Thank you for listening. You're kind.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
resume and you can go to next one.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and invite him to address the Assembly. Extraordinary. Sorry, sir. I have to repair the gavel. This is extraordinary. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask that the Assembly come to order to receive the statement of His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. Thank you.
Gracias, Antonio.
Thank you, Antonio,
Dennis, mi esposa Verónica y Antonella, mi hija menor, aquí
Veronica, and my
presentes.
youngest daughter Veronica here.
Pasé por Santiago de Chile hace una semana, desde ahí
a week ago, was
viene
in
mi
Santiago de
viaje
Chile,
para
and I've
conmemorar
made my journey to here from
los
there to
50
commemorate
años de un
the
golpe
50th
brutal,
anniversary
homicida,
of a
sanguinario
homicidal and
contra el
bloody
presidente Salvador
coup
Allende.
against President Salvador Allende.
Luego llegué a mi país,
I then went through
un
my
barrio
own
popular de
country
Medellín,
and a
donde
popular
antes
neighborhood
la
of
mafia
Medellín,
seducía
where
a
the
jóvenes para
mafia
entregarles la
used to
posibilidad
attract young people to
de
offer them the
aprender
possibility
programación
of
de
learning
computadores.
computer programming.
Luego llegué a La Habana,
I then arrived in
país
Havana,
injustamente
an
bloqueado,
unjustly
al
blockaded
que un
country,
presidente de mi país sugirió
where a
y lo
president of my
logró
country
que se le
suggested and
incluyera en la
achieved
lista de
that
países terroristas
be
solo
included in the
porque
list of
había
terrorist
ayudado a hacer
sponsoring
la
countries
paz
simply
en
because it
Colombia.
helped to make peace in
Y
Colombia.
ahora vengo aquí, compañeras y
now I am
compañeros,
here,
a
ladies and
leer
gentlemen,
este discurso.
To make my speech to
En
you.
este año que ha pasado desde el
Over this
último
year, since the
discurso
last
que di en
speech that I
Naciones
gave in the
Unidas,
United Nations,
no hemos visto sino
we have
profundizar
only
lo que
seen a
los ricos
deepening
reunidos en
of
Davos
what the wealthy meeting in
llamaron la
Davos call a
policrisis.
polycrisis.
La guerra sigue,
The war is continuing.
el hambre continúa,
Hunger continues.
la recesión aumenta
The recession is
y la crisis
increasing,
climática ha mostrado
The
sus
climate
dientes
crisis has shown its
como
teeth
nunca,
as never before,
llevándose decenas de miles de
claiming
vidas
thousands
y
of
calentando las
lives and
tierras
heating
y
our
los
lands
mares
and our seas
como nunca.
like never before.
Ha sido un año
This
en
has
que la
been a
humanidad
year
ha perdido
where humanity
y ha avanzado
has
sin
been losing
titubeos
and has
los
unfailingly
tiempos de la
hastened the
extinción.
era of extinction.
Todas estas
All
crisis
of
son
these
en
crises
realidad
are in
una,
fact just one
la
crisis,
crisis de la
the
vida.
crisis of life.
Pareciera que la dirigencia
It
mundial
seems that world
se hubiera
leaders have
enemistado
become
con la
the
vida.
enemies of life.
La crisis de la vida se
The crisis of
expresa
life is being
en un
expressed
indicador
in one
aterrador.
devastating indicator.
Ha iniciado
This
desde
began
lejos,
at the furthest
desde los rincones más
corners of
alejados
the
del
earth,
planeta,
far away,
desde los últimos
from the
lugares,
remotest regions,
una marcha silenciosa de
silent
gentes,
march
de culturas
of people from
diferentes que
different
se
cultures who are
mezclan en los
intermingling
caminos,
on their way,
como en una pintura de
like an
infinitos
infinitely
matices.
nuanced painting.
Los colores se van mezclando en
colours
una marcha
are mixing
incontenible.
together in an
Una
uncontainable
multitud de
march. A
todos los
multitude
colores
of all the
avanza por
colours
trochas,
is moving
por mares,
along the tracks,
por
through the
selvas.
seas, through the jungles.
Va configurando una especie de
It is
obra de
making up a
arte en
kind
el
of
lienzo
work
de la
of art
tierra.
on the canvas of the
Un
earth.
fluido de tonos,
A
sonidos,
flow of tones,
de vestimentas
sounds, different
diferentes y
clothes and
culturas
cultures,
se amalgaman
in an
sin
amalgam
perder sus inicios
which does not forget its
en una gran
beginnings.
marcha del sur
In an
al
amalgam, in a
norte.
great march from the
Es
south
el
to the
éxodo
north.
de
This
la
is the
humanidad
exodus of
que ha
humanity which has
comenzado.
begun.
Hoy son decenas de millones.
Today, there are
Mañana,
tens of
según la
millions.
ciencia,
Tomorrow,
en
according
el
to
año
experts, by
2070
2017,
habrán alcanzado
the figure will
3.000
have reached
millones
3 billion,
huyendo de sus lugares
fleeing
queridos
from their beloved
porque
homes,
serán
because
inhabitables.
these homes will be uninhabitable.
En mi patria,
In
el
my
país de la
homeland,
belleza,
the country of beauty,
Colombia,
Colombia,
el país de la
the country
explosión
of
de la
an
vida,
explosion of
en
life,
ese 2070
by 2070,
solo quedarán desiertos.
only deserts will remain.
Los pueblos irán
The
al
people
norte,
will go to the
ya no
north,
atraído
no
por
longer
las
attracted
lentejuelas
by the
de la
mirage
riqueza,
of wealth,
sino por algo
but
más
rather by
simple y
something
vital,
simpler, something more vital,
el agua.
water.
Como desde los inicios milenarios de la
Since the
humanidad,
beginnings, the
los
millenary
pueblos
beginnings
irán a
of
donde
humanity,
queda algo de agua líquida,
people have gone to
hacia
where
el norte.
water is.
Miles de
to the
millones
north.
que desafiarán
Billions of people will
ejércitos
defy
y
armies
cambiarán la
and
tierra.
will change the earth to do this.
El éxodo de los pueblos
This
hacia el
exodus of the
norte
peoples to the north
mide con
is an
exactitud
exact
la
reflection
dimensión
of
del
the
fracaso
dimension
de
of the
los
failure
gobiernos.
of governments.
Este año que ha pasado
This
ha sido un
last
tiempo
year
de
has been a
derrota de
time
los
of
gobiernos,
defeat for
de
governments,
derrota de la
defeat
humanidad.
for humanity.
Ha crecido el éxodo en la
The
frontera.
exodus across the borders
Han
has
puesto
increased.
perros,
They have
galgos
set
a
the
correr
dogs and
tras
the hounds on the
inmigrantes.
immigrants.
Han puesto
They
gente de a
have
caballo
put people on
a
horses to
perseguir
pursue
con
them
látigos en
with
la mano,
whips in their hands,
con cepos y
with
cadenas.
stocks and chains.
Han construido
They
cárceles.
have built prisons.
Tanto han crecido
So
en el
much
odio al
the hatred
extranjero,
has grown
al
of the
extraño,
foreign, of the
que las
strange.
cárceles las han puesto
These
en el mar
these
para
prisons have
que
even
no
been built
pisen
at
los
sea
hombres y
so
mujeres
that
del sur las
these women
tierras de
and
los
men
blancos,
cannot tread the
que aún
earth
se
of the white
consideran la
people who
raza
still believe
superior
themselves to be the
y
superior race
nostálgicos
and are
reviven en
nostalgic
sus
for this.
elecciones
And through
al
their
líder que
choices
lo
and
decía
elections, they
y
revive
mataba por
the
ello a
leader who
millones.
said so and who killed millions as
El
a
éxodo ha
result.
crecido en este año,
The exodus has
mostrando
increased
cómo
over this
avanza
year,
la crisis
showing
de la
how
vida.
much the crisis of life
pero
is
mientras el
advancing.
reloj ha avanzado en los minutos
But
que
the
definen
minutes
la
are
vida o
ticking
la
on
muerte
in
en
defining
nuestro
life or
planeta,
death on our planet.
en lugar de
And
sentarnos
rather
a
than
detener el
halting
tiempo y
this march of
dialogar
time
sobre
and
cómo
talking about how
defender
to
la vida
defend life
para
for the
después,
future,
gracias a
thanks
profundizar
to
en
greater
saberes,
knowledge
expandirla en el
and
universo,
expanding life to the universe,
decidimos
we
perder
are
el
deciding
tiempo
instead
matándonos entre
to
nosotros.
waste our time killing one another.
No estamos
We are not
pensando en
thinking
cómo
about how
expandir
to
la vida en las
expand
estrellas,
life to the stars,
sino cómo
but rather
acabarla
how
en
to
nuestro
end life
propio
on our own
planeta.
planet.
Nos hemos dedicado a la
We have
guerra.
devoted ourselves to war.
Nos han
We
convocado a
have
la
been
guerra.
called to war.
A la Latinoamérica la han llamado
Latin
para
America has
entregar
been called
máquinas de
upon
guerra,
to
hombres
produce
para ir a los
war
campos de
machines,
combate.
men to go to the
Se
killing
olvidaron
fields.
que a nuestros
They're
países los
forgetting that our
invadieron
countries have been
varias
invaded
veces.
several times
Los mismos
by
que
the
hoy
very
hablan
same
de
people
luchar
who are now
contra
talking
invasiones.
about combating invasions.
Se olvidaron que
They're forgetting
por
that
petróleo
for oil,
invadieron a Irak, a
was
Siria, a
invaded,
Libia.
Syria and Libya.
se olvidaron
They're
que
forgetting
las
that
mismas
the
razones que se
same
expresan para
reasons they
defender a
use to defend
Zelensky
Zelensky are
son
those
las
very
mismas
reasons
razones
which
con las
should
que se
be
debería
deployed to
defender
defend
a
Palestine.
Palestina. Se olvidaron
They
que
forget
para
that
cumplir
to
los
meet
objetivos
the
de
Sustainable
desarrollo
Development
sostenible
Goals,
había que cesar
all wars
todas
must
las
be brought
guerras,
to an end.
pero ayudaron a
But they are
prender una
helping to wage one war in
porque al
particular,
poder mundial le
because
convenía en
world
su juego de
powers
tronos, en los juegos del
see
hambre,
this suiting
y
themselves
se
in their
olvidaron de
gamesmanship, in their games of
acabar la
hunger,
otra,
and they're forgetting to bring an
porque el
end to the
poder
other
no
war,
le convenía
because
acabarla.
for these powers,
¿Cuál
this
diferencia
did
entre
not
Ucrania y
suit them.
Palestina?
What is the
Pregunto.
difference between Ukraine and
¿No es
Palestine?
hora de
I
acabar
ask?
ambas guerras
Is it
y
not time
otras
to bring an end to
y
both wars
aprovechar
and
el
other wars
corto
too,
tiempo
and make the
para
most of the
construir
short time we have
los caminos
to
para
build
salvar la vida en
paths
el
to save
planeta?
life on the planet?
Como presidente de
As
Colombia, el país
president
de la
of
belleza,
Colombia, this country of
de un
beauty,
grupo dentro de la humanidad, de millones de obreros,
of
de
a
mujeres
group
del barrio
of
popular,
humanity, millions
de
of
indígenas
workers,
y negros,
women and men from popular
de
neighborhoods,
gentes del
indigenous
campo y del
people,
martillo,
Afro-descendants,
de
people from the
juventudes de
fields,
todos los colores
workers, young
decidió
people of
elegir
all colors.
en mayoría y
I'm the
hacerme
president these
hablar
people
aquí ante
decided to elect
ustedes.
in the majority, and I'm here to
Les
speak before you,
propongo
and I
acabar la
propose
guerra
bringing an
para
end
tener
to
el
this
tiempo
war,
de
so that we
salvarnos.
have time to save ourselves.
Les propongo que
I
Naciones
propose
Unidas
that the
auspicie
United
cuanto
Nations
antes
should hold,
dos
as soon as
conferencias de
possible,
paz.
2 peace conferences,
la una sobre
one
Ucrania,
on Ukraine,
la otra sobre
the other on
Palestina.
Palestine.
No porque no haya
Not because there
otras
are no
guerras
other
en el
wars
mundo
in the
como en
world,
mi país,
as there are in my
sino
country,
porque
but
enseñarían a
because this
hacer
would
la
guide
paz
the way to
en
making
todas las
peace
regiones del
in all
planeta,
regions of the planet.
porque ambas y solo ambas
Because both of
acabarían la
these alone
hipocresía
can bring an
como
end to the
práctica
hypocrisy as a
política,
political practice.
porque podríamos ser
Because
sinceros,
we could be
virtud
sincere,
sin la cual
a virtue without
no
which
seremos
we
los
cannot be
guerreros
warriors
de la vida.
for life itself.
La generación que hoy
The
debe decidir y
generation which today
actuar
must decide and
cuanto
must
antes
act
para
as soon as
superar
possible to
el enorme
overcome the
huracán
enormous
que se ha
hurricane which has
desatado
been unleashed
contra lo
against
viviente
life
desde las
from the
oscuras
dark
pero
but
poderosas
powerful
cloacas de la
forces
codicia,
of greed,
del huracán del
the
capital
hurricane
que
of
solo mira
capital,
la
which
ganancia
only looks
y
to
que se ha
profit
engullido el
and which has
planeta
swallowed up
y
the
la
planet
base
and the
misma de
very
la
foundation of
existencia.
our existence.
Les propongo acabar la
I
guerra
propose
para
bringing an end
defender
to
la
war,
vida de la crisis
to defend
climática,
life
la
from the
madre de
climate
todas
crisis, which
las
is the mother
crisis.
of all crises.
Esta cumbre se ha construido
This
para
summit has
evaluar
been
las metas
established
de
to
los objetivos del
evaluate
desarrollo
the
sostenido
targets of the Sustainable Development
establecidos
Goals
por los
established by
gobiernos
the
para el
governments for
2023,
2030.
para el 2030, perdón. Pues es fácil hacer una
It's easy
evaluación.
to carry out an assessment.
Esos objetivos de desarrollo humano
These
no van
human
a ser
development goals
alcanzados.
will not be achieved.
Estamos
We
lejos
are
de
far from
alcanzarlos.
reaching them.
Hemos retrocedido
We have moved backwards.
a los objetivos de desarrollo humano de Naciones
United Nations
Unidas.
Human Development
Yo los llamo más
Objectives
simplemente
could more simply be
justicia
called
social y
social and
ambiental.
environmental justice.
La justicia social
Social
no
justice
será
will
alcanzada
not
por
be
la
achieved
humanidad
for humanity
para
by
el 2030,
2030,
porque lo que se ha
because what
sembrado
we have sown
es la
is
injusticia en el
injustice
planeta.
in our planet.
En estos años, lo que ha
What has been
ocurrido es la
created over these
injusticia.
years is injustice.
La injusticia
The
por
injustice
volver
of
la
putting
vacuna
the
contra la
vaccine
enfermedad
against
que
the
mataba
deadly
un
virus
mercado
on the market,
al concentrarla en los países
concentrating
ricos.
it in rich countries.
América Latina
Latin
puso el
America saw
26% de los
30%
muertos
of COVID
por
deaths,
COVID, cuando solo es el
although it makes up
8% de la
only
población
8%
mundial.
of the world population.
¿Quién dijo que la salud
Who
tenía que
said
ser
that
un
health
negocio
should be a
y no un
business and
derecho?
not a right?
Murieron millones de viejos y de gente
Millions of older
porque
people
la
and
vacuna fue
others
una
died because the
mercancía
vaccine was
y no un
traded
bien de la
rather than being
humanidad.
a common good of
Incumplieron
humanity.
su propia promesa
They
de
failed to
financiar
deliver on their own
la
promise to
adaptación al
finance
cambio
adaptation to
climático.
climate change.
No tienen 100.000 millones
They
de
do not have
dólares
$100 billion
para entregar a los
to
países
give to
y
countries to defend
defenderlos de
themselves
inundaciones,
from floods,
tormentas y
storms,
huracanes,
and hurricanes.
pero sí tienen en un
But they
solo
do
día
have that money
para que se
in a
maten
single day
rusos y ucranianos
to allow
entre sí.
Russians and Ukrainians to kill one another.
Ahora no se necesitan 100.000 millones,
Now we no longer need
se
100
necesitan
billion
3
We need
billones de
3
dólares
trillion
para
dollars
superar la
to
crisis
overcome the
climática
climate crisis,
y la cuenta asciende en cada segundo
and
de
the
la
clock
tierra.
is ticking.
Sembraron injusticia, señores,
Ladies and
y
gentlemen,
por
injustice
detener
has
a
been sown.
campesinos cultivadores de cannabis y hoja de
Cannabis
coca,
growers and coca
en vez de
growers have been
enfrentar la
arrested,
soledad en que
rather than
viven las
tackling the
juventudes
solitude in
de
which
sus
the youth of
propios
their own
países,
countries live.
los países del mayor
These
poder
countries of the
económico
greatest
y
economic
militar
and military
de la
power in
historia
the
de la
history of
humanidad,
humanity.
entonces han
To
pasado a las
combat this
drogas de
solitude,
la
they have
muerte,
moved on to the drugs
al
of death,
fentanilo.
to fentanyl.
Querían una guerra contra las
They
drogas de la
wanted a
juventud
war
rebelde
against the
que se
drugs of the
opuso
rebellious
a la
youth
guerra
who
del
opposed the war
Vietnam,
in Vietnam,
la marihuana
the
y el
marijuana
LSD
and the
de los
LSD of the
hippies,
hippies.
y terminaron
And they
por
ended up
conducir a su
driving their
sociedad
society towards
a la droga del
the drug of
neoliberalismo y la
neoliberalism and
competencia,
competition.
la droga
The
del
drug
yuppie
of
de
the
Manhattan,
Manhattan yuppie,
la cocaína,
cocaine,
y encerraron a millones
And
de
they
negros y latinos
imprisoned
en
millions
frías
of Africans
cárceles
and Latin Americans
privatizadas.
in cold,
Y murió
private
1 millón de
prisons. And a
latinoamericanos
million Latin
asesinados.
Americans
Y se
were
destruyeron
killed.
democracias en nuestra
Democracies were
América.
destroyed in our
Nunca
America.
cogieron preso al
But
yuppie de
they never
Manhattan.
arrested the
Y ahora
Manhattan
se
yuppie.
enfrentan al
And
gran
now they are
resultado de la
facing the
prohibición
grand
de las
outcome
drogas.
of the prohibition of
El
drugs.
fentanilo,
Fentanyl,
que ya no mata 4,000,
which is
sino
not killing
100,000 jóvenes
4,000,
al año en los
but
Estados Unidos.
100,000 young people every year in the United
Sembraron
States.
injusticia, señores.
Ladies and gentlemen,
La
they sowed
peor de
injustice.
todas, condenar a la
And the worst
humanidad a
of
la
these has been to
guerra.
condemn humanity to war.
Por eso hoy el balance de la
So
justicia
today, the
social
balance of
en el
social
mundo es tan
justice across
malo.
the world is so skewed.
El problema es que
The
este
problem
no era un
is that this
asunto
was
de
not an issue
socialistas,
of socialists,
de
of
progresistas,
progressives.
sino que era un asunto
Rather,
en donde se iba el
It
tiempo
was
de la
a
vida
matter
en
where
el
the
planeta.
time left to the planet was flowing
Les
away.
propongo como presidente
As
del país de
president
la
of the
belleza
country of beauty, I
para
propose
recuperar el
returning
tiempo perdido,
to a time
dos
of
simples cosas:
simplicity, to recover the
acabar
time
la
lost.
guerra y
So
reformar
ending
el
the war
sistema
and
financiero
reforming
mundial.
the global financial
De
system.
las conferencias de paz de Ucrania y
From the
Palestina,
conferences, the peace conferences on
deberíamos
Ukraine and
salir a
Palestine,
construir
we should come
una
out
reforma que ya debatimos
able
allá
to build a
en la
reform
selva
that we have already
amazónica,
discussed in the
donde el
Amazon
río más
forest,
grande de la
where the
tierra,
greatest river of the
que ha
earth,
cruzado la selva
which
más
has crossed
grande
the
de la
greatest jungle
tierra,
of the earth,
se junta con
reaches
el
the
mar.
sea.
Y la discutimos
We
en
discussed this
Brasilia.
in Brasilia.
Y fuimos hasta
And we
Kenia a
went to Kenya
juntarnos
to meet
con
with
los hermanos
the brotherly
pueblos del
peoples
África
of
Negra,
Africa,
de donde venimos en tiempos de otra de
where
las
we came
grandes
from at the
injusticias
time
del
of one of the
poder,
other great injustices of
esclavitud.
power, slavery.
Y nos fuimos a París
And we went
para
to
ver
Paris
si aún
to see
multitudes
whether
gritan
multitudes there were
por la
still crying
libertad,
for
la igualdad y la
liberty, equality and
fraternidad.
fraternity.
Y fuimos a
And we went to
Washington
Washington
a hablar
to
con el
talk to the
presidente
president
y mirar si volvemos a
and see
encontrarnos
whether
los pueblos
we
del
in the
norte con
north
los
and the
del
south
sur
of
de
the
las
Americas
Américas,
could meet again,
recordando que antaño,
as
hace
we
más de
did
2
in the
siglos,
past,
nos
over 2
encontramos en la
centuries ago,
historia para
where we
hablar de
met
libertad, de
in
igualdad,
history to talk
de
about liberty,
democracia y de
equality,
república.
democracy and republic.
Y hablamos en todos los tonos sobre
And
ir a
let
la
us
raíz
talk
del
in all
problema de la
possible ways
crisis
about getting to the
climática.
root of the climate
y a su
crisis and its
solución.
solution.
Si el capitalismo
If
fósil
fossil
no tiene
capitalism has no
financiación, morirá.
financing, it will die.
Duros serán sus
Its death
estertores,
throes will
pero
be
es
hard,
necesario
but
para
this
que
is
exista
necessary
una
for
humanidad
there to be
y una
humanity,
naturaleza y
nature,
una vida.
and life.
Habrá que financiar el
The
capitalismo
decarbonized capitalism will
descarbonizado.
have to be financed, but
Desde ya sabemos que el
we
capital
know
verde
that green capital will
moverá
only
solo
flow
donde
to
haya
places
ganancia.
where there is profit.
esa es su ley
That is what governs
y
it.
es estrecho
And
su
its
marco para
structure is a
abarcar
very narrow
la
one to contain
descarbonización de
the
todo el mundo.
decarbonization of the
Se
entire
equivocan
world.
quienes desde los gobiernos y el poder
Governments and
aún
powers
creen que la crisis
who still believe
climática,
that the
la de la
climate
vida,
crisis and that of
se
life can
superará
be
con
overcome
algunos
with
créditos
cheap
a bon
loans
marché.
are mistaken.
Ilusos proponen
They
que
are
los países
deluded
de la
to
tierra
propose
que
that
ya
those
están
countries of the earth which are already
sobreendeudados
indebted
por la
are
enfermedad
indebted as a
y la
result of disease
codicia
and greed,
puedan
and
adquirir
that
más
they can use more
créditos
loans
para
to
superar un
overcome
problema
a
que
problem
solo
that only
las
the
chimeneas
belching
del
chimneys
norte
of the north
produjeron.
have produced.
No se puede superar la
It
crisis
is
de la
not
vida,
possible to overcome the
la
crisis of life,
megacrisis,
this mega
con más
crisis, with
endeudamiento,
more indebtedness.
la financiación de la vida,
The
el
financing of
fluido de
life, the
medicamentos
flow
que
of
debe ser
medicines,
introducido
which must be
en las
pumped
venas
into
de
the
las
veins of the
economías y
economies and
sociedades
societies of the
del
world
mundo para acometer
to
el
meet the
reto de
challenge
dejar el
of
carbón y
leaving
el
behind
petróleo
coal and oil
debajo de
under
la
the
tierra,
earth,
en sus lugares que son las
leaving it under
verdaderas
the earth
venas
in
de la
those very
tierra,
places where the
como
true veins of
Roberto
the earth
Covaría, el
flow, as
indígena
Roberto
Ua colombiano,
Covaría, the
lo
Ua
decía al
indigenous
mundo hace
native
30
from
años.
Colombia said over 30
Sacar
years
el
ago.
petróleo, decía,
As he said,
era sacar la
extracting
sangre de la
oil
tierra y
was to
por ello
remove the
la
blood
vida
from the
moriría.
earth, and life
La
would then
mayoría de la
die.
inversión para descarbonizar la economía del
The
mundo
majority of the investment to
provendrá de los
decarbonize the world's
fondos
economy should come from public funds,
del esfuerzo de
the
las
efforts of
sociedades
societies,
de juntar los
bringing together
estados
states
para
so as to
juntar la
bring together
humanidad
humanity.
que ahora llaman
Today they call this
multilateralismo,
multilateralism,
de gobernar la tierra
governing
con
the
la mirada
earth
de la
with the vision
democracia
of democracy
y no con la
and not
mirada
a
del
vision of
imperio.
empire.
Los imperios no sirven para
Empires
salvar
do
la
not
vida,
save life.
sino para desatar las
They merely
guerras.
unleash wars.
La megacrisis de la
If the
vida
mega
se
crisis of
resuelve
life is to
con
be
una
resolved,
democracia
it
que
will be through a
alcance el nivel
democracy which
global,
achieves a
una
global
democracia
scale,
más
a
profunda
deeper democracy,
que no debe temer
which
articular
will
los
not fear
estados y las
interlinking
sociedades
states and
y
societies
planificar
and
el
planning
gran plan
for the
Marshall
great
de la
Marshall Plan of the
revitalización del planeta.
revitalization of the planet.
El mercado nos ayudará
The
algo,
market will help us
pero no
somewhat,
se le puede pedir
but we cannot
soluciones
ask for
a un
solutions from a
mecanismo que se
mechanism
queda sin
which
humanidad
has no
cuando fue
humanity,
este mecanismo el que produjo el
when
problema.
it was this mechanism which produced the very
Fondos
problem.
privados sí,
Private
pero
funds
serán
can be used, but they
limitados
will
por
be
su
limited
propia
by
lógica.
their own
El
logic.
esfuerzo de hacer vendrá de los fondos
The force
públicos
to do this
y
will come from
estos
public
están
funds.
hoy debilitados
And these
por la
funds are
deuda.
currently
La
weakened by
gran
debt.
batalla de nuestra
The great
generación
battle of our generation
defender
is
la vida
defending
para
life
nuestros
for our
hijos y
children and
nietos
grandchildren.
solo se
And
puede
this can only be
financiar
fully
a cabalidad
financed by what is
desde lo público,
public,
desde
by what
lo de
belongs
todos
to
y
all of
todas.
us.
Liberar lo
We
público para
must
salvar
liberate
la
the
vida.
public to save life.
Quizás a muchos no les
Many people
guste,
may not like this,
pero que resuene de nuevo el
but
eco de lo
if
público,
the voice of the
del
public,
Estado,
of the state,
de la
of
humanidad,
humanity, of
del
multilateralism
multilateralismo,
is to be
es
heard
decir,
again.
que resuene la
This means
palabra
the voice
cambio,
of change will be
porque
heard
para
again.
salvar la vida es
Because in order to save
fundamental.
life, this is fundamental.
Salvar la vida requiere
Saving
una
life
época de cambio
requires an
y es
epoch of
urgente.
change, and it is urgent.
Cambio y vida hoy
Change
son
and life are now
sinónimos.
synonymous.
Hoy la juventud de
Youth
todos
of
los
all
colores,
colors
para
today,
poder vivir deben levantar
in order
las
to live,
banderas del
must fly
cambio,
the flags of
de
change,
la
of
transformación,
transformation,
de una nueva
of a new
humanidad.
humanity.
Es la democracia,
It is
no los
democracy and not
autoritarismos
authoritarian
que cada vez
regimes,
se
which is
parecen
looking
más a
more
los
and more
nazis.
like the Nazis.
Es la democracia
It is global
mundial,
democracy.
es el planificar,
These
es la
plans,
potencia de los estados,
the power of
esta
those
vez
states who are
encarados
not
no frente a la
tackling
guerra,
war, but are
sino
tackling and
hacia
attacking
los
the
planes
plans
de
for
la vida.
life.
Planificar la
These
transición
plans
hacia
to
la
achieve the
economía
transition to a
descarbonizada
decarbonized
y
economy and to
financiarla.
finance it.
La economía
The
descarbonizada será, no
decarbonized
lo
economy
dudo,
will, without a
una
doubt,
economía más
be a
humana
more
y
humane
justa.
and a more just economy.
Por eso este presidente del
So,
país de la
I, as
belleza,
president of the country
les
of beauty,
propone
propose a
reformar el
reform
sistema
of the
financiero
global
mundial,
financial system,
el FMI,
of the
la
IMF,
banca
of the
multilateral,
multilateral bank,
acabar los bloqueos
and
económicos y guiar
bringing an end to
los
economic
fondos del
blockades
capital
and guiding
privado.
funds from
Si se
private
reduce
capital.
la deuda de todos los
If everybody's
países,
debt is
pagándoles
reduced,
a los dueños de
paying
la
off
deuda su
the creditors
acreencia con una emisión
with
del
an
FMI
IMF
de
issuance
derechos
of special
especiales
drawing
de giro,
rights,
habrá un
there
descenso de
will
la
be a
deuda
decrease in
pública
the global
mundial
public debt
y un
and a
incremento
real
real de los
increase in
presupuestos
budgets
y
and
fondos
public
públicos.
funds.
Así
In this
podremos
way, we
financiar
will be able to
el Plan
finance the
Marshall
Marshall
por los
Plan
objetivos
for
del
the Sustainable
desarrollo
Development Goals,
sostenible, la justicia
for the
social y
social and
ambiental
environmental justice
en el
of the planet,
planeta, el plan
the
para
plan
superar,
to overcome
mitigando y
through
adaptando
mitigation and
la crisis
adaptation,
climática que
the
es la
climate
crisis de
crisis,
la
which
vida.
is the crisis of life.
Es revivir a Keynes
This is
globalmente
reviving
después de su
Keynes
olvido. El
Worldwide,
viejo sabio
after
ya lo
forgetting
decía.
him. This
Y a
wise old
otros
man already
sabios
said this, as
anteriores
did
a él,
other
e
wise people
igualmente
before him.
olvidados que
And
lo
their
habían
words too are
expresado
forgotten.
en la profundidad de las
The words that
ideas.
they expressed from their
Qué
deep
bonito
ideas.
horizonte en medio de
What
la
a beautiful
tempestad
perspective in the
y las
midst of today's
oscuridades del
darkness
hoy.
and storms.
Horizonte que sabe a
A perspective
esperanza.
which looks
El
hopeful.
objetivo de la vida
The
y de la
objective
justicia
of life and
se
justice
alcanza
can
por
be
los
achieved by
caminos de la
treading the
democracia
path of global
global
democracy
y de la
and of
revalorización de lo
returning value
público,
to what is
de lo
public,
común.
to what is
Se
common and
alcanza
shared,
por el camino
which
de
can
lo
be
de
reached
todos y de
by all.
todas. Quiero que mis nietos
I
que hoy
want
son
my
bebés,
grandchildren who are babies today,
Luna,
Luna,
Victoria,
Victoria,
y Luca,
and Luca,
y mi hija menor Antonella,
and my daughter
puedan
Antonella,
vivir
to be able to
alejados
live
del
far
apocalipsis
from
y
the
de los
apocalypse
tiempos
and
de
the
la
era of
extinción.
extinction.
Quiero que vivan en los
I want them
tiempos
to live in
en
times
donde el ser humano
where
supo
humanity
dejar
was
de
able to
matarse en el
stop
planeta
killing itself and
y
killing the
logró,
planet,
entendiéndose en
and
su
through the
propia
very
diversidad
diversity
de
of
las
its
culturas,
cultures, managed to
cumplir su
achieve
misión,
understanding and to achieve its mission,
expandir el virus de la
spreading
vida
the virus of
por las
life
estrellas del
to
universo.
the stars of the universe.
Gracias, muy amable.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II ibn al-Hussein II, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, when human catastrophes seem beyond description, we turn to the appalling statistics. This year around the world, more than 345 million people face food insecurity, daily hunger, or starvation. Among the most vulnerable are 108 million refugees, people who have been forcibly displaced from their homes and ways of life. And 40% of these refugees are children, the most defenseless of all. Yet these numbers cannot really convey the tragedy or the failure. Refugees are our brothers, our sisters. They look to our countries to help end the crises that have driven them from home. Refugees are mothers, fathers, grandparents who have made perilous journeys to save their families. They are young people with big dreams and little children who deserve the chance to dream big. They depend on the international community for their survival, and multiple UN agencies provide vital services to help meet the need. But in recent months, one by one, these agencies have been delivering difficult news. A severe shortfall in international funds has forced them to cut support. Is this what we've come to? Is the international community going to watch as refugee families find themselves forced to send their children to work instead of school? In Jordan, where refugees make up over 1/3 of our 11 million population, cuts have already thrown the lives of hundreds of thousands of refugees into uncertainty. The impact of such humanitarian shortfalls is never limited to a country or a region. Fear and want bring on sharp increases in the number of refugees fleeing to Europe and beyond, on journeys that too often end in tragedy. My friends Jordanians are serious about our duty to those in need. We have done everything we can to secure a dignified life for refugees. Nearly half of the almost 1.4 million Syrians we host are under 18 years of age. For many of them, Jordan is the only place they have ever known. Over 230,000 Syrian children have been born in Jordan since 2011. We are sharing precious resources to help them meet basic needs: food, energy, and especially water. We are among the water-poorest countries in the world, even as our water supplies face extraordinary demand. And we face these pressures just when another crisis has hit our region: climate change, with its destructive heat waves, drought, and flooding. And to meet the refugee burden, we have been carefully managing to combine our limited resources with essential support from the international community. Because the responsibility to act falls on everybody's shoulders. Because the world cannot afford to walk away and leave a lost generation behind. But today, Jordan's capacity to deliver necessary services to refugees has surpassed our limits. Syrian refugees' future is in their country, not in host countries. But until they are able to return, we must all do right by them. And the fact is, refugees are far from returning. On the contrary, more Syrians are likely to leave their country as the crisis persists. And Jordan will not have the ability nor the resources to host and care for more. We must find a political solution consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 2254, the step-for-step approach that offers a path forward, proposed by Jordan as the basis for engagement with the Syrian government and coordinated with the UN. This approach sets a roadmap to incrementally resolve the crisis and deal with all its consequences. Until then, we will protect our country against any future threats the crisis could pose to our national security. My friends, Jordan's case is a microcosm of our entire region. For all our people's immense potential, repeated crises have held back the promise of greater development and prosperity. Our region is a focal point where some of the most urgent global challenges are converging. How will our world respond? Will we come together in global solidarity to get to the root of the problem, the conflicts and the crises that destroy life and hope? Will we work as one to rebuild the lost trust in international action and help those in want? My friends, our region will continue to suffer until the world helps lift the shadow of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, the central issue in the Middle East. No architecture for regional security and development can stand over the burning ashes of this conflict. But 7.5 decades on, it still smolders. Where are we going? Without clarity on where Palestinians' future lies, it will be impossible to converge on a political solution to this conflict. Five million Palestinians live under occupation. No civil rights, no freedoms of mobility, no say in their lives. Yet every UN resolution since the beginning of this conflict recognizes the equal rights of the Palestinian people to a future of peace, dignity, and hope. This is the heart of the two-state solution, the only path to a comprehensive, lasting peace. We can see the Israeli people actively defending and engaging in the expression of their national identity. Yet the Palestinian people are deprived of that same right to express and fulfill their own national identity. The basic requirement for that right is the establishment of their own independent and viable state on the June 4th, 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living alongside Israel in peace, security, and prosperity. And delaying justice and peace has brought endless cycles of violence. 2023 has been the deadliest for the Palestinian people in the past 15 years. How can people trust in global justice while settlement building, land confiscations, and home demolitions continue? Where is the global solidarity to make UN resolutions believable by people in need of our help? Jerusalem is a flashpoint for global concern. Under the Hashemite custodianship of Islamic and Christian holy sites, Jordan remains committed to safeguarding the city's identity. But preserving Jerusalem as the city of faith and peace for Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is a responsibility that we all share. And we must not abandon Palestinian refugees to the forces of despair. Sustainable funding is urgently needed by UNRWA, the UN agency that provides vital relief, education, and health services to millions of Palestinian refugees. And this is essential to protect families, keep communities stable, and prepare young people for productive lives. We must protect young Palestinians from extremists who prey on their frustrations and hopelessness by making sure they continue to learn at the schools under the blue flag of the United Nations, as the alternative will be the black flags of terror, hate, and extremism. My friends, we come together here as partners to deal with our challenges and shape a better future. We speak here for our people. We speak for families and the younger generations. We speak for victims of conflict, displacement, hunger, climate challenge, disasters, and more. They are not mere statistics. They are our fellow human beings sharing our world. Only by restoring trust, only by acting in solidarity, will we create the future all our peoples desire and deserve. We cannot allow for a lost generation on our watch. Thank you.
I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Good morning, Your Excellency.
Morning, Excellency. How are you? On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, honorable delegates, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis on his election to the honorable function of the President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly. I wish to express Poland's full support for his mission and wish him every success in its fulfillment. At the same time, my thanks go out to His Excellency Csaba Kőrösi in recognition of his active engagement while presiding over the work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 193 countries from every continent have gathered in New York at UN headquarters to discuss the most important threats and challenges facing the world today. The United Nations General Assembly is an extremely important event It is the only place and the only opportunity to debate in our midst the crucial problems that affect us all. We are here because of the courageous and forward-looking decisions made by the leaders of the Western world during the darkest days of the Second World War. At that time, they pondered over how to avoid similar tragedies in the future. The leaders of the United States and Great Britain, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, and soon the other countries of the anti-Hitler coalition, including Poland, signed the Atlantic Charter. It contained the most important principles on which the post-war world order was to be based: safe determination of nations, inviolability of borders, renunciation of violence, economic cooperation, human rights. The Atlantic Charter, together with the Washington Declaration, were the cornerstone in a building of the United Nations organization. Ladies and gentlemen, today once again, it befell on us to live in dangerous times. As a result of Russia's full-scale aggression on Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives or suffered injuries. Millions were forced to flee their own home country, and hundreds of millions worldwide are facing the specter of famine and serious economic disruptions. Russia's brutal aggression brought immense global problems in its aftermath. It put to a test international world order. Costs of those barbarian actions, humanitarian, material, and environmental, are incalculable and still growing. For long, world peace has never been as threatened as it is today. We, Poles, know fully well that peace is not to be taken for granted. September in the history of my home country is a special month. On 1st September 1939, Nazi Germany invaded my homeland, Poland. The Second World War broke out. On 17th September 1939, we received a blow from another direction. The Soviet Union also made an onslaught on Poland. In the wake of the alliance between Hitler and Stalin, Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, Poland lost its independence, was wiped out from the map of the world, and subjected to extremely brutal occupation. This is precisely why we understand the tragedy of Ukraine better than any other country in the world, and the tragedy of other countries experiencing the pandemonium of war. In the Second World War, 6 million of our citizens perished, including 3 million Polish Jews, and Warsaw, the capital of Poland, was razed to the ground. And yet our history stands as a testament that even crimes and persecution are not able to suppress the true spirit of freedom, that freedom will finally prevail. Enslavement, imperialism, and neocolonialism are a denial of freedom as much as insane dreams of dominating the others. When unleashing the war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin wanted to restore the Russian Empire, to divide the world, and to make Europe systematically dependent on his raw materials. He has not succeeded. It is my firm belief that he will no longer succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world needs courageous and visionary leaders. the late President of Poland, Lech Kaczynski, with whom I had the honor to cooperate, was such a leader. The leader who a dozen of years ago was trying to shake the conscience, to appeal to politicians, to warn of imperial policy of Vladimir Putin's Russia. Let me recall at this point his seminal words said in Tbilisi at the height of Russian aggression on Georgia in 2008. For the first time in a long time, Russians have shown the face we have known for hundreds of years. They believe that the nations around them should be subjected to them. We say no. Russia believes that the old days of the empire that collapsed less than 20 years ago are coming back. That domination will again be feature of our region. Well, it will not. Those days are over, once and for all. Yes, today, in this very place, at the United Nations headquarters, I wish to reiterate, those days can never return. The logic of conquest, changing borders by force, disregarding the law, and denying the Ukrainian people their right to exist must be stopped. This brutal war must end and not be converted into a frozen war. This can only be done by restoring the full territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland's position in the face of any war is clear and straightforward. We demand absolute respect for internationally recognized national borders. The inviolability of these borders is a fundamental element of the world order. Today, the victim is Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be any one of us if we do not follow these ironclad rules, if we do not insistently enforce compliance with international law. Forgotten and unpunished war crimes, crimes against humanity, build a sense of impunity among the perpetrators. Such crimes give permission to their successors and imitators who, following suit, commit similar crimes when they want to dominate and determine the fate of other states and nations. The crimes in a war in Ukraine are the living proof thereof. That is why we are engaged in initiative to hold Russia accountable for gross violations of fundamental norms of international law. We strongly support the work of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. We support the work of the Independent International Commission under the UN Human Rights Council to investigate violation of human rights and humanitarian law in the context of Russian aggression, and to collect, verify, and preserve evidence. We support the idea of establishing an ad hoc special tribunal. The crimes must be accounted for and the perpetrators punished. Ladies and gentlemen, information wherefore goes on. Lie is used to cover up and justify Russian crimes on civilian population. Russia continually tries to shape international public opinion by building a false vision of the reality. In Poland, this comes as no surprise to us, but the world is just about to discover the scale of manipulation and disinformation. This spearhead is often directed also at my country, Poland, libeled in many various ways. This is because we have consistently been opposing Russia's imperial and neo-colonial policy and have supported Ukraine in its defense from the outset. We, as international community, must draw conclusions from the situation. We must confront manipulation and disinformation. We must fight against the hypocrisy of history, the reversal of the roles of the henchman and a victim. What is evil should be called evil. A crime should be called a crime. Ladies and gentlemen, these days, many states are blamed for prolonging the war as they supply necessary weapons to Ukraine in its defense war. This is a completely false logic, as if putting the blame on a neighbor who comes to aid to the people next door defending their own home against mugger. If someone attacks your household, you have the right to defend it, and the neighbors should not to stay indifferent. Ukraine would not be able to resist the aggression and effectively stand for its independence if it were not for the assistance of other countries, and primarily on the biggest scale, the United States of America. It is the United States that has been playing a pivotal role in assuring security in Europe for more than a century. I'm saying so as a president of the European country which was plagued by war experience on so many occasions. It must be remembered that the engagement of the United States in the First World War led it to an end, as much as to the restoration of independence by Poland and by other countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. The United States played a pivotal role in defeating Nazi Germany. Without the US support, neither the United Kingdom nor the Soviet Union would have been able to resist Hitler. Finally, the United States was instrumental in the reconstruction of Western Europe in the aftermath of war and in fending off the threat posed by the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War. It is too often that Europe tends to forget that it owes its security and prosperity to the US commitment and presence. In Poland, we recall this very well. That is why Poland's top priority for the time of our presidency of the European Union in the first half of 2025 will be enhancing transatlantic relations and cooperation between the EU and the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has never had colonies, the fact of which we are proud. We emphasize it on all occasions. Instead, my home country was many times brutally attacked, destroyed, and used by the neighbors with their imperial ambitions. For 123 years, Poland disappeared from the maps of the world. That is why we understand very well the countries that suffered colonialism and the challenges they need to confront. Wherever the international community is in need, Poland is always ready to respond to the call and without any hesitation. We provide assistance in many corners of the world. Despite the war in the immediate neighborhood, we will continue our support to the Eastern Partnership countries. We continue to focus on countries of the sub-Saharan region. We are present in the Middle East. Given the refugee crisis caused by the war in Syria, Poland's assistance to Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine, and Jordan will be maintained. Poland will also continue its humanitarian support. Many places around the world are facing worsening food crises. The situation is most difficult in Africa, where 1 in 5 people is suffering from hunger. Also, the population suffering hunger is increasing in West Asia and the Caribbean. Today, an estimated 2.4 billion people lack sustainable regular access to food, of which some 900 million face severe food insecurity. Therefore, in 2022, we in Poland have supported the World Food Fund activities in Africa, the Middle East and Asia, including Lebanon, Afghanistan, Tajikistan and Syria. We found our activities mainly through multilateral channels as well as through Polish NGOs and their local partners. Poland fully recognizes the ambitions of the African Union to play an even more active role in the on the global stage. Ensuring peace and development in Africa will be facilitated by good and cost-effective governance and the development of democracy on the continent. We respect African solutions to African problems, standing ready to share the experience we have gained in the difficult but successful transformation of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a country of freedom and solidarity. It is known worldwide for the great solidarity movement, which not only stood for workers' rights, but also for freedom and fundamental values. The movement which brought together millions of people courageously defied an evil and changed the course of modern history, bringing about the fall of communism. We are extremely proud of our solidarity. Upon Russian aggression on Ukraine, the Poles have once again illustrated that solidarity is not only the great history, but that solidarity lives in us. Millions of my compatriots committed themselves to bring aid to the people fleeing the nightmare of war. In the very first days of the war, many journalists were coming to Poland and invariably asked me, "Where are the refugee camps?" And my response was, "There are not any. There are not." There was no talk about camps. We hosted our guests in our own homes. We also had the honor of hosting many world leaders who came bringing humanitarian aid, including the United Nations Secretary General and other United Nations high-ranking officials. Thank you for your support and for your presence. Greater solidarity must come as a response to the evil, the war, and aggression. Without solidarity, there will be no lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today needs more solidarity. We believe that the idea of solidarity-based development, which we hold so dear, is a beacon for security and prosperity. Poland is ready to take on concrete measures to support the United Nations operation undertaken to confront the most fundamental global challenges and threats, social and economic crises. We wish to support the idea of just transition of economic and social changes that will not lose sight of the human dimension so that nobody is left behind. We believe that our experience as a leader of Central Europe, the fifth economy in European Union, and the largest state in a crises initiative can prove valuable, and many countries which vary in degrees of economic and social development. We are ready to share with our partners from around the world not only our experience in the process of economic transformation, but also specific technologies that many Polish companies have available. Poland is proud to have been elected as a member of the United Nations Economic and Social Council for the 2024-2026 term. A key priority for our ECOSOC membership will be to draw the international community's attention to the impact of global crises such as armed conflicts, the energy crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change, their impact on socio-economic development. Time is running out to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and there are still many challenges ahead, so we must unite and intensify our efforts to accelerate the implementation of the individual tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, today the United Nations measures its strength against various challenges. The decision-making impasse in Security Council, the situation in which Russia, one of the permanent members of the Council, is deliberately violating the UN Charter. The lengthy debates are considered a symptom of the weakness of both the organization and its constituent states. There are some people who ask questions about whether the UN is needed at all. Does it fit the times? On behalf of Poland, a neighbor of attacked Ukraine, a country that has taken in millions of refugees, I emphatically answer, yes, the United Nations is very much needed. No better system for international cooperation has been invented. The United Nations best justifies its experience not here in the New York or Geneva, but by bringing aid and assistance to those most in need: children, victims of war, the persecuted and the hungry. Every day, all over the world. In 2025, the UN will celebrate 80 years of its existence. We remember why it was founded. Today, in these dangerous times, we need a return to the thinking and actions of the founding fathers of the United Nations. There will be no lasting peace without cooperation, without solidarity between richer and poorer countries, and ultimately without respect for international law. Poland wants cooperation. Poland wants solidarity. Poland wants peace. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Miguel Díaz-Canel.
Traigo a esta asamblea la voz del sur,
President, I am
la de los
bringing to this
explotados
assembly
y
the voice
vilipendiados,
of the South,
como se lo oyó
the
decir al Che
exploited and
Guevara
humiliated,
en
as
esta
was said
misma
by
sala
Che Guevara in this
hace
same
casi
room
60
almost
años.
60 years ago.
Pueblos diversos con
We are a
problemas
diverse
comunes.
group of nations
Lo
sharing the
acabamos de
same
confirmar
problems.
en La
We
Habana,
have just confirmed that
que
in
se
Havana,
honró en acoger la
which was
cumbre
honored to
de
host the
líderes y
summit
otros
of leaders
altos
and other high
representantes del Grupo de los
representatives of the
77 y China,
G77 and China,
la agrupación de
which is
naciones
the
más
most
representativa
representative broad
amplia y diversa
and
que
diverse
existe
representation
en la
that
esfera
exists in the
multilateral.
multilateral arena.
Durante 2 días
During
prácticamente sin
those two
descanso,
virtually
más de 100
tireless days,
representantes de
more
las
than 100
134
representatives
naciones
from
que integran el
134
grupo
nations making up the group
levantaron sus voces
raised their
para demandar
voices
cambios que ya no
to
pueden
call for
posponerse
changes that can
más
no longer be
en el
postponed
injusto,
in the midst
irracional
of
y
this
abusivo orden
unjust,
económico
irrational and
internacional
abusive
que ha
international
profundizado
economic order
año
that
tras
year
año
after year
las
has
enormes
deepened the
desigualdades
enormous
entre una minoría de
inequalities between a
naciones muy
minority
desarrolladas
of
y una
well-developed
mayoría
nations
que no logra
and a
superar
majority
el
that has
eufemismo
not managed
de
to
naciones
get rid of the
en
euphemism
desarrollo.
of developing
Peor aún,
nations.
como
Worse
reconoció el
still,
secretario general de
as was
Naciones
recognized
Unidas
by the United
en
Nations
la
Secretary
cumbre de La
General
Habana,
at the Havana
el
Summit,
G77
the
se fundó hace
G77 was
6
founded
décadas
6
para
decades
remediar
ago
siglos de
to
injusticia
repair
y abandono
centuries of
y en
injustice
el
and
convulso
abandonment.
mundo actual
And in
se ven
today's
enredados
convulsive world,
en una
they are
maraña de crisis
entangled in a
mundiales
host of
donde la
world
pobreza
crises,
va en aumento
where poverty
y
is
el
on the
hambre
rise
es cada vez
and hunger
mayor.
is even greater.
Nos unió la necesidad de
We are
cambiar
united by the need
lo
to
que no ha
change,
sido resuelto
which has not
y la
been
condición
resolved,
de víctimas
and by the condition of being the main
de la actual crisis
victims of the current
multidimensional
global
global,
multidimensional
del abusivo
crisis,
intercambio desigual,
abusive
de la
unequal
brecha
exchange,
científica tecnológica
scientific and
y de la
technological gaps,
degradación
and
del
the
medio
degradation
ambiente.
of the environment.
Pero también nos unen
But
desde
we are
hace más
also
de medio
united
siglo
and have been for
el
more than
desafío
half a century
ineludible
now by the
y la
inescapable
determinación de
challenge
transformar el
and the
orden
determination
internacional
to
actual,
transform the
que
current
además de
international order,
excluyente e irracional,
which, as well as being
es
exclusionary and
insostenible para el
irrational, is
planeta
unsustainable
e
for the
inviable
planet
para el
and
bienestar
is not
de
viable
todos.
for the well-being of all.
Los países representados en el
The countries
G77 y
represented
China,
at the G77
donde
and
vive el
China, where
80%
more
de
than
la población
80% of the
mundial,
population
no
lives,
solo tenemos el reto del desarrollo,
do not only
sino
have the
también la
challenge of
responsabilidad
development,
de
they also
modificar
have the
las
responsibility
estructuras
of modifying
que nos marginan del
those structures which
progreso global
marginalize us
y
from social
convierten a muchos
progress
pueblos del sur
and turn many peoples
en
of the South
laboratorios de
into
renovadas formas de
laboratories for
dominación.
renewed forms of
Urge
domination.
un nuevo y más justo
A new and
contrato
more just
global.
global contract is
Señor
imperative.
presidente, a solo 7 años del plazo fijado para el
Only 7
cumplimiento de la
years ahead of the
esperanzadora
deadline established to
Agenda
implement the
2030,
promising
el
2030
panorama
agenda,
es
the
desalentador.
panorama is bleak.
Esta augusta
This
institución
august
lo ha reconocido
institution
ya.
has already recognized it.
Al ritmo actual no
At
se
the
alcanzará
current
ninguno de
pace,
los
none
17
of the
objetivos
17
de desarrollo sostenible
SDGs will be
y
achieved,
más de la mitad de las
and
169
over
metas
half of the
acordadas
169
serán
agreed targets will
incumplidas.
not be met.
En pleno siglo XXI,
In the midst of the 21st century,
ofende a la
the
condición
fact
humana
that almost
que casi 800
800
millones de
million
personas
people suffer
padezcan
from
de hambre en
hunger
un
in a
planeta
planet that
que
produces
produce lo
enough to
suficiente
feed all
para alimentar
is
a todos.
outrageous.
O que en la era del
Equally
conocimiento y
outrageous is the
desarrollo
fact that
acelerado
in
de
the
las
era of
tecnologías de la
knowledge and
información y
accelerated
las
development of
comunicaciones,
ICTs,
más de
more than
760 millones de personas,
760 million
2
people,
terceras partes de
two-thirds
ellas
of them
mujeres,
women,
no sepan leer
do not know
ni
how to
escribir.
read or write.
Los esfuerzos de los países en
The
desarrollo
efforts
no
of
bastan
developing
para
countries are
implementar
not
la Agenda
enough to
2030.
implement the
Tienen
2030
que estar
agenda.
respaldados
They must be
con
supported
acciones
by
concretas de
concrete
acceso a
actions
mercados,
to provide access to
financiamientos en
markets,
condiciones justas y
financing under fair
preferenciales,
and preferential
transferencia de
conditions,
tecnologías
technology
y cooperación
transfer, and
norte-sur.
North-South cooperation.
No estamos pidiendo
We're not
limosnas ni
begging for
rogando
alms or asking for
favores.
favors.
El G77
The G77
reclama
calls
derechos
for
y
rights
continuará
and
demandando
will
una
continue to
transformación
demand a
profunda
profound
de la actual
transformation of the
arquitectura
current
financiera
international
internacional
financial
porque es
architecture
profundamente injusta,
because it is deeply unjust,
anacrónica y
anachronistic
disfuncional.
and dysfunctional.
Porque fue diseñada para
Because
lucrar con las
it was
reservas del
designed to
sur,
profit with the reserves of the
perpetuar un
South,
sistema de
to
dominación que
perpetuate a
acreciente el
system of
subdesarrollo
domination that
y
increases
reproducir un
underdevelopment
modelo
and
de
replicates a
colonialismo
pattern of modern
moderno.
colonialism.
Necesitamos
We need
y demandamos
and demand
instituciones financieras
financial
en las que
institutions in
nuestros
which
países
our
tengan real
countries
capacidad de
have true
decisión y
decision-making capacity and
acceso a la
access to
financiación.
financing.
Urge una
A
recapitulación de los
recapitalization
bancos
of
multilaterales
multilateral
de
development
desarrollo
banks is
para mejorar radicalmente
imperative
sus
to radically
condiciones de
improve
préstamo
their lending
y
conditions
satisfacer las
and to meet the
necesidades
financial needs
financieras del
of the
sur.
South.
Los países de este grupo
The member countries
han
of this
debido
group
destinar
were forced to allocate
$379 mil millones de dólares de sus
$379
reservas
billion
para defender sus
from their
monedas
reserves
en
to protect
2022,
their currencies in
casi el doble de
2022,
la cantidad de
almost
nuevos
twice as
derechos
much the
especiales
amount
de
of
giro
special drawing
que les
rights
asignó el
allocated
Fondo
to
Monetario
them by the
Internacional.
IMF.
Es necesaria la racionalización,
A
revisión y
rationalization,
cambio del papel
review
de
and
las
change
agencias
of
de
role
calificación crediticia.
of credit qualifying agencies
Resulta también
is needed.
imperativo
Equally
establecer
imperative
criterios que
is to
vayan más
establish
allá del
criteria
Producto
that would go
Interno Bruto
beyond
para definir el acceso de los países
to
en
define
desarrollo
the
a la
access of
financiación
developing
en
countries to
condiciones
financing under
favorables
favorable
y a la
conditions
cooperación
and with adequate
técnica adecuada.
technical cooperation.
Mientras los países más
While
ricos
the richest
incumplen su
countries
compromiso de
fail to meet
destinar
the
al
commitment
menos
of
el
allocating at least
0,7% de su Producto Nacional Bruto a la ayuda
0.7%
oficial al
of
desarrollo,
national
las naciones del sur
GDP to official
tienen que
assistance for
gastar
development,
hasta el
the
14%
nations of
de
the
sus
South need to
ingresos
spend up to
para pagar intereses
14% of their
asociados
incomes to
a
pay
la
the
deuda
interests
externa.
associated with
La
external
mayoría de las
debt.
naciones del
Most of the
G77
G77
se
nations
ven
are forced
compulsadas
to allocate
a destinar más
more
recursos al
resources to
servicio de la
servicing
deuda
debt
que a inversiones en
than
salud o
to
educación.
investments in health or
¿Qué desarrollo
education.
sostenible puede
What
alcanzarse
sustainable
con
development
ese
can be
dogal
achieved
al cuello?
with that noose
El
around
grupo
their
reitera hoy
necks?
su llamado a los
The
acreedores
group
públicos
today reiterates its call
multilaterales
to
y
public,
privados
multilateral and
para
private
refinanciar la deuda a
creditors to
través de garantías
refinance
de
the debt
crédito,
through credit
intereses más bajos
guarantees,
y
lower
plazos de
interest and
vencimiento
longer
más
expiration
extensos.
deadlines.
Insistimos en la
We
instrumentación de un
insist on the
mecanismo multilateral de
implementation of a
renegociación
multilateral
de deuda
mechanism
soberana
to
con una
reschedule
participación
the
efectiva
sovereign
de los
debt
países del sur
with an effective
que
participation
permita
of
un
the countries of the
tratamiento
South
justo,
that will allow for a
balanceado
fair,
y orientado hacia el
balanced and
desarrollo.
development-oriented treatment.
Resulta perentorio
It is
rediseñar de
imperative
una
to
vez
redesign
los
once and for
instrumentos de
all
deuda
the debt
e incluir cláusulas
instruments
de
and to
activación
include
para
activation
proporcionar
provisions to
alivio y
alleviate
reestructuración
and
tan
reschedule
pronto
as
como un país se
soon
vea
as a
afectado por
country becomes
catástrofes
affected by
naturales
natural
o
catastrophes
choques macroeconómicos,
and problems
problemas tan
that
comunes en las
microeconomic
naciones
problems
más
that are so common
vulnerables.
amongst the vulnerable
Señor
nations.
presidente, nadie
President,
sensato
no one in their right
discute ya que
mind
el
is
cambio
denying
climático
now
amenaza
that
la
climate
supervivencia de
change
todos
threatens the
con
survival of
efectos
all with
irreversibles.
irreversible effects.
Tampoco es secreto
It is
que
also a
quienes menos
secret to no
influyen en la
one
crisis
that those who are
climática
least
son los que
responsible
más
for climate
padecen sus
change are those who are
efectos.
suffering the
En
most from its
particular,
effects,
los pequeños
particularly
estados
small
insulares
island
en desarrollo,
developing
mientras
states.
los países industrializados,
Industrialized countries,
depredadores
meanwhile,
voraces de
are the
recursos y
voracious
del medio
predators of
ambiente,
resources and of the
eluden su
environment,
mayor
but they elude
responsabilidad
their greatest
e incumplen su
responsibility and fail
compromiso
to comply
bajo
with
la
their
Convención
commitments
Marco de Cambio Climático
under
y el
the
Acuerdo
Framework
de
Convention on
París.
Climate Change and the
Por solo
Paris
citar un
Agreement.
ejemplo,
Just to mention one
resulta
example, it is
profundamente
profoundly
decepcionante que
disappointing
la meta de
that the
movilizar
goal
no
of
menos de 100.000
mobilizing no
millones de
less than
dólares al
$100
año
billion a
y hasta
year
2020
up
como
to
financiación
2020 as
climática
climate financing
nunca
has
se haya
never
cumplido.
been met.
De cara a la 28
On the eve of
conferencia
the
de Estados
28th
partes de la Convención
COP,
Marco COP28 para los
the
países del grupo de los
G77
77
countries
serán
will
prioridades
have
el
as a
ejercicio
priority
del balance
the
global,
exercise of
la
the global
operacionalización del
balance,
Fondo
the
para pérdidas y
implementation of the
daños,
loss and damage
la
fund,
definición del
the
marco para el
definition of the
objetivo de
framework for the
adaptación
adaptation
y el
goal, and
establecimiento
the
de
establishment
una nueva
of
meta de
the new
financiamiento
climate
climático
financing goal,
con pleno apego al principio de
which fully abides by the
responsabilidades
principle of
comunes
common but
pero
differentiated
diferenciadas.
responsibilities.
El G77
The G77
está
is
convocando una cumbre de
convening a
líderes
summit
del sur
of leaders of the
a
South
celebrarse el próximo 2
to
de
be held
diciembre
on the 2nd of
en el
December
contexto de la COP28
in the
en Dubái.
context of COP28 in
Esta
Dubai.
iniciativa,
This initiative
inédita en el
is
marco de una
unprecedented in
conferencia
the
de las
context of a
partes,
conference of the
será un
parties
espacio
and
para
will be a
articular las
forum to
posiciones de
articulate
nuestro
positions
grupo
within our
al
group
más
at the
alto
highest
nivel
level
en el contexto
in the
de las
context of climate
negociaciones climáticas.
negotiations.
La COP28 demostrará así,
COP28 will show
más
whether
allá
or
de los
not,
discursos,
beyond
que hay una
speeches,
real
there
voluntad
is a
política
real
de las
political
naciones
will on the part of
desarrolladas
developed
para
nations
alcanzar los
to
impostergables
achieve
acuerdos que se
the
requieren en esta
agreements required
materia
in this
si
field that
actúa
cannot be
de esa
postponed
forma.
for any longer.
Señor presidente, para el G77
President, for the
es tarea
G77, the
prioritaria
priority
cambiar de una vez
is
los
to
paradigmas
change
de la
once and for
ciencia,
all the
la
paradigms of
tecnología y la
science,
innovación
technology and
que se
innovation,
limitan a los
which
entornos
is
y
limited
perspectivas del
to
norte,
the environmental
privando a la
perspectives of
comunidad
the North,
científica
thus
internacional
depriving the
de un
international scientific
capital
community
intelectual
of a considerable
considerable.
intellectual
La
capital.
exitosa cumbre en La Habana
The successful
lanzó un
Havana
llamado
Summit
urgente a nuclear la
launched an
ciencia, la
urgent
tecnología y la
appeal to
innovación
concentrate
en
science,
torno
technology and
al
innovation
irrenunciable
around the
meta del
Sustainable
desarrollo
Development
sostenible.
Goals.
Allí decidimos retomar el trabajo
There,
del
we
Consorcio
decided
de
to resume the work of the
Ciencia,
Consortium
Tecnología
of
e
Science,
Innovación para el
Technology and
Sur,
Innovation for the
a
South,
fin de promover
with the
proyectos de
purpose of
investigación
promoting joint
conjuntos
research
y
projects
propiciar
and promoting
encadenamientos productivos
the
que reduzcan la
joining up of
dependencia
production
de
systems
los
so that they
mercados
could
del
reduce
norte.
their dependence on the markets of
Acordamos
the North.
también
We
promover la
also agreed to
convocatoria para
promote a call for
2025
convening in
a una reunión
2025
de alto
a
nivel de la
high-level
Asamblea
meeting
General de la
of the United Nations General Assembly on Science, Technology and Innovation for Development. The 17 cooperation projects that Cuba has designed in the context of its chairmanship of the G77 will contribute to channeling the potentials of South-South and triangular cooperation. We call on the richest nations and on international bodies to participate in these initiatives. Cuba will not
para impulsar el potencial
falter in
creativo,
its efforts to
la
promote the
influencia y el
creative
liderazgo del
potential,
G77.
influence and leadership of the
Nuestro grupo
G77.
tiene mucho
Our
que
group
aportar al
has a lot to
multilateralismo,
contribute to
la
multilateralism,
estabilidad,
stability,
la justicia y racionalidad
justice,
que
and
hoy
the rationality
requiere el
that the
mundo.
world requires today.
Excelencias,
Excellencies.
a todos los problemas y desafíos que
Added to the
caracterizan la
problems
realidad
and
de nuestras
challenges
naciones
characterizing the reality
y
of our
movilizan a los
nations
pueblos,
and mobilizing
se
peoples
añaden las
are the
medidas coercitivas
unilateral,
unilaterales,
coercive measures,
eufemísticamente llamadas
euphemistically called
sanciones,
sanctions,
que se han convertido
which
en
have become a
práctica de
practice
estados
of powerful
poderosos
states
que
that
pretenden actuar
intend
como
to
jueces
act as
universales
universal judges
para debilitar y destruir
and to weaken
economías
and destroy
y aislar y
economies and
someter
isolate
a estados
and subject
soberanos.
sovereign states.
Cuba no es el primer
Cuba
estado
is not the
soberano
first sovereign
contra el
state
que se lanzan medidas de
against
ese
which
carácter,
measures of that sort
pero
are
es el que
applied,
por más
but it
tiempo
is the one
las ha soportado.
being
A
subjected to them
despecho
for
de
the
la
longest
condena
period of
mundial
time, despite
que
world
cada año se
condemnation,
expresa de
which is
manera
expressed
casi
almost
unánime
unanimously
en
every
esta
year in this
asamblea
assembly,
y respetada y
but which
desoída
is
en su
disrespected
voluntad
and
expresa
goes
por el
unheard by the
gobierno de la
government of the
mayor
biggest
potencia económica,
economic,
financiera
financial and
y
military
militar
power
del
in the
mundo.
world.
No fuimos los primeros
We were not the
y no
first,
somos los
and we are
últimos.
not the last.
Las presiones para aislar y debilitar
Pressures to
economías y
isolate and
estados
weaken
soberanos
economies and
hoy
sovereign states
afectan
are
también a
also today
Venezuela,
affecting
Nicaragua
Venezuela,
y antes y
Nicaragua,
después han sido el
and
preludio de
both before and
invasiones y
after these have been the
derrocamientos
prelude
de
to
gobiernos
invasions
incómodos
and the
en el
overthrowing
Oriente
of
Medio.
uncomfortable governments in the Middle East.
Rechazamos las medidas coercitivas
We reject
unilaterales
unilateral coercive
impuestas a
measures
países como Zimbabue,
in countries such as
Siria,
Zimbabwe,
la República
Syria,
Popular Democrática de
the
Corea
Democratic People's
e
Republic of
Irán,
Korea,
entre otros
and
muchos
Iran,
países
amongst
cuyos
many
pueblos
other
sufren el
countries.
negativo
People
impacto
have been suffering
de
from the
estos.
negative impacts of these
Reiteramos la solidaridad
measures.
con la
We
causa del
reiterate our
pueblo
solidarity with
palestino.
the Palestinian cause
Apoyamos el derecho a la
and support the right to
autodeterminación del pueblo
self-determination
saharaui.
of the Sahrawi people.
Luchemos por un mundo de
Let
paz
us all struggle
sin
for a world
guerras
of
ni
peace
conflictos.
without wars or conflicts.
Hace 5 años
5 years
hablé
ago,
por
I
primera vez
spoke for
desde
the
este
first
podio,
time from this
donde
rostrum
antes estuvieron el
that
histórico
had
líder
been
de la revolución
taken before
cubana,
by the historical
el
leader of the
comandante jefe
Cuban
Fidel
Revolution,
Castro Ruz, y
Commander-in-Chief
el
Fidel
general de
Castro
ejército
Ruz,
Raúl Castro
and
Ruz,
Army General
para
Raúl
exponer esas
Castro
verdades
Ruz, to
y
speak
los
these
ideales de
truths
paz y
and to
justicia
speak the ideals
de un
of peace
pequeño
and justice of a small
archipiélago que ha
archipelago
resistido y
that has
resistirá
resisted and
a
will
la
continue
altura de
to
la dignidad,
resist,
el valor y la inquebrantable
to live
firmeza
up to
de
the
su
dignity,
pueblo
courage and
y su
unbreakable
historia.
strength of its
Pero
people
no
and
puedo
history.
pasar por esta
But I
tribuna
cannot
mundial
stand
sin
at this global
denunciar
tribune
otra vez más
without denouncing
que
once
hace
again the
60
fact
años
that for
Cuba
60 years
sufre
now,
un
Cuba
bloqueo
is
económico
suffering from an
asfixiante
asphyxiating
concebido
economic
para deprimir
blockade
sus ingresos y nivel de
designed to
vida,
depress its
padecer
income and
escasez
living
continua de
standards, to
alimentos,
promote
medicinas
continued
y
scarcity of
otros
food,
insumos básicos
medicines and
y
other basic
coartar
inputs, and to
sus
damage its
potencialidades de
development
desarrollo.
potential.
Esa es la naturaleza
That
y
is
esos
the
son los
nature and
objetivos de
those
la
are the
política de
objectives
coerción
of the economic
económica
coercion
y máxima presión
and the
que aplica el
great
gobierno de
pressure
los Estados
applied
Unidos
by the
contra
United
Cuba
States government
en
against
violación
Cuba
del derecho
in
internacional
violation of
y la Carta
international
de
law
las
and the
Naciones
UN
Unidas.
Charter.
No existe una sola medida o
Cuba
acción
has not
de Cuba
implemented a single
para
measure
dañar a los
or
Estados
action
Unidos,
aimed at
para
damaging the
perjudicar a
United
su sector
States
económico,
or its
su
economic
actividad
sector or
comercial
its trade
o su
or
tejido social.
social fabric.
No existe acto alguno de Cuba
Cuba has not
que
engaged in
amenace la
any action
independencia de
threatening
los
the
Estados
United States'
Unidos, su
independence,
seguridad
harming
nacional,
their
que
sovereign
lacere
rights,
sus derechos
interfering in
soberanos,
its internal
interfiere en
affairs,
sus
or
asuntos
affecting the
internos
well-being
o que afecta el
of
bienestar de su
its
pueblo.
people.
La conducta
The United
estadounidense
States'
es
behavior is
absolutamente
absolutely
unilateral
unilateral
e
and
injustificada.
unjustified.
El pueblo cubano
The Cuban
resiste
people
y
is
vence
resisting
creativamente cada
and
día
overcoming
frente a esa guerra
isolation day
económica
after day
despiadada
creatively
que
against
desde
this
2019,
merciless
en
economic
plena
warfare, which
pandemia,
since 2019,
escaló
in
de
the
modo
midst of the COVID
oportunista a una
pandemic, was
dimensión
opportunistically
aún más
escalated
extrema,
to an
cruel
extreme, cruel,
inhumana.
and inhumane
Las
dimension.
afectaciones son
The
brutales.
effects are brutal.
El gobierno de Estados Unidos
The United States
presionó a
government
entidades
is
para que no
pressuring
suministrar el
entities
oxígeno
for them
medicinal
not to
y los
provide the
ventiladores
oxygen of
pulmonares que se
medicine
necesitaban en Cuba para
which are
enfrentar
needed in
el
Cuba
tipo pandémico.
to face the
Nuestros científicos
pandemic.
cubanos
Our Cuban
crearon las
scientists
vacunas y
created
desarrollaron
vaccines
los
and
ventiladores
developed
pulmonares que
the
salvaron al país
ventilators
y
which
que
we needed to
pusimos en
save the country
disposición
and which we
de otros
put at
países
the
del
disposal of
mundo.
other countries of the world as well.
Con saña y precisión quirúrgica en
With
Washington y la
surgical and
Florida
vicious precision,
han han calculado cómo infligir el mayor daño posible a las familias cubanas. Estados Unidos persigue y ha tratado de impedir los suministros de combustibles y lubricantes a nuestro país, acción que parecería impensable en tiempos de paz. En un mundo globalizado no es solo absurdo, sino criminal prohibir el acceso a tecnologías, incluyendo equipamientos médicos que tengan más de un 10% de componentes estadounidenses. Es vergonzosa su actuación contra la cooperación médica que presta Cuba en numerosas naciones. Llega a amenazar abiertamente a gobiernos soberanos por solicitar esa contribución y responder a las necesidades de salud pública de sus poblaciones. Estados Unidos priva a sus ciudadanos del derecho a viajar a Cuba, desafiando su propia constitución. El recrudecimiento del bloqueo impacta en los altos flujos migratorios que se registran en nuestro país en los últimos años, lo que supone un costo doloroso para las familias cubanas y consecuencias demográficas y económicas adversas para la nación. El gobierno de los Estados Unidos miente y hace un enorme daño a los esfuerzos internacionales para combatir el terrorismo cuando acusa a Cuba sin fundamento alguno de ser un país patrocinador de ese flagelo. Amparados en esa arbitraria
Under the shield of this arbitrary and fraudulent accusation, they extort hundreds of banking and financial entities throughout the world and force them to choose between continuing their relations with the United States or maintaining their links with Cuba. Our country is truly under siege. It's suffering from a cruel, silent, extraterritorial economic war. This is accompanied by a powerful political machinery for destabilization, with vast funds approved by the United States Congress, with the aim of capitalizing on the shortfalls caused by the blockade and undermining the constitutional order of the country and its people's serenity. Despite the hostility of its government, we will continue to build bridges with the people of the United States, as we do with all peoples of the world. We will strengthen still further the links with Cuban immigrants in any part of the world. President, promoting and protecting human rights is a shared ideal which requires a genuine spirit of respect and constructive dialogue between states. Regrettably, 75 years since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, reality is very different from this. This has become a political weapon for powerful nations who seek to force their geopolitical designs upon independent nations, mainly those from the South. No country is immune from challenges, and none has the authority to consider itself an example in terms of human rights and to stigmatize other models, cultures, or sovereign states. We defend dialogue and cooperation as effective ways to promote and protect human rights without any politicization or selectivity, without applying double standards, conditions, or pressure. In this spirit, Cuba has presented its candidature to the Human Rights Council for 2024 to 2026 in the elections which will take place on the 10th of October. We are grateful in advance for the trust of those countries which have already provided their valuable support. If we are elected, the voice of Cuba will continue to stand up for a universal vision, as seen from the South, of the legitimate interests of developing countries, including constructive commitment and unavoidable responsibility to the full achievement of all human rights for all. Cuba will continue to bolster its democracy and its socialist model, which, although it is buffeted, has shown what a developing country can do, even if it is small in size and with scant natural resources. We will continue our transformative efforts to seek exits from the siege which is imposed upon us by the United States imperialism and ways to achieve the prosperity with social justice that our people deserve. In this endeavor, we will never renounce the right to defend ourselves. President, distinguished heads of delegation and other representatives, I conclude by extending an invitation to all of you to work to overcome differences and to address shared challenges urgently.
las
To do
Naciones
this, the
Unidas
United Nations
y
and
esta
this
Asamblea
General
General,
Assembly,
incluso con sus limitaciones,
including with all their
son el
limitations,
instrumento más
are the
poderoso
most powerful
de que
instrument
disponemos.
that we have.
Cuenten siempre con
You can
Cuba
always count upon
para
Cuba to
defender el
defend
multilateralismo
multilateralism and
y promover
together to
juntos
promote
la paz
peace
y el
and
desarrollo
sustainable
sostenible
development
para
for
todos.
all.
Siempre será
It
un
will
honor
always be
pelear
an
por la
honor to
justicia,
fight for justice,
compartiendo las
sharing the
dificultades y los
difficulties and
desafíos con los pueblos del
challenges
sur,
with the peoples of the
dispuestos a
South,
cambiar la historia.
who are ready to
Y
change
venceremos.
history.
Muchas gracias.
We will prevail. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cuba for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Distinguished President,
kıymetli devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
distinguished heads of states and
Sayın
governments,
Genel Sekreter,
distinguished
değerli
Secretary
delegeler,
General,
sizleri şahsım,
valuable
ülkem
delegates, I
ve
would like to
milletim
salute you
adına
all with
en
my
kalbi
most heartfelt
duygularımla,
emotions on behalf of myself and
saygıyla
on behalf of the
selamlıyorum.
Turkish nation.
Birleşmiş Milletler
I would like to
77.
congratulate
Genel Kurul
Mr.
Başkanlığı'nı
Kurosi, who
başarılı bir
successfully
şekilde
completed his
tamamlayan
term as
Sayın
President of the
Kurosi'yi
77th
tebrik
General
ediyor.
Assembly of the
Bu
United
görevi
Nations,
devralan
and
Sayın
wish all the
Francis'e
success to Mr.
başarılar
Francis, who
diliyorum.
is taking over his duty.
Güven ve dayanışma içerikli bir temayla toplanan
The
78.
78th General Assembly
Genel
convened with a
Kurulun
team
tüm
of trust
insanlık için
and
hayırlara
solidarity
vesile
will
olmasını
be a blessing for
temenni
the
ediyorum.
entire human race.
Dünyamızın geleceği konusunda
Unfortunately, it's not
geçtiğimiz
possible
yıl
to
burada
draw
yaptığımız
a more
değerlendirmelere
optimistic
kıyasla
picture of the future
daha
of our
iyimser
world
bir tablo
compared
çizmek
to the assessments
maalesef
we had carried out
mümkün
over this
değildir.
podium here last year.
Karşımızdaki fotoğraf
The picture
küresel
before us
ölçekte
shows
giderek daha
that we're
fazla,
facing
daha
increasingly
karmaşık,
complex and
daha
dangerous
tehlikeli
challenges
sınamalarla
on a
karşı
global
karşıya
scale.
olduğumuzu gösteriyor. Kendi ülkemin
There are
güneyinde,
conflicts,
kuzeyinde,
wars, humanitarian
doğusunda
crises,
ve batısında
political strife,
pek
and
çok
social
çatışma,
tensions to the
savaş,
south, north,
insani kriz,
east and west
siyasi
of
çekişme
my own
ve sosyal
country.
gerilim yaşanıyor. Küresel ekonomik sorunlarla
These growing
birleşerek
challenges,
sürekli
compounded
büyüyen
by
bu
global
sınamalarla
economic
baş
problems,
etmek
are
her
becoming
geçen gün
more and
daha da
more
zorlaşıyor.
more difficult to deal
Avrupa'nın
with.
doğu sınırlarında yaşanan
In
savaş,
addition to the
yol
humanitarian
açtığı
tragedy,
insani
the war on
trajediye
Europe's
ilave
eastern
olarak
borders has
ekonomiden
created serious
güvenliğe,
problems in all
enerjiden
areas,
gıda
from
güvenliğine,
economy to
her alanda
security, from energy
ciddi sorunlar
to food
ortaya
supply
çıkardı.
security.
Suriye ile Kuzey Afrika
Terrorism,
ve
which is used
Sahel
as an
bölgesinde
instrument of proxy wars in
vekalet
Syria,
savaşlarının aracı
North
haline
Africa, and
dönüştürülen
the Sahel
terörizm,
region is causing
kırılganlığı hızla
irreparable
artan
damage to the
uluslararası
increasingly
güvenlik
fragile
iklimine
international security
onarılamaz
climate.
zararlar veriyor. Küresel
The
güçlerin
areas of
ihtiraslarını
operation
kullanarak
of
büyüyen
terrorist
terör
organizations, which
örgütlerinin
grow by
faaliyet
exploiting the
alanları,
ambitions of global powers,
teknolojik
are
gelişmeler
spreading
ile
like an
kötüleşen
epidemic across vast
sosyoekonomik
geographies,
şartlardan da
taking advantage
istifadeyle
of technological
adeta bir
developments
salgın
and
gibi
deteriorating
geniş coğrafyalara
socioeconomic
yaygınlaşıyor.
conditions everywhere.
Yabancı
The
karşıtlığı,
signs of xenophobia,
ırkçılık
racism and Islamophobia turning into a new crisis have
son
reached
bir yıldır
alarming levels
endişe
in
verici
the last
boyutlara
1 year.
ulaştı. Dünyanın
No
hangi
matter which
köşesinde
corner of the
yaşarsak
world
yaşayalım,
we shall live in,
iklim değişikliği
climate change
ve
and
buna bağlı doğal
related
afetler
natural disasters
artık
have become a
günlük
reality
hayatımızın
in our daily
bir
lives
gerçeği haline gelmiştir.
and of our daily lives.
Türkiye,
On the
6
morning
Şubat
of February
2023
the 6th,
sabahı
2023,
gerek büyüklüğü,
Türkiye
gerek
faced,
etkilediği
in the
alan
words of the
itibariyle
Secretary General,
Sayın Genel
quote,
Sekreterin
one of the biggest
ifadesiyle
natural disasters of
yüzyılın
the century,
en büyük
both
doğal
in terms of its
afetlerinden
magnitude
biriyle
and the
karşı
area
karşıya kaldı.
it affected.
Birleşmiş Milletler dahil uluslararası
It's impossible
toplumun
for us to
yardım
forget the
çağrımıza
sincerity of the international
ivedilikle verdiği
community,
cevabın
including that of the
samimiyetini,
United Nations, in
fedakarca
responding
sergilenen
urgently to
çabaları
our
ve
appeal for
ülkemize
help.
sağlanan
The help,
cömert
the
desteği
self-sacrificing
unutmamız
efforts, and the
mümkün
generous
değil.
support provided to our country.
50 binden fazla insanını
The
kaybettiği,
friendship shown to our country
850
on
bin
this very
yapının
dark day,
kullanılamaz
when
hale
more than
geldiği,
50,000 people have
milyonlarca
lost their
insanı
lives
barındıran
and
şehirlerin adeta
850,000
yerle yeksan
buildings were
olduğu bu
destroyed
kara
and
gününde
cities sheltering
ülkemize
millions of
gösterilen
people for
dostluk
virtually
bizler
level
için
to the ground
önemli
was an
bir
important
teselli
source of
kaynağı.
consolation for us.
Dünyanın yüzü aşkın ülkesinden yardım çağrımıza destek
We
veren
have
tüm dostlarımıza,
friends from all
ülkem
across the globe,
ve
from
milletim adına
100 countries.
teşekkür ediyorum.
I would like to thank you sincerely
Depremin
for
yaralarını
the
sarmak,
helping hand you have so generously
şehirlerimizi bir an
extended
önce
to
ayağa
us.
kaldırmak için
Our
çalışmalarımızı
efforts
yoğun
are
bir şekilde
underway in an
sürdürüyoruz.
uninterrupted fashion in order to
Birkaç gün önce de
reconstruct our destroyed
güçlü
cities
tarihi
and the
bağlarımızın
buildings in
bulunduğu
there. And a
Libya,
few days ago,
fırtına
Libya,
ve selin
with
yol
which we have
açtığı
strong
ağır
historical ties,
yıkımlara
was
ve
subjected to heavy
can
destruction
kayıplarına
and significant
maruz
loss
kaldı.
of life caused by storms
Felaketin
and
ardından
floods.
Türkiye olarak
Following the
10 bini
disaster,
aşkın
Turkey
insanın hayatını
immediately
kaybettiği,
mobilized to help
binlerce
Libya,
kişiden
where 12,000
hala
people have
haber
lost their
alınamadığı
lives
Libya'ya
and
yardım
thousands
için
are still
hemen
unaccounted for.
harekete geçtik. İlk etapta
Within the first
3 gemi
phase, we've
ve
sent
3
3
uçakla
vessels and 3
567
planes,
personelin
along
yanı
with
sıra
567
yüzlerce
personnel,
araçtan
relief personnel,
binlerce ton
hundreds of
iaşe,
vehicles and thousands
barınma
of tons of
ve
food,
sıhhi malzemeden
shelter,
oluşan
and
yardımları
sanitary
bu ülkeye
supplies.
gönderdik. Sivil toplum
Our
kuruluşlarımız da
non-governmental
kendi
organizations
imkanlarıyla
are also participating
bölgedeki
in the
çalışmalara
relief
katılıyor.
efforts in that region with
Dünyanın
their own
neresinde bir mağdur,
means and their
mazlum
capabilities.
varsa yanında
As a
yer alan bir
country
ülke
that
olarak
stands by the side of the
Libyalı
victimized and
kardeşlerimizi de
oppressed people,
yalnız
wherever they
bırakmadık,
might be in the world,
bırakmayacağız.
we haven't and we will not leave
Dost
our
ve
Libyan
kardeş
brothers and
ülkelerinde
sisters alone.
Libya halkına yardım için
And the
seferber
friendly
olacağına
countries
inanıyorum.
hopefully will be mobilized in order to
Ülkemiz
extend a
gibi
helping hand
şiddetli bir
to
depremle
Libya.
sarsılan Faslı
And I
kardeşlerimize
would
de
like to
geçmiş olsun dileklerimi
wish an
buradan
expeditious recovery to our
iletiyorum.
Moroccan brothers and sisters
Kıymetli delegeler,
who were hit
genel
by
kurulun
a very
bu
strong
yılki
earthquake just
temasının
like the one we had
Türkiye'nin
recently
hedefleriyle
experienced.
birebir örtüştüğünü
Distinguished
görmekten
delegates, we are pleased
memnuniyet
to see
duyuyoruz.
that this year's theme of the General
Cumhuriyetimizin
Assembly
100.
is in
yılında
line with
hayata
Turkey's
geçirmeye
goals,
başladığımız
because our
Türkiye
vision of the
100 yılı vizyonumuz
Turkey's
bu
century,
örtüşmenin
which we
en
started to
somut
realize
ifadesidir.
in the 100th anniversary of our republic,
Küresel
is the most concrete
adaletsizlikleri
expression
ortadan
of this
kaldıran,
overlapping vision.
ekonomik
A
eşitsizliklerin
vision
üzerine
that
giden
eliminates global
barış,
injustices,
güvenlik,
addressing economic
istikrar
inequalities
ve
and
refah
producing
üreten,
peace, security,
etkili,
stability, and
kapsayıcı
prosperity.
ve insanlığı
Effective,
kucaklayıcı,
inclusive,
velhasıl
that
tüm
embraces
insanlığın
humanity.
hayrına
In
bir
short,
uluslararası
it's a call,
sistemin
it's our call
tesisi
for the
çağrımız
establishment of an
giderek
international
daha
system
çok
for the
yankı
benefit
buluyor.
of entire
Genel
humanity.
Sekreter
And
Sayın
this vision is
Guterres'in
finding more
geçtiğimiz
and
günlerde
more
yaptığı
resonance.
İkinci
We
Dünya
agree with
Savaşı
the distinguished
sonrası
Secretary
kurulan
General Mr.
kurumların
Guterres' recent
bugünün dünyasını
observation, whereby he
yansıtmadığı
stated that the
tespitine
institutions
biz de
established
katılıyoruz.
after the Second World War no
Bu
longer
tespit bizim
reflect today's
dünya
world.
beşten büyüktür
This statement
çağrımızı
expresses our call
ifade
for
ediyor.
the world is bigger than
Güvenlik Konseyi
five.
artık dünya
The
güvenliğinin
Security Council has
teminatı
ceased to be
olmaktan
the
çıkmış,
guarantor of world
5
security
ülkenin
and has become a
siyasi
battleground for the
stratejilerinin
political strategies
çarpışma
of
alanı
only
haline
5 countries.
gelmiştir. Kıbrıs'ta yaşanan son
We
hadiseleri
consider the
bu
recent
içi boşalmış,
events taking place in
adalet
Cyprus
ve
as a
güven
manifestation
telkin
of this
etmeyen
hollowed out
kurumsal yapının bir
institutional
tezahürü
structure
olarak
that doesn't inspire
değerlendiriyor.
justice and trust anymore.
barış ve istikrarın
As a
güçlendirilmesine
country that has
yönelik
pioneered numerous
sayısız
initiatives to strengthen
inisiyatife
peace and
öncülük etmiş
stability,
bir ülke olarak
we
Sayın
attach great
Guterres'in
importance
barış
to Mr.
için
Guterres'
yeni
call
gündem
for a new
oluşturulması
agenda
çağrısına
for peace.
önem veriyoruz. Bu anlayışla
With this understanding,
Rusya-Ukrayna
since the beginning
savaşının
of the
başından beri
Russian-Ukrainian war, we have been
savaşın
endeavoring to
kazananı
keep both our
barışın
Russian and
kaybedeni
Ukrainian
olmaz
friends around
teziyle
the table
hem
with a
Rus
thesis
hem
that war
Ukraynalı
will have no
dostlarımızı
winners and
masada
peace will
tutmaya
have no
gayret ediyoruz.
losers.
Savaşın Ukrayna'nın bağımsızlığı
We will
ve
step up
toprak
our
bütünlüğü
efforts to
temelinde
end the war through
diplomasi ve
diplomacy and
diyalogla
dialogue on
sona
the basis of
erdirilmesine
Ukraine's
yönelik
independence
çabalarımızı
and territorial
artırarak
integrity.
sürdüreceğiz. Birleşmiş Milletler'le
With the
birlikte
Black Sea Initiative, which we
başlattığımız
have
Karadeniz
launched together with the
girişimiyle
United Nations,
dünya
we have
piyasalarına
prevented the threat of a
33
global
milyon
hunger
ton
crisis by ensuring
tahıl
the
ürünü
delivery
sevk
of
edilmesini
33
sağlayarak
million tons of
küresel
grain
açlık krizi
through the
tehlikesinin
Black Sea
önüne
to
geçtik.
the global markets.
Şahsi gayretlerimiz neticesinde girişim 3 kez
However, the
uzatıldı.
failure to implement this
Ancak
agreement in all its
girişimin
elements has left the world
17
facing
Temmuz
a
itibariyle
new crisis.
çıkmaza girmesi
This initiative
dünyayı
had
yeni
been
bir
extended
krizle
3 times,
yüz yüze
in
bıraktı.
part with my efforts.
Küresel açlık tehlikesiyle karşı karşıya bulunan coğrafyalara uzanan bu insani
This
köprünün bir
humanitarian
şekilde
bridge that
idamesi için
extends to
temaslarımız
the
sürüyor.
countries that are in dire
Öncelikle
need will
1
hopefully
milyon
benefit from our
tahılın
arrangements
Afrika
and from
ülkelerine
our
sevkini öngören
negotiations.
planı
We have
bu bakımdan
a new plan
önemsiyoruz.
whereby another
Amacımız
1 million tons of grain will be
çevremizdeki
released to
çatışma
the countries in
ve
dire need
ihtilaflar
around the world.
karşısında
Our aim
dünya
is to
barışına
make the greatest
ve
possible
refahına
contribution to the world
mümkün
peace
olan en
and
büyük
prosperity
katkıları
in the
sunmaktır.
face of the conflicts
Artık
around us.
13. yılına giren
The
Suriye'deki
humanitarian
insani
tragedy in
trajedi,
Syria is now
köken
marking its
ve
13th
inanç
year,
fark
and it's
etmeksizin
worsening the living conditions
bölgedeki
of
herkesin
everyone in the
hayat
region,
şartlarını
regardless of their
daha da
origin
zorlaştırıyor.
and their faith.
Suriye'nin hem siyasi birliğini
We are the only
hem
country to
sosyal
take a
bütünlüğünü
principled,
hem de
constructive,
ekonomik
and a fair
yapısını
stance
tehdit eden
against developments
gelişmelere
that threaten
karşı
Syria's political
ilkeli,
unity, social
yapıcı
integrity,
ve
and
adil
economic
tutum ortaya koyan
well-being.
yegane ülke konumundayız. Güneyimizdeki krizin
It's becoming
halkın
increasingly
meşru
important to end the
beklentilerini
crisis in the
karşılayacak
South with a
kapsamlı,
comprehensive, lasting, and a
kalıcı
sustainable
ve
solution
sürdürülebilir
which
bir
meets the
çözümle
legitimate
sona
expectations
erdirilmesi
of the
giderek
people.
daha önemli hale geliyor. Ülkemizde
The devastating
14
impact
milyon
of the February
insanımızı
6th
etkileyen
earthquakes, which
6
affected
Şubat
14 million
depremlerinin
people in our
yıkıcı
country,
etkisi
was
Suriye'de
also
de
deeply
kendini
felt in
göstermiştir.
Syria.
Özellikle
Especially in
Kuzey
northwestern
Batı
Syria,
Suriye'de
the
zaten
already troubled
sıkıntılı
humanitarian
olan insani
situation
durum
has
daha da
only worsened.
kötüleşmiştir. Tam da böyle bir dönemde Birleşmiş
It's
Milletler'in
unfortunate that the
bölgedeki
United
sınır
Nations
ötesi
cross-border
insani
humanitarian
yardım
aid
operasyonunun
operations in the region was
kesintiye uğraması
interrupted at
talihsiz bir
such
gelişmedir.
a time.
Türkiye olarak
As Turkey,
Suriye'nin
we
kuzeyinde
will not leave
zor
more than
şartlarda
4
hayat
million people
mücadelesi veren
struggling to survive in
4
the north of
milyonu aşkın
Syria to
insanı
their fate
elbette
and demise.
kaderine terk etmeyeceğiz. Sınırlarımız ötesinde
As the construction of
İnşasına
the
öncülük
settlements we
ettiğimiz
lead beyond
konutlar
our borders are
tamamlandıkça
completed, we will
sığınmacıların
continue to
buralara
encourage the
geri
return of the
dönüşü
refugees in our country
hızlanacaktır.
to these statements,
Ancak
to these settlements,
Suriye'nin
excuse me.
toprak bütünlüğü
However,
ve
the biggest
siyasi
threat to
birliğine
Syria's territorial
en büyük
integrity
tehdit
and political unity
bu ülke
is the
üzerinde
support given to terrorist
hesabı olan
organizations
güçlerin
guided by the
güdümündeki
powers that
terör
have
örgütlerine
designs
verilen
on this
açık
country.
destektir. Bir yandan
The Syrian
PKK,
people are
PYD,
overwhelmed by the
terör
PKK,
örgütünün
PYD
diğer
terrorist
yandan
organizations
mezhep ayrışması
and
üzerinden organize
the radical
edilen
groups organized
radikal
on the
grupların
basis of
cenderesi
sectarian
altında bulunan
divisions, and on the
Suriye
other
halkı
hand,
isyan noktasına
different groups
gelmiştir.
have reached the
Nitekim
point
son dönemde bunun çeşitli sonuçları
where it is no
ortaya
longer
çıkmaya
unbearable for the
başladı.
people.
As a matter of fact,
various consequences of this have started to emerge recently. Iraq, another neighbor, is also making sincere efforts to overcome the internal and external challenges it faces. We act with an understanding that strengthens Iraq's political unity, territorial integrity, and reconstruction efforts, and we do not discriminate between the constituent elements of the country.
Hayata geçireceğimiz kalkınma yolu projesiyle
As the countries of the region, the path to development will be established so that the regional integration will be ensured. The games of those who cling to the Daesh excuse every time they're in trouble in the region have now been all but exposed. As the leader of a country that has actually fought the biggest battle against Daesh, inflicted the biggest losses on this organization, and knows the realities in front of and behind the problem, I want to speak very clearly and frankly. We are sick and tired of the hypocrisy of those who use Daesh and similar organizations as a front to their own political and economic interests in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sahel, but especially in Syria and Iraq. We're tired. The threat in these regions is not only confined to Daesh. The real threat is the terrorist organizations, paramilitary groups, mercenaries, and local elements that are used and that are being nurtured as tools of proxy wars. And whoever pays the highest price will use these elements. Despite this reality, countries that continue to work with terrorist organizations for their own political and economic interests have no right to complain about terrorism and its problems as an extension. In such a world, no one is safe. Whether they live right next to a conflict zone or far away on the land surrounded by oceans. Nobody can be safe. That's why we say that under the auspices of the United Nations, we must rapidly restructure the institutions charged with ensuring the security, peace, and prosperity of the world. We must build a global governance architecture that is capable of representing all origins, beliefs, and cultures in the world with its geography and demographies. In conclusion, we say once again, with all of our hearts, the world is bigger than five, and a fairer world is possible.
Kıymetli delegeler, şimdi de kendi bölgemizden başlayarak çeşitli sorun alanlarına ilişkin ülkemin yaklaşımlarını sizlerle kısaca paylaşmak istiyorum. Doğu Akdeniz'in barış, refah ve istikrarın egemen olduğu coğrafyaya dönüşebilmesi ancak tüm tarafların hak ve hukukuna saygı gösterilmesiyle mümkün. Bizim kimsenin hakkında gözümüz yok. Kimsenin de haklarımızı yok saymasına müsaade etmiyoruz, etmeyeceğiz. Kıbrıs meselesinin ortaya çıkmasının 60. yıl dönümündeyiz. Kıbrıs Türk tarafı, Kıbrıs meselesinde adil, kalıcı ve sürdürülebilir bir çözüm bulunması için daima samimi gayret göstermiştir. Bu çözümün artık federasyon modeli temelinde gerçekleşemeyeceği herkesin kabul ettiği bir gerçek. Uluslararası toplumu bunu kabullenerek Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'nin bağımsızlığını tanımaya, bu ülkeyle diplomatik, siyasi ve ekonomik bağlar kurmaya davet ediyor. Adadaki Birleşmiş Milletler barış gücünden de sergilemekle mükellef olduğu tarafsızlığa
observe meticulously the impartiality it is
Zaten
obliged to
itibarı
display.
zedelenen bu gücün
We do not want this
Kıbrıs'ta yeni
already
bir itibar kaybıyla
discredited force to
karşı
face another
karşıya
loss of
kalmasını
credibility in
istemeyiz.
Cyprus.
Köklü tarihi ve gönül bağlarına sahip
And we are
bulunduğumuz
making sincere efforts
Yemen'deki
for
durum
Yemen.
bizi derinden yaralamaktadır.
We have strong historical
Bu sorunun
ties
en
with
kısa
Yemen,
sürede
and we hope
Yemen'in
and
milli
pray
birliği
that this
ve
problem will
toprak
be settled
bütünlüğü
once and for
içerisinde
all through
çözüme kavuşturulması
unquestionable
en
respect to
büyük
the
temennimizdir.
territorial integrity and unity of Yemen.
Mısır'la bir müddet durağan seyreden ilişkilerimizi
Our
her alanda
relations with
geliştirmeye
Egypt used
başladığımız
to be a little
bir
stagnant for
döneme
a
girdik.
while, but we have
Bu
recently
yeni
entered an
dönemde
era where the relations are
işbirliklerimizi
developing quite
karşılıklı fayda
expeditiously,
temelinde
and our relations
ilerletmeye
are growing
kararlıyız.
on the basis of
Orta Doğu'ya
mutual
kalıcı barışın
interests and
gelebilmesi
benefits.
ancak
It's very important to
Filistin,
mention also
İsrail
that in order
sorununun
for peace to
nihai
reign
bir çözüme
in the Middle East, the
kavuşturulmasıyla
Palestinian-Israeli conflict should be
Filistin
brought
halkını
to an
ve
eventual
devletini
solution.
uluslararası hukuk
We will
temelinde
continue to support the
meşru
Palestinian
haklarına
people
kavuşması
and
yolunda
state in
verdikleri
their struggle for their
mücadelede
legitimate rights
desteklemeyi
under
sürdüreceğiz.
international law.
Bir kez daha tekrarlayacak olursak,
If I need to repeat once again,
1967 sınırları
without the
temelinde
realization of an
bağımsız
independent and
ve
geographically
coğrafi
integrated
bütünlüğü
Palestinian
haiz
state
bir
based
Filistin
on the
devleti
1967
hayata
borders, it
geçirilmeden
is difficult for
İsrail'in de
Israel to
aradığı
find the
huzuru
peace and
ve
security
güveni
it seeks in
bulabilmesi
that part of the
zordur.
world.
Bu çerçevede Kudüs'ün
In this context,
özellikle
we
de
will continue
Harem-i
to pursue
Şerif'in
respect for
tarihi
the historic
konumuna
status of
saygı
Jerusalem, in
gösterilmesinin
particular
takipçisi olmaya devam edeceğiz. Balkanlarla
we
kökleri
have strong
tarihe dayanan
political,
güçlü siyasi, ekonomik ve
economic, and
insani
humanitarian
bağlarımız
ties with the Balkans.
Avrupa'nın bu kritik bölgesinde
Going back in
istikrarın
history,
sağlanması,
and we are working hard
anlaşmazlıkların
on bilateral,
diyalog yoluyla
regional, and
çözülmesi
international
için
platforms to ensure
ikili,
stability in this
bölgesel
critical
ve
region of
uluslararası
Europe, and to
platformlarda
resolve the
yoğun
disputes
çaba
through
gösteriyoruz.
dialogue.
Son dönemde gerginleşen
We
Kosova
actively support the
ve
processes.
Sırbistan arasındaki
We
ilişkilerin
actively support the process for the
normalleşmesi için
normalization
yürütülen
of relations
süreçleri
between Kosovo
aktif
and
şekilde
Serbia, which have
destekliyoruz.
been strained recently.
Bölgesel ve küresel sınamaların
The
giderek
increasingly complex nature
genişleşen
of
yapısı,
regional and global
Türkiye,
challenges points to
Avrupa
the need
Birliği
for Turkey
ilişkilerinin
and European Union
sağlıklı bir
relations to
zeminde
move forward on a healthy
ilerletilmesine
basis
her
more than ever
zamankinden daha
before.
fazla ihtiyaç olduğuna işaret ediyor. Avrupa
We expect
Birliği'nden
the European
beklentimiz
Union to
uzun
quickly
süredir
start
ihmal ettiği
fulfilling its
ülkemize
long
yönelik
neglected obligations
yükümlülüklerini
towards our
süratle
country.
yerine getirmeye başlamasıdır. Özellikle Türkiye'ye yönelik
Especially
sergilenen ikircikli tavırların
The ambiguous
artık bir
attitudes
son
against
bulması gerekiyor.
Turkey should be stopped
Latin
once
Amerika
and for all.
ve Karayipler coğrafyası,
Latin America
insani
and the
dış
Caribbean
politikamızın
is another
tüm
region where we
unsurlarını
are mobilizing
harekete
all elements
geçirdiğimiz
of our humanitarian foreign
dostluk
policy
bağlarımızın her
and where
geçen gün
our ties of
kuvvetlendiği
friendship are
bir diğer
getting
bölgedir.
stronger day by day.
Önümüzdeki dönemde
In the
bu
forthcoming
ilişkileri
period, we aim to
Türkiye, Latin
transform these
Amerika
relations
ve
into a
Karayipler
Turkey, Latin America,
ortaklık
and the
politikasına
Caribbean
dönüştürmeyi
partnership
hedefliyor.
policy.
Kuruluşunun 60. yıl döneminde
On the 60th anniversary
Afrika
of its
Birliği,
establishment, the
kıtanın
African Union
kendi
is a
kaderini
monumental
eline
symbol
alıp
of the continent,
ayağa
taking its
kalkmasının
destiny into its own
abidevi bir
hands and
sembolüdür.
standing up.
Afrika'nın sorunlarına
The
Afrikalı
process that
çözümler
started
bulma
with the will to
iradesiyle
find
başlayan
African
süreç
solutions to African
dünyanın
problems
en
has
önemli
turned into
kalkınma
one of the most
projelerinden biri
important
haline
developmental projects
dönüşmüştür.
in the world.
Özellikle yürüdüğü bu
To
yolda
accompany Africa on this
Afrika'ya
path,
eşlik etmek
we
amacıyla
have crowned our
kıtayla
ties of
dostluk
friendship with the
bağlarımızı
continent with a strategic
ortaklıkta
partnership.
taşlandırdık. Afrika Birliği'nin
However,
bizim de çok güçlü destek verdiğimiz G20
I
üyeliğini
must once again reiterate
memnuniyetle
that we have
karşıladık.
welcomed the
Bununla birlikte
G20 membership
Sahel
of African
bölgesinin
Union, which we attach
ciddi
great
siyasi,
significance to
ekonomik,
as well. It's a
sosyal
fact that the
ve
Sahel
güvenlik
region faces
sınamalarıyla
serious political,
yüzleştiği
economic, social,
bir
and security
gerçektir.
challenges.
Son dönemde sıkıntılı günler
We
yaşayan
hope that Niger,
Nijer'in
which
en kısa
has been
zamanda
experiencing troubled times
anayasal
recently,
düzene,
will regain
demokratik
constitutional
bir
order
yönetime
and
kavuşmasını
democratic governance
ümit ediyoruz.
as soon as possible.
Nijer'e yapılacak
Any military
herhangi bir
intervention in
askeri
Niger
müdahalenin
risks plunging this country and the entire region into deeper instability. Our Asia Anew initiative has become a symbol of our will to further advance our relations with Asia, our ancestral homeland, on the basis of mutual benefit and common priorities. We have a historic opportunity to build peace, tranquility, cooperation in the South Caucasus. To seize this opportunity fully, we have launched a process with Armenia aiming at good neighborly relations and a full normalization. In the same spirit, we have supported the negotiations between Azerbaijan and Armenia from the very beginning. However, Armenia is not taking the utmost opportunity of this historical chance. We expect a comprehensive peace agreement to be signed between the two countries as soon as possible, and promises to be quickly fulfilled, especially the opening of the Zangezur corridor. And Karabakh is the territory of Azerbaijan. Any other status imposed will never be accepted.
Herkesin Azerbaycan topraklarında barış içinde yan yana
Everybody has
yaşaması
the right to coexist
öncelikli
on the
hedefimiz olmalı.
Azerbaijani soil, including
Tek
the
millet,
Armenians, and that should be
iki
our
devlet
primary
şiarıyla
goal. There will
hareket
be one.
ettiğimiz
We are moving
Azerbaycan'ın
together with
toprak
Azerbaijan
bütünlüğünü
under the
korunma
slogan,
yönünde attığı
under the motto
adımları
that we are two
destekliyoruz.
nations, one
Kadim
state.
medeniyetimizin köklerinin uzandığı ve aynı kültürü paylaştığımız Orta Asya ülkeleriyle işbirliğimizi güçlendiriyoruz.
The efforts for the strengthening of our cooperation with the countries of the Central Asia, where the roots of our ancient civilization lie and where we share the same culture, are currently underway. We are pleased that the Organization of Turkic States is becoming an increasingly effective regional and global actor. The Afghani people, who have been going through difficult times for half a century, are in dire need of humanitarian assistance and support, regardless of political motives. The transformation of the interim government into an inclusive administration in which all segments of society are fairly represented will pave the way for Afghanistan and will be positively received in the international arena. Another development that will pave the way for regional peace, stability and prosperity in South Asia will be the establishment of a just and lasting peace in Kashmir through dialogue and cooperation between India and Pakistan. As Turkey, we will continue to support the steps to be taken in this direction. We emphasize at every opportunity that we respect China's territorial integrity and sovereignty. However, we will continue to express our sensitivity regarding the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms of Uyghur Turks, with whom we have strong historical and humanitarian ties. We are a country that has extended a helping hand to Rohingya Muslims living in difficult conditions in Myanmar and Bangladesh since the first day. Our support for the displaced Rohingyas will continue until their safe, voluntary, dignified and permanent return to their homeland is ensured. Dear delegates,
gündemimizdeki bir önemi küresel sınama
our goal of continuously improving relations with our neighbors as well as with our friends in more distant geographies is essential manifestation of our quest to respond more effectively to global challenges. And energy supply security is an important issue in the global agenda, and we have carried out significant investments in the last 2 decades in order to depend on our own means. Energy should no longer be used as an instrument of hostility, but energy technology should be a vessel for solidarity and cooperation. So within this framework, from the Black Sea to the Balkans, from the Caucasia to many different parts of the world, we have always prioritized cooperation and solidarity. And we are striving to do more. And in the field of transportation, Turkey has the geopolitical position to support all projects that will pass through or around it. Technological innovations should be seen as an opportunity to solve global and regional challenges, not as a trump card to increase competitiveness.
Birleşmiş Milletler sürdürülebilir.
Unfortunately, we are gradually moving away from the slogan Zero Hunger by 2030, which is among the most important titles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, we find it difficult to accept hunger as an issue, as an unsolved problem here in the 21st century. We call on all countries to show strong will to realize the sustainable developmental goals, especially in this region where wealth has skyrocketed, and we cannot explain why 735 million inhabitants of the world still live in dire poverty. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent in order to reach space, but from Africa to Asia, millions of people cannot even find a decent portion of food to consume. So long as that is the situation, none of us can be safe. So, as I've said before, all countries should demonstrate a strong will in order to realize sustainable development goals. We are one of the most generous countries of the world in terms of development aid, and we have the right to launch this appeal. The global climate change is another issue that I'd like to touch upon. It's becoming increasingly difficult to limit the global temperature rise due to climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. One of the conditions for this is financial and technological support for the efforts of developing countries. That is needed. Food security is one of the main areas affected by climate change. We must develop and implement the right policies and investments for the sustainable use of water and land resources. We cannot bequeath to our children a world plagued by pollution caused by unconscientious consumption and depleted natural resources. With this understanding, we have taken the zero waste movement, which we started in our country with the vision of a more livable and fairer world, to a global dimension with the decision adopted at the United Nations with the joint presentation of 105 countries, along with my spouse, the First Lady. Yesterday, we have signed the Goodwill Declaration on Zero Waste at the Turkish mission yesterday evening. We hope that our zero waste targets will contribute to combating climate change and achieving sustainable development goals. So I would like to kindly invite all the countries, the international organizations, and the NGOs to support the zero waste movement globally. Especially the developed countries are suffering from racism as if it were a plague, along with xenophobia, Islamophobia, and it's become unbearable and it has reached intolerable levels. Hate speech, polarization, and discrimination against innocent people leave no conscience untouched around the world. Unfortunately, populist politicians in many countries continue to play with fire by encouraging such dangerous trends. The mentality that encourages the heinous attacks against the Holy Quran in Europe by allowing them under the guise of freedom of expression is essentially darkening its own future with its own hands. As Turkey, we will continue to support initiatives to combat Islamophobia on all platforms, including the United Nations, OSCE, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Regardless of which faith they might follow, nobody can accept heinous attacks against sacred elements, and I would kindly ask all the brotherly nations to support and follow these developments around the world. Combating all these challenges, each of which I have tried to touch upon in a few sentences, is our common responsibility, and we can fulfill this responsibility only through effective cooperation and solidarity. Quite recently, we believe that the ancient values that make humans what they are being eroded. These attacks are threatening prosperity and welfare of the entire world. And we have family at the core of our endeavors that we need to protect and that we need to save. So saving families will mean saving the future of the entire human race. The global impositions are on the rise in an unprecedented fashion. That's why I would kindly ask all of the member states to support the family institution and protect the family institution. As the Republic of Turkey would celebrate its 100th anniversary this year, we will continue to take steps towards peace, prosperity, and security for all, for the benefit of the entire human race. I hope that the work of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly will strengthen the spirit of global cooperation and solidarity. And on this occasion, I will also take a moment to mention that the recent negativities happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan need to be condemned, and the regional developments need to be brought to a solution immediately. That's what I hope and pray for. I would like to greet you all once again with love and respect, and may you remain in health. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Uma primeira palavra para dizer que Portugal apoia por completo as prioridades do Presidente Denis Francis neste mandato. Uma outra palavra para o Presidente cessante, Shaba Korochi, felicitando pelo mandato que terminou. Senhor Secretário-Geral,
Mr. Secretary-General António Guterres,
aplaudo em nome de Portugal
I applaud you on behalf of Portugal
permanente e inesgotável dedicação
for your
aos valores da
inexhaustible
Carta das
dedication to
Nações
the
Unidas.
values of the United Nations Charter.
Apoio a nossa agenda comum,
In support
as
for our
propostas de
common
reforma
agenda and
da
the
governação mundial,
reform proposals
incluindo a
for
financeira,
global governments,
mas também
including
as
financial
prioridades
governance,
nunca abandonadas
but
nas
also
alterações
the
climáticas,
priorities that we never
nos direitos
abandoned
humanos,
on climate change,
nos
human
imigrantes,
rights,
nos refugiados, na igualdade de
migrants,
género.
refugees, and gender equality.
Portugal apoia o sucesso da Cimeira do Futuro
Portugal
em
supports the
2024,
success of the
no
Summit of the
Fórum
Future in
da Aliança das
2024,
Civilizações
the
que
United
acolheremos em
Nations
Lisboa
Alliance
no
of
próximo ano,
Civilizations Forum, which
a
Portugal will
Cimeira
host in
Social
2024,
Mundial
and the World
em
Social
2025.
Summit in
Marcas
2025,
da sua
which are hallmarks
permanente lucidez
of your
e
permanent
dinamismo
lucidity and
neste
dynamism
exigente momento que
at this
atravessa
juncture
o mundo para a construção
of the
da
world
paz e da
to
cooperação
build
internacional.
peace and
Excelências,
international cooperation. Your Excellencies,
ouvimos o notável relatório do secretário-geral
we heard the
das Nações
report
Unidas.
from the Secretary
Ouvimos
General of the
depois
United States,
os
Nations.
presidentes
We also heard
Lula da Silva
Presidents Lula
e
da
Joe
Silva and Joe Biden.
E apesar de diversas posições,
And despite
concordavam
several
no
positions,
essencial
they
diagnóstico.
agreed on the essential.
É urgente respeitar a Carta
We
das Nações
urgently
Unidas
need to
para
respect the
garantir
United
a
Nations
paz no
Charter,
mundo.
to
É urgente
maintain peace in the world.
acelerar as
We need to
alterações, a luta
accelerate
contra as alterações
the
climáticas,
fight against climate change,
a realização dos objetivos da Agenda
to
2030,
fulfill the
a
objectives
proteção
of the
dos
Agenda
oceanos e da
2030 to
biodiversidade,
protect oceans and
para
biodiversity,
garantir a paz
and to guarantee
e a reforma das instituições.
peace and
É
institutional
urgente
reform.
reformar as
We urgently
instituições
need to reform
concebidas
the institutions
no século passado,
which were formed
algumas
in the
delas
last century,
na primeira
some
metade
of
do
which
século
in the
passado,
first half of
estão
the last century,
totalmente afastadas
which are
da realidade do mundo
totally
atual. É urgente reformar
from
as
today's
instituições
reality.
financeiras
The
internacionais.
international financial
Como disse o
institutions,
secretário-geral,
as
é
the Secretary-General
preciso
said,
aprovar
we
o novo
must
Bretton Woods.
approve a
E
new
estas
Bretton
três
Woods.
urgências estão ligadas.
These three urgencies are connected.
Não há paz, nem desenvolvimento
There is no
sustentável,
peace,
nem
nor
reforma das
sustainable
instituições,
development, nor
sem respeito
institutional
da Carta das
reform
Nações Unidas.
without respect for the United Nations
Não há
Charter.
desenvolvimento
There
sustentável,
is no sustainable development,
nem respeito da Carta das Nações Unidas,
nor respect
sem
for the
reforma
United
das
Nations
instituições internacionais.
Charter without
Não há
the
reforma das
reform of
instituições
international
internacionais
institutions.
sem respeito
And
da
there is
Carta,
no
sem a Agenda de
reform
2030
without respect
realizada,
for the
sem
Charter,
combate
without the
eficaz
goals of the
às
Agenda
alterações
2030
climáticas
achieved, and our
daqui
goals for
até
climate change.
essa meta. Mas o problema não é esse.
But the problem is
problema é
not
outro.
this.
Qual é a
The
urgência da
problem is something
urgência?
else. What is
E
the
qual é a
urgency?
credibilidade
What
de
is
vir
the
aqui
credibility
todos os
for
anos
us to come
dizer
here
que é
every day,
urgente
every year,
aquilo que de
to
facto
say what
não é
is in
tratado
fact
como urgente?
not treated with
E esse é o apelo
the
do
appropriate
secretário-geral
urgency?
há muitos anos.
This has been the
É
appeal of the
urgente o respeito da
Secretary-General for
Carta das
many
Nações
years.
Unidas. É urgente
It
porque
is urgent to
sem ele o
respect the
respeito da
United
integridade
Nations
territorial,
Charter
da
because
soberania dos
without
Estados,
it,
dos
there is
direitos
no
humanos,
sovereignty of the states nor
não
human
é
rights.
possível haver paz.
And there can be
Isto na
no
Ucrânia
peace.
é essa a
Peace
luta do
in
povo
the
ucraniano,
Ukraine, that's the
como
struggle
por
for
todo o
the
mundo,
Ukrainian people and for the whole
noutras
world.
regiões,
In other
no Sahel,
regions, such as
em
the
tantos povos
Sahel,
de África,
the Middle
no
East
próximo e
and
Médio Oriente,
Asia,
na Ásia.
in Africa.
O problema é o mesmo.
The problem is the
Respeito
same.
dos princípios do direito internacional e da
Based
Carta
on
das
the
Nações Unidas.
principles of international law
E
and
por
the
isso
United
não é
Nations
possível
Charter.
separar a
Therefore,
luta
we
do povo
cannot
ucraniano
differentiate the Ukrainian
da
people's
luta pelo
struggle
respeito da Carta das Nações
from
Unidas.
the struggle for respect for the United Nations
Mas
Charter.
também não é possível
It's
construir a
also
paz
not possible to build peace
sem acelerarmos os objetivos
without
de
accelerating
desenvolvimento
the
para
goals
2030.
of development for
Estão
2030.
atrasados.
We are
continuam
lagging
atrasados.
behind.
Que prolongam as desigualdades entre Estados.
We need to promote equality
povos.
among states and among peoples.
Como não é possível realizar esses objetivos
We cannot achieve these
sem
goals
reformarmos as instituições
without
internacionais.
reforming international
Desde
institutions.
logo o conceito de segurança.
The concept of security
O conceito de segurança corresponde a um mundo que já não existe.
corresponds to a world that no longer exists.
Portugal há muito defende
Portugal
que países
has
como o Brasil ou a
defended
Índia
that countries
devem ser
like
membros
Brazil
permanentes.
and India
Que a
become
posição
permanent
africana comum
members.
devia ser tomada em linha de conta.
This
Que os
decision
pequenos
should be
países não
made.
podiam ser ignorados.
These countries cannot be ignored.
Do mesmo modo, as organizações
Similarly,
financeiras que existem
existing financial
não são capazes
institutions are
de
incapable
financiar o desenvolvimento
of
sustentável.
financing
Com
sustainable
equidade e com
development
justiça.
with equity and
Favorecem
with
os mais ricos,
justice.
desfavorecem os mais pobres.
The richer have preference over the
E as
poorer
três urgências
nations.
estão ligadas.
And the three urgencies are
E
connected.
continuam ligadas
And they continue
ano
to be
após ano.
connected year after year.
Portugal defende o respeito da Carta das Nações
Portugal
Unidas.
defends the respect for the
caminho para a
United
paz.
Nations Charter.
Portugal defende
Portugal
a aceleração
defends the
na luta
acceleration of
contra
the struggle
as alterações climáticas,
against climate change,
tentando ir à frente
trying to move
na
forward
descarbonização,
in
na
decarbonization,
promoção da energia limpa,
in promoting clean
como na
energy,
proteção do oceano,
in promoting the
como na
ocean,
proteção
in
da
protecting
biodiversidade,
the oceans and
como na
biodiversity,
defesa da reforma das instituições,
in defending
como as Nações Unidas
the
ou as
reform of
organizações financeiras
institutions in
internacionais.
the United Nations and
E não
the
desistimos.
international financial
E não
institutions.
desistiremos de apoiar
We will
o
not
secretário-geral das Nações
cease to
Unidas,
support the Secretary General
Custo
of the
custar.
United Nations
porque é fácil vir aqui
because
todos
it's
os
easy
anos
to come here every year
prometer o mesmo
and to make
e
the
não
same
realizar
promises
aquilo que é prometido.
and never
Não
deliver
contribuir
on
para
those
a paz,
promises, not to
respeitando
contribute to peace,
o direito internacional
not
e a
respecting
Carta das Nações
international
Unidas.
law and the United
Não
Nations
contribuir para a
Charter,
justiça
not
e o desenvolvimento
contributing to
sustentável,
justice and sustainable development,
retardando os objetivos de desenvolvimento
delaying
sustentável até
the
2030.
sustainable development goals by 2030,
Prometer uma nova governação mundial,
to promise a new
mas
world
adiando
governance
as soluções concretas
with
para a reforma
concrete
das
solutions
instituições.
for
Falando no
institutional
financiamento
reform,
daqueles que
talking
precisam,
about
sem
financing
dar
for
exemplos
those that need it
desse financiamento.
without giving examples
Portugal
of
acaba
such
de
financing.
celebrar com Cabo Verde, país que
Portugal just
pertence a
signed with Cabo
universo de
Verde,
300 milhões
a country
de falantes de português,
that is part of the world of
acordo de
300
conversão
million
da dívida
Portuguese-speaking
do Estado
nations.
num fundo
persons.
ambiental e climático,
We signed a
convertendo
environmental
a
and
dívida
climate fund
do
committing
devedor em contributo do credor ao desenvolvimento económico
economic
sustentável
development,
desse
sustainable
Estado. Isto
of
devia
Cabo
acontecer
Verde. This should
sistematicamente
happen systematically
com as dívidas existentes
because existing debt
e com o financiamento do desenvolvimento sustentável.
and
É
converted
nosso
into
objetivo
sustainable
alargá-lo
development. Our
a
goal
outros países
and
da
that of
comunidade
other
de
countries
língua portuguesa.
that speak Portuguese.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President,
Senhor Secretário-Geral,
Mr. Secretary General,
Excelências,
Excellencies,
ano após ano,
year
nós
after
prometemos.
year,
É tempo de cumprir.
we lose time.
É tempo de cumprir no respeito
Time has come
do direito
for us
internacional.
to deliver
É tempo
on
de
respect
cumprir
for
na
international law,
construção da paz.
on building
É tempo
peace.
de cumprir na
It is
cooperação
time to
internacional.
deliver on
É
international
tempo de cumprir na
cooperation,
correção das desigualdades mundiais.
on the
É
correction
tempo
of
de cumprir nas
world
alterações
inequalities,
climáticas.
on
É tempo
climate
de cumprir
change,
na reforma das Nações Unidas.
on the reform
É
of
tempo
the
de cumprir
United Nations.
na reforma
It
das
is time to
instituições
deliver
financeiras
on the
mundiais.
reform of
Sem
international
isso, não há
financial institutions.
multilateralismo
Without this,
possível,
there is no
não há
possible
cooperação
multilateralism.
Não
There
há
is
paz,
no
pouco por todo o mundo.
lasting cooperation
Cada
and no
dia
peace
perdido
throughout the world. Every
é
day
mais
we lose
dia de desigualdade,
is another day of
egoísmo,
inequality,
de conflito,
selfishness,
guerra.
conflict,
Cada dia
war.
ganho é
Every
dia
day
mais
we gain
de justiça,
is another day
solidariedade
of
e de
justice,
paz. O meu voto
development and
é o de
peace.
que daqui a um ano,
I hope that
quando nos
1 year from
encontrarmos,
now we can meet again
seja possível dizer
and
que há mais
that we
paz
can
do que
say
guerra e não mais guerra do que paz.
there is more
há mais
than
justiça
war,
do que injustiça.
there is more justice
Há
than
mais igualdade
injustice.
do que
There is
desigualdade.
more equality than
Há mais ação
inequality.
climática
There is
do
more
que inação
climate
climática.
action than climate
Há
inaction.
mais reforma das Nações
There
Unidas
is more
do que
reform of the
adiamento da
United
reforma.
Nations.
Há mais reforma das instituições
There is more
financeiras
reform of the
do que ignorância
financial
ou
institutions.
menorização dessa reforma. Se assim for para o ano,
If that is so,
valeu a pena. Se
it will
assim
be
não for,
worth our while.
continuaremos a ouvir
Otherwise, we will
sempre
continue
os
to
mesmos
hear
e tantos deles muito influentes a
all the same
prometerem
people
e a não
very
cumprirem.
influential who promise
E
things that do not
perceberemos
deliver.
porque é que os povos acreditam
We
cada vez
realize
menos
why
naqueles que os governam.
nations,
Muito obrigado.
people believe less and less on the people who govern them. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Portuguese Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable audience, may God's peace, mercy and blessings be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, wishing him success. I would like also to express my appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Charles Bakoroshi for his efforts in presiding over the 77th session. I would like to commend the efforts made by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as the personnel of the United Nations towards the fulfillment of its lofty goals. Allow me at first to offer my sincere condolences to His Majesty King Mohammed VI and to the fraternal Moroccan people for the victims of the devastating earthquake. I would like also to extend my condolences to Libya, to the government and people of Libya over the victims of the floods there. We pray to God Almighty for the speedy recovery of the injured and for the deceased to rest in peace, and we reiterate our full solidarity with them in this tragedy. Mr. President, we are fortunate to be living in an era of unprecedented, accelerating progress, where innovation prevails in all walks of life, especially medicine, technology and science, and where humanity is more capable than ever to harness resources for a decent life for all humanity. The consecutive innovations have led to productivity, prosperity, and a level of communication amongst people that can be tantamount to science fiction. This development has enabled us to achieve a lot of our wishes. However, this came with a cost for the people and the planet. The average life expectancy and the standard of living of the majority of humanity have risen. However, this is coupled with an increase in the rates of poverty and unemployment, not to mention that there is growing awareness of the lack of justice in wealth distribution and the dire consequences on environment. And in terms of genetics and artificial intelligence, we have a lot of potential that could achieve prosperity for the whole humanity. However, the gap between the possibilities and reality is widening.
تعاني فيه شعوب من عمالة الأطفال والجوع والبطالة
in this era, and as those potentials unfold, we find peoples grappling with child labor, hunger, unemployment, civil wars. Meanwhile, the developed countries guard their borders against the influx of refugees, as if the peoples on this earth live in two different eras. The accelerating technical development and the growing reliance thereon open up unprecedented prospects for humanity to develop for the better, and undoubtedly science and technology are crucial for increasing productivity and improving human life quality. However, embracing the means without responsibly thinking of the ends to which those means are used have led to major disasters, such as using nuclear weapons, conducting dangerous experiments on humans, as well as genocide in concentration camps. It is incumbent on us to keep pace with the scientific and technical development and to encourage the same in our countries. Meanwhile, barriers between countries in this field must be removed. However, at the same time, we should not ignore risks such as deep fakes, violation of privacy, hacking, phishing, identity theft, educational process disruption by facilitating plagiarism, as well as human deception ploys. Therefore, and in addition to the necessity of cooperation and investment in developing those technologies, we reiterate our call for unison to prevent the misuse of cyberspace and to regulate this vital aspect on the basis of the rules of the international law. In this context, the Web Summit 2024 is set to take place in Doha. This will be a very important opportunity to review development in the field of technology and to create new cooperation opportunities in the realm of technology for the benefit of humanity as a whole. And I would like to take this occasion to welcome you all in Doha. Mr. President, we must not forget that there are peoples around the world, especially in our region, that are overwhelmed by the present tragedies. Thus, the issues that I have just mentioned might seem to them as luxury. Thus, if we truthfully call ourselves international community and not merely separate entities, we have to work and to strive towards ending injustice afflicting those people, at least in accordance with the resolutions of this body and the international law. It is unacceptable for the Palestinian people to continue to languish under the yoke and the intransigence of the Israeli occupation and the rejection by consecutive Israeli governments of any just political solution according to international legitimacy. It is conspicuous to all that the inaction by the international organization to take procedures against the occupation has given Israel the opportunity, and it continues to give Israel the opportunities to undermine the pillars of the two-state solution to the extent that the occupation has become tantamount to a brazen and conspicuous apartheid system in the 21st century. This has been very conspicuous to the extent that even some of Israel's friends have noticed that. Israel also responds to Arab peace and normalization initiatives with more nationalist and ultra-Orthodox intransigence and extremism that is reflected in government coalitions and further settlement expansion. In addition to the Judaization of Jerusalem, attacks on the holy sites, and using heavy-handed and draconian measures against the people in Gaza. Qatar provides and extends political, humanitarian and development support to our brotherly people in Palestine, and we do also contribute towards rebuilding the Gaza Strip, which is reeling under the siege, in addition and the embargo, in addition to its continuous contribution to the UNRWA funds. We also maintain our firm stance regarding the fairness of this cause. As for Syria, it is unacceptable to condone the injustice sustained by the fraternal people of Syria as destiny. The crisis is awaiting a comprehensive settlement through a political process leading to a political transition in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and the Security Council Resolution 2254, while maintaining Syria's integrity, sovereignty and independence. It's regrettable to witness this year the outbreak of violence in the Sudan, which had dire effect and impact on the Sudanese people and which has exacerbated the crisis of refugees. We condemn all crimes perpetrated against civilians in the capital Khartoum and in Darfur, and we call for holding the perpetrators thereof accountable. Also, we call for putting an end to the violence and to resort to reason to spare civilians the consequences of fighting. And we do stress our support to all regional and international efforts to facilitate ceasefire and dialogue between all political powers in the Sudan for the future of the Sudan. And in fraternal Lebanon, where the specter of danger hangs over the state's institutions, we do stress the need for finding a sustainable solution to the political vacuum, introducing mechanisms that thwart its recurrence and forming a government capable of addressing the aspirations of the Lebanese people. It is regrettable for the suffering of this fraternal people to be prolonged just because of political and personal calculations. And in Yemen, we call for settling the crisis according to the National Dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and the relevant Security Council resolutions. And when it comes to Libya, we do stress our unwavering support for the endeavors of the Special Representative of the Secretary General and the head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya. We do support his efforts to achieve tangible results to resolve the Libyan crisis. It is clear that solution in all fraternal countries that I have mentioned lies in consensus on the rule of law, state and citizenship. Regarding the situation in Afghanistan, we continue to coordinate international efforts and facilitating dialogue with the United Nations and the countries concerned, in addition to the caretaker government of Afghanistan, to ensure compliance to the Doha Agreement, to avoid the recurrence of past mistakes and to prevent Afghanistan from spiraling into a difficult-to-manage humanitarian crisis or becoming a safe haven for terrorist individuals and groups. We also have to work to ensure that the Afghan people receive the needed international support and assistance and enjoy human rights, particularly minority rights and women's rights to education and work. When we speak about our region, we would like to reiterate our appreciation of the détente and the breakthrough that we have witnessed this year, which is represented in the constructive dialogue and the re-establishment of ties between the sisterly countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as between the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Republic of Turkey. Mr. President, the war in Europe drags on. And along with Russia and Ukraine, it is consuming Europe in its entirety, and it is affecting the whole world in vital areas such as energy and food. And in the absence of a prospect for a permanent political solution, and taking into account the ability of certain countries to continue this war incessantly, the only thing and the only aspiration that people are looking up to is a truce, based on the damage sustained by the peoples of both countries and the peoples of the world, and because the status quo cannot be accepted, we reiterate our call on all parties to comply with the United Nations Charter and the international law, and to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We also call upon them to resort to radical peaceful solutions based on those principles. Mr. President, our region is blessed with tremendous potentials and opportunities, and our peoples are tolerant, humane, peace-loving, and talented. During the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, there was an opportunity for interaction between peoples, and it was an opportunity for the world to see our people as they are, and to learn about our culture and values, and to learn about Qatar and Qatar's status as a global destination and nexus between East and West, and to emphasize the role that sports could play in building bridges of communication and rapprochement between peoples and cultures. I hope we had contributed through this tournament to breaking the stereotypes and presenting a new, exciting and safe tournament formula to the world.
كان لدينا في قطر حلم بأن تكون بلادنا
we
من
had a
الأمم
dream.
المزدهرة
We had a
التي
dream
ينعم شعبها
for our
بالرفاه
country to be one of the prosperous nations whose
واستثمرنا في
people
تحقيق
enjoy
حلمنا.
well-being and
هذا
prosperity. We
عقود
have
من التخطيط
invested for
والعمل التنموي
decades
الشامل
to
وقد
achieve
حققنا
our
الكثير بفضل من
dream
الله
by planning
ثم
and
بتكاتف
development
الجميع
work.
في قطر.
We have achieved a lot thanks to God and the
وفي
solidarity
الوقت
of
الذي
everyone
كان
in
فيه
Qatar.
الاستثمار في الغاز المسال
While
رافعة
investing in
لتحقيق هذا
liquefied
الحلم
gas was a leverage to
مكننا
realize
هذا
that
الاستثمار
dream,
من
this
أداء
investment
دور
also
مهم
enabled
في
us
مواجهة
to play
تحدي
an
الطاقة
important
حول
role in
العالم
addressing the energy challenge
برؤية
around the
واقعية
world
تأخذ في الحسبان
by embracing
حاجة
a realistic
العالم
vision
إلى
that takes into
مزيج
consideration the
متنوع
world
من
needs for a
مصادر
diverse
الطاقة
mix of different
المختلفة
energy sources,
وباستخدام أعلى مستويات
and by using the
التكنولوجيا
highest levels of
المتطورة
advanced technology,
الصديقة للبيئة في الوقت ذاته.
which is
إننا
environmental
ندرك أن
friendly.
تصدير
We do
الطاقة
realize
يفرض
that
علينا
energy
واجبات
export
تجاه دول
imposes
العالم
obligations on us
كشريك
as a
موثوق
reliable partner.
كما يفرض علينا
with world
واجبات
countries.
تجاه شعبنا
At the same
وأجياله
time,
القادمة.
it
ومن
makes it
هنا
incumbent
تواصل
on us
قطر
to
تطوير
be
صندوقها
responsible before our
السيادي
people
وتنويع
and our
مصادر
future
الدخل
generations. Thus,
بما في
Qatar
ذلك
continues to develop
الاستثمار
its
في
sovereign
الطاقة
fund and
النظيفة.
diversify the sources of its income,
وتتبع
including
دولة
investment
قطر
in clean energy.
سياسات
The state of
صديقة
Qatar
للبيئة
pursues environmentally
وتدعم
friendly
مشاريع
policies
مختلفة
and
لحمايتها.
supports various projects
وفي هذا السياق
to
تقع
protect
استضافتنا لمعرض إكسبو المتخصص
In
بالبستنة خلال
this
الشهر
regard,
القادم.
we are going to host the Qatar
وتدفع المسؤولية
Horticultural
الدولة إلى
Expo next
تعزيز
month.
دورها في تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية وفي جهود الوساطة وحل النزاعات التي
The state
تؤثر
of
على
Qatar
منطقتنا.
responsibly
إن
works
طريق حل
towards
النزاعات
strengthening
بالطرق
its role in
السلمية
providing
هو
humanitarian
طريق
aid
طويل
and
وشاق
mediation efforts and to
لكنه
resolve
أقل
conflicts
كلفة من الحروب.
that affect the world.
والتزامنا
The
بمواصلة
path to resolve
جهودنا
conflicts
في
through
تيسير
peaceful means
وصناعة
is a long and
السلام
strenuous
هو
path,
التزام
but it is less
مبدئي
costly than
وهو
wars,
في
and our
صلب
commitment to
سياساتنا
continue our
الخارجية.
efforts in facilitating and making peace is a firm commitment deeply
السيد
rooted in the
الرئيس
core of
نؤكد
our foreign
اعتزازنا
policy.
بشراكتنا مع
Mr.
المنظمة
President, we
الدولية
stress
وليس أدل
that
على
we take
ذلك
pride
من
in our
افتتاح بيت
partnership
الأمم
with this
المتحدة
international
بحضور الأمين
organization.
العام للأمم المتحدة
And
في
this is
مارس الماضي
evidenced
في الدوحة
by
والذي
Qatar's
يضم
opening the United
12
Nations
مكتبا
House
أمميا حتى الآن.
in last March, which includes 12
وقد
UN
استضافت
offices so
بلادي في
far.
مارس الماضي من هذا العام
March of
مؤتمر
this
الأمم
year, my country
المتحدة
hosted
الخامس
the
المعني
5th United Nations
ليقلل
Conference on
البلدان
the least
نموا
developed countries,
والذي يعد من أبرز المحافل
which
الدولية.
is considered one of the
وقد
most
حشدت فيه
prominent
الجهود
international fora.
لتحقيق الغايات الطموحة لبرنامج عمل الدوحة لصالح أقل البلدان نموا
Efforts were galvanized to achieve the ambitious goals of the Doha Action Program for the benefit of the least developed countries during the decade of 2020-2031. We do reiterate that the state of Qatar is a major and active partner in the endeavors made to respond to the priorities and needs of these countries. Thus, we welcome the Sustainable Development Goals Summit held yesterday.
ويسعدنا قيام دولة قطر مرة أخرى بدور ريادي في المناقشات الرئيسية تحت مظلة الأمم المتحدة وآخرها العمل مع أيرلندا على تيسير المفاوضات الحكومية حول إعلان السياسي الذي اعتمدت قمة أهداف التنمية المستدامة بالأمس. ونحن نرى أن التعاون في هذه المجالات يسهم في الوقاية المسبقة من موجات اللجوء التي باتت تشكل مشكلة حقيقية لأوروبا وأيضا للدول الأفريقية والآسيوية. واسمحوا لي أن أنبه إلى ضرورة محاربة العنصرية وحملات التحريض على شعوب وديانات وحضارات بأكملها. وبالمناسبة أقول لإخواني المسلمين أنه لا يجوز أن يشغلنا معتوه أو مغرض كلما خطر بباله أن يستفزنا بحرق القرآن الكريم أو بنذالة أخرى فالقرآن أسمى من أن يمسه معتوه قال تعالى خذ العفو وأمر بالعرف وأعرض عن الجاهلين وفي الوقت ذاته أقول لكل من يبرر هذه الأفعال القبيحة لأنها حرية تعبير لا يجوز أن يكون المس المقصود بمقدسات الآخرين نموذجا عن حرية التعبير. ختاما من واجب القادة العمل على تمكين شعوبهم من سبل العيش بسلام وأمن والتطلع إلى مستقبل أفضل لجيل الأبناء، وثمة معوقات على مستوى المجتمع الدولي تتمثل أساسا في عدم إخضاع التناقضات والتنافس بين الدول الكبرى لمبادئ حد أدنى ملزما في قضايا عابرة لاختلاف أنظمة الحكم، وتهم الإنسانية جمعاء مثل التغير المناخي وقضايا البيئة عموما والفقر والظلم الصارخ المتمثل بالاحتلال والعنصرية وجرائم الحرب. هذا هو الإجماع الذي يجب أن يحصل هنا في هذه المنظمة الدولية لكي لا نغرق في التفاصيل ولكي لا يضيع مستقبل شعوب بأكملها بسبب عدم استعداد هذه الدول للتعاون في تنفيذ القانون الدولي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Highness.
Can I start now? The Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ministers, and ladies and gentlemen. 78 years ago, in the aftermath of the Second World War, the nations of the world made a solemn commitment to save future generations from the horror and the suffering of war. Through the United Nations Charter, these nations accepted a shared mandate to foster peace and promote fundamental human rights, to promote social progress, and to ensure that there's a better standard of life for all. And yet, as we gather here, much of humanity is confronted by war and conflict, by want and hunger, by disease and environmental damage and disaster. Solidarity and trust between states is being eroded. Inequality, poverty, and unemployment are deepening across many nations in the world. In these conditions, and in the wake of a devastating global pandemic, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals seem increasingly remote. At the moment when every human effort should be directed towards the realization of Agenda 2030, our attention and our energies have once again been diverted by the scourge of war. But these woes, these divisions, these seemingly intractable troubles can and must be overcome. Over millennia, the human race has demonstrated an enormous capacity for resilience, for an ability to resolve problems, for adaptation, innovation, compassion, and solidarity. At this moment, we are all called upon to reaffirm these essential qualities that define our common humanity. These qualities must be evident in how we work together as a global community and as nations of the world to end war and conflict. South Africa has consistently advocated for dialogue, for negotiation and diplomacy to prevent and end conflict and achieve lasting peace. It has committed itself as a country to the promotion of human rights, human dignity, justice, democracy, and to the adherence of international law. From the experience of our own journey, from the evil system of apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity by this very organization, to democracy, we value the importance of engaging all parties to conflicts to achieve peaceful, just, and enduring solutions. It is these principles that inform South Africa's participation in the African Peace Initiative, which seeks a peaceful resolution of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. In this conflict, as in all conflicts, we have insisted that the UN Charter's principle of respect for the territorial integrity of every country should be upheld. Our participation in the African Peace Initiative, supported by 7 countries from the African continent, is informed by a desire to see an end to the suffering of those most directly affected by the conflict and the millions on our own continent and across the world who, as a result of the conflict, are now vulnerable to worsening hunger and deprivation. As we engaged with the parties in this conflict as African leaders, one of the issues we raised was that there should be confidence-building measures that could create a sense of conflict towards the resolution of this conflict. In this regard, we said issues such as the return of the children who were removed from Ukraine should be returned. We also said that the prisoners of war should be exchanged between the 2 countries. I've just held a meeting with President Zelensky, who says that, in part, some of our efforts are bearing fruit as the children are now being returned and the prisoners are also being exchanged. But then we said we need to see this happening on a much faster pace. As the international community, we must do everything within our means to enable meaningful dialogue, just as we should refrain from any actions that fuel conflict. As we confront other conflicts in several parts of the world, including on our own continent, Africa, we need to be investing in prevention and peace building. We support the call by the UN Secretary General in the new Agenda for Peace for member states to provide more sustainable and predictable financing for peace-building efforts. As a global community, we should be concerned by the recent incidents of unconstitutional changes of government in some parts of Africa. The global community needs to work alongside the African Union to support peace efforts in the DRC, in Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Mali, Central African Republic, South Sudan, North Mozambique, the Great Lakes region, the Sahel, Niger, and the Horn of Africa. The African Union Peace and Security Council has declared that it stands ready to deepen its cooperation with the UN Security Council to silence the guns on the African continent and to achieve peace and stability and development. We are called upon to remain true to the founding principles of the United Nations by recognizing the inalienable right of the people of Western Sahara for self-determination in line with the relevant UN General Assembly resolutions. We must work for peace in the Middle East for as long as the land of the Palestinians remains occupied, for as long as their rights are ignored and their dignity is denied, such peace will remain elusive. The actions of the government of Israel have imperiled the possibility of a viable two-state solution. The principles of the UN Charter on Territorial Integrity and on the prohibition of the annexation of land through the use of force must be applied in this situation as well. South Africa continues to call for the lifting of the economic embargo that was imposed 60 years ago against Cuba, an embargo that has caused untold damage to the country's economy and the people of Cuba as well. The sanctions that are also being applied against South Africa's neighbor, Zimbabwe, should also be lifted as they are imposing untold suffering on ordinary Zimbabweans, but also have a collateral negative impact on neighboring countries as well, such as my own country, South Africa. As many people around the world are confronted by hunger and want, the essential human qualities of cooperation and solidarity must be evident in the actions that we take to bridge the divide between the wealthy and the poor. We must summon the necessary will and resolve to regain the momentum towards the achievement of the 2030 agenda. This means that we must address the fundamental developmental challenges that have long characterized as well our unequal world. To address the developmental challenges that face many people in the world, we are required to focus on targeted investment, on technology transfer, capacity building support, especially in key areas such as supporting industrialization, building infrastructure, ensuring that agriculture investment takes place, ensuring that there is investment in water, energy, education, and health. This also requires predictable and sustainable financial support, including supportive trade policies from the international community. We call on the partners of the wealthier countries to meet the financial commitments they have made. It is a matter of great concern to us from the Global South that these wealthier countries in the Global North have failed to meet the undertakings they made to provide $100 billion a year for developing economies to take climate action. This must be changed, and the money must be made available in the interest of development. We support the proposals outlined in the Secretary General's Sustainable Development Goals stimulus. In particular, we support the call to tackle debt and debt distress that many countries, particularly in the global south, are burdened by. And we support the call to massively scale up affordable long-term financing to $500 billion a year and to expand contingency financing to countries that are in need. It is a grave indictment on this international community that we can spend so much money on war. And in fact, trillions are being spent on war, but we cannot support action that needs to be taken to meet the basic needs of billions of people in the world, needs such as addressing hunger, health, empowering women, and making sure that there is development in countries that are vulnerable. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals depends fundamentally on the empowerment of women in all spheres of life. Social and economic progress will not be possible unless we end gender discrimination. We must ensure that there is equal access for women to health care, education, as well as economic opportunities. We must pay particular attention to the provision of adequate health services to every woman, child, and adolescent. By doing so, we will fundamentally improve the health and well-being of all. The empowerment of women must be central to the actions we now take towards the realization of Agenda 2030. The women of the world need empowerment. They have a right to empowerment. They have a right also to participate equally in decision-making structures of all institutions in the world. I am proud that in South Africa, 50% of the members of the cabinet of South Africa are women. And today I'm accompanied by an all-women delegation to this United Nations General Assembly. It should be a matter of concern to us all that the majority of people who are sitting in this assembly are men. The question we have to ask, where are the women of the world? The women of the world have a right to be here to represent the views of women across the world. The essential human qualities of innovation and adaptation must be evident in the actions we take to prevent the destruction of our planet. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. We are told that the 20 climate hotspots in the world that we have, we find 17 of them in Africa. Africa is least responsible for the climate damage that has been caused, and yet it bears the greatest burden. Centuries after the end of the slave trade, decades after the end of the colonial exploitation of Africa's resources, the people of our continent are once again bearing the cost of industrialization of the North and the development of the wealthy nations of the world. This is a price that the people of Africa are no longer prepared to pay. Many countries in the North count their assets in the mineral resources that are beneath the African soil. The wealth of Africa belongs to Africans. The mineral wealth that is beneath the soil of Africa must, in the end, accrue to Africans. We urge global leaders to accelerate the global decarbonization while pursuing equality and shared prosperity. We need to advance all three pillars of the Paris Agreement: mitigation, adaptation, and support, with equal ambition and urgency. African countries, alongside other developing economy countries, need increased financial support to both implement the 2030 Agenda and to achieve their climate change goals in a comprehensive and integrated manner. We need to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund for vulnerable countries hit hard by climate disasters as agreed at COP27. Africa has embraced this challenge. Africa is determined to deploy smart, digital, and efficient green technologies to expand industrial production, to boost agricultural yields, to drive growth and create sustained employment for Africa's people. As the global community, we must ensure the essential qualities that define our humanity are evident in the institutions that manage the conduct of international relations. We require institutions that are inclusive, that are representative, that are democratic, and advance the interests of all nations. We require a renewed commitment to multilateralism based on clear rules and supported by effective institutions. This is the moment to proceed with the reform of the United Nations Security Council, to give meaning to the principle of the sovereign equality of nations, and to enable the Council to respond more effectively to current geopolitical realities. We are pleased that the common African position on the reform of the Security Council is increasingly enjoying wide support. This process must move to text-based negotiations, creating an opportunity for convergence between member states. The recently held BRICS summit in Johannesburg also affirmed the view that the United Nations Security Council should be reformed and should ensure that those who are not represented, that is, nations that are not represented, are also represented. We must ensure that the voice of the African continent and the global south is strengthened in the United Nations and broader multilateral system. All the peoples represented here in this United Nations had their origins in Africa. In Africa, they developed the tools and capabilities to spread across the world and achieved remarkable feats of development and progress. And all this was due to the skills and the talent that originated from the African continent. Despite its history, despite the legacy of exploitation, colonialism, and subjugation, despite the ongoing challenge of conflict and instability, Africa is determined and ready to regain its position as a site of human progress. The era of African development has arrived. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is creating a wider, seamless trading area and also accelerated interconnectivity. African countries are mobilizing their collective means and resources to achieve shared prosperity. Through this treaty, African countries are establishing for themselves the foundation for a massive increase in trade, accelerated infrastructure development, regional integration, and sustainable industrialization. As the global community, we have the means and we have the desire to confront and overcome enormous challenges that face humanity today. As the nations gathered here in this General Assembly, let us demonstrate that we have both the will as well as the resolve to secure a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future for our world, but more importantly, for future generations that will follow, leaving no one behind. That is the duty that we all now have. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Sorry. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Serdar Bir Dima Mahamadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Serdar Berdi Mohamedov, President of Turkmenistan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate you with the opening of the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations and wish you the productive work. I would like to congratulate Dennis Francis with his election as the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Today, high responsibility should unite all member states of the United Nations. Each of them should and has the means to significantly contribute to the tackling of the tasks of the UN. Current world faces very serious challenges out of multiple reasons. All of them, despite their difference in appearance, influence the course of the interstate relations in a greater or lesser extent, and often negatively influence the implementation of agreed plans and programs on key areas of the global agenda. This, in turn, may lead to the blurring of the very foundation of global security as a principle of the UN, which should not be allowed. Out of this, Turkmenistan over several years firmly and persistently upholds the principle of unity, of security, and its integrity. We are convinced that military and political security should not be considered separately from economic, ecological, energy, transport, food, biological, and information security. None of those mentioned areas cannot be secondary or irrelevant, and their solution cannot be postponed. I think that the main challenge of the UN is to provide the integral approach to the security challenge, mobilize the current experience, competence, ideas, and initiatives of the member states in a constructive manner and step back from the short-term gains and advantages to attain truly crucial goals which will provide lasting peace, security, and development in the long term. This could only be achieved collectively and with UN in the main role. Amid the discussions on the role of the UN in the current world and suggestions to reform, it is a fact that there is no alternative to the UN. From the day of its development, UN stands as the only universal and legitimate organization responsible for peacekeeping and providing global and comprehensive security and stable modern structure of the interstate relations. This is the principal position of Turkmenistan. And for this reason, we have to consistently and persistently make use of the potential of global organization, its political, diplomatic tools, and moral authority in order to make balanced, non-ideological assessment of current events and tendencies, and to overcome the distrust and confrontational tensions in the world politics, and try to indicate the perspectives to compromise and to consider mutual interests. It is only possible under the auspices of UN in an open and genuine dialogue. We are aware that achieving this kind of dialogue will not be easy. However, it is necessary. On this regard, Turkmenistan proposes to begin discussing the opportunities of the development of the strategy of global security based on the principles of the Charter of the UN and universal standards of international law, considering the current realities and tendencies of global development. In our opinion, such strategy should reflect the existence of new risk factors which appeared recently, along with traditional risk factors. Also, we consider it necessary to include a number of areas of the UN into it, in particular, preventive diplomacy as the instrument to prevent and diffuse conflicts, usage of the potential of neutrality for peaceful and political diplomatic settlement of disputes and contradictions, recovery of the structure of trustful dialogue based on the decisions of the General Assembly of the UN, and declaring 2021 as the International Year of Peace and Trust, and 2023 as the International Year of Dialogue as guarantee of peace. Time confirmed the relevance of these resolutions in current situations. In order to achieve global and comprehensive security, Turkmenistan emanates from the necessity of giving a pronounced regional context to the work of the UN. We conclude that such approach aims to contribute sufficient specificity and to increase its functionality and effectiveness. I am convinced that the time has come to launch an inclusive, full format and systematic dialogue between Central Asia and UN. Turkmenistan respectfully invites partners to its initiations. On this regard, our country is taking the initiative to create, under the auspices of UN, format of the Conference on Security in Central Asia and bordering areas. Goal of the conference is the development of approaches and decisions aimed in aligning and synchronizing the efforts of the Central Asian states and global community, international organizations, financial and economic institutions to provide stable, conflict-free development of the region.
We express our readiness to host the first conference in Ashgabat in 2024. Dear participants, among the key areas of the work of the UN in coming years, Turkmenistan considers the addressing of urgent climate and ecological issues. Among them, we highlight the issues regarding global methane pledge. I have to tell that with joining the Paris Agreement for Climate Change in 2017, a number of relevant national programs were adopted in our country. National events are being held aimed at reducing and eliminating negative effects of methane emissions into the atmosphere. We are primarily talking about phased implementation and use of modern, green, and resource-saving technologies, mainly in energy, industry, and transport areas. At the same time, we welcome the efforts of the global community for realizing global methane pledge. And of course, we expect substantive cooperation and targeted assistance from the specialized agencies of the UN, member states of the organization, and other interested partners. On this context, the roadmap on the development of the international cooperation aimed at study on joining of Turkmenistan to the global methane pledge was recently approved. Soon we will send this document to the UN Secretariat. Overall, I believe that the time has come for the UN to pay close and effective attention to the ecological issues in Central Asia, overcome certain delays in addressing them, and begin taking targeted and specific actions to create a coherent ecological strategy of the UN regarding the region with near 80 million population, covering a vast area with its unique natural resources and biodiversity, and at the same time located at the region with serious ecological risks. As a significant step to take a strategic approach in ecological issues of Central Asia, Turkmenistan is proposing the establishment of a specialized agency, Regional Center for Technologies related to climate change in Central Asia, which will work substantively and systematically on the topic of climate. We are ready to offer organizational and technical terms for the functioning of such center in the capital city of Turkmenistan, Ashgabat. Central Asia, region adjoining the Caspian Sea. Everyone is aware of the importance of this lake with its unique natural complex in the context of global ecological agenda. As a result of active and respectful long-term cooperation of coastal countries, the key principles of politics on the Caspian were developed, including the Convention on the Legal Status of the Caspian Sea. Last summer, on the Sixth Caspian Summit in Turkmenistan, all the participants firmly affirmed their readiness for tight cooperation on ecological issues. I believe that it gives a good opportunity for the beginning of wide, systematic interaction of coastal countries with the UN. On this regard, Turkmenistan is proposing the creation of the Caspian Ecology Initiative, which will be aimed at becoming a platform for substantive and professional interaction on a wide range of issues associated with environmental protection of the Caspian, preserving its biological resources, and tackling of the several pressing ecological issues. We think that the realization of this initiative should be done with the tight cooperation with the UN, its agencies and institutions. Dear participants, as a responsible member state of the UN, Turkmenistan clearly formulates and implements its own approaches and actions. by defining the priorities which will make a tangible contribution and serve for the benefit of global goals, facilitating their early achievement. Among those priorities, we highlight the realization of SDGs in transport area. As you know, Turkmenistan initiated the creation of effective international platforms on this important area. Let me mention the first ever global conference on sustainable transport, which was successfully held in Ashgabat in 2016. Also, the ministerial meeting of the landlocked developing countries, which was organized last summer with the cooperation of the UN in Turkmenistan. We are proud that purposeful work of Turkmenistan was marked by the adoption of 6 resolutions on transport by the General Assembly in recent years, which were initiated by Turkmenistan. Among the recent ones, resolution on the World Sustainable Transport Day, which was adopted in May. We thank all the member states for support of the document. On this regard, relying on the state of the resolution, Turkmenistan is proposing to convene a high-level meeting within current session on occasion of the World Sustainable Transport Day. We hope for the assistance of relevant UN agencies in organizing this event in New York. The important area of the work of Turkmenistan in achieving the SDGs is maximizing assistance to the UN in addressing the food issue. COVID-19, along with other adverse factors, has exposed the weakness of the countries where this issue is unsolved and where the population doesn't get proper nutrition. Unity, integrity, and determination is necessary when addressing the issues related to the access of countries and regions of the food resources, guaranteed proper nutrition as an integral part of human rights, and a key factor of health and normal physical development, especially for children. It is obvious that it needs groundbreaking decisions and new approaches which will overcome political, ideological, and conjunctural barriers. Consequently, Turkmenistan comes forward with an initiative to convene a major international forum on food security with the cooperation of World Food Programme, World Health Organization, and United Nations Children's Fund under the auspices of UN. We express our readiness to provide terms for holding such an event in the capital city of Turkmenistan within the agreed time frame. Dear participants, dear heads and members of delegations, next year in Turkmenistan and far beyond its border, including the UN, will celebrate the 300th anniversary of prominent son of the Turkmen nation, poet, philosopher, and public figure, Maktumuli Prage. Whole humanity honors the memory of him and pays due respect to the great humanitarian who majorly contributed not only to the world literature, but also to the development of Eastern civilization and of the whole world. And I would like to conclude with an excerpt from the poem of Maktumuli, Call to the Humanity, in which he addresses his fellows and descendants these life-affirming lines: no matter asleep or awake, he will be loyal to his intentions. Let the loyalty to the creative thoughts, ideals of peace, justice, and progress serve as a main and clear guide in our joint work. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. I welcome all who stand for common efforts, and I promise, being really united, we can guarantee fair peace for all nations. What's more, unity can prevent wars. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, fellow leaders, this call saw many wars, but not as active defender against the aggressions. In many cases, the fear of war, the final war, was the loudest here, the war after which no one would gather in the General Assembly Hall again. The Third World War was seen as a nuclear war, a conflict between states on the highway to nukes. Other wars seemed less scary compared to a threat of the so-called great powers firing their nuclear stockpiles. So the 20th century taught the world to restrain from the use of the weapons of mass destruction, not to deploy, not to proliferate, not to threaten with, and not to test, but to promote a complete nuclear disarmament. Frankly, this is a good strategy, but it should not be the only strategy to protect the world from the final war. Ukraine gave up its third largest nuclear arsenal. The world then decided Russia should become a keeper of such power. Yet history shows it was Russia who deserved nuclear disarmament the most back in 1990s. And Russia deserves it now. Terrorists have no right to hold nuclear weapons. No right. But truly, not the nukes are the scariest now. While nukes remain in place, the mass destruction is gaining its momentum. The aggressor is weaponizing many other things, and those things are used not only against our country, but against all of yours as well. Fellow leaders, there are many conventions that restrict weapons, but there are no real restrictions on weaponization. First, let me give you an example. The food. Since the start of the full-scale war, the Ukrainian ports in the Black and Azov Seas have been blocked by Russia. Until now, our ports on the Danube River remain the target for missiles and drones. And it is a clear Russia's attempt to weaponize the food shortage on the global market in exchange for recognition for some, if not all, of the captured territories. Russia is launching the food prices as weapons. The impact spans from the Atlantic coast of Africa to the Southeast Asia, and this is the threat scale. And I would like to thank those leaders who supported our Black Sea Grain Initiative and program Grain from Ukraine. Thank you so much. United, we made weapons turn back into food again. More than 45 nations saw how important it is to make Ukrainian food products available on the market, from Algeria to Spain to Indonesia and China. And even now, when Russia has undermined the Black Sea Grain Initiative, we are working to ensure food stability, and I hope that many of you will join us in these efforts. We launched a temporary sea export corridor from our ports, and we are working hard to preserve the land routes for grain exports. And it is alarming to see how some in Europe, some our friends in Europe, play out solidarity in political theater, making thriller from the grain. And they may seem to play their own role, but in fact, they are helping set the stage to a Moscow actor. Second, weaponization of energy. Many times the world has witnessed Russia using energy as a weapon. Kremlin weaponized oil and gas to weaken the leaders of other countries when they came to the Red Square. And now this threat is even greater. Russia is weaponizing nuclear energy. Not only it is spreading its unreliable nuclear power plant construction technologies, but it is also turning other countries' power plants into real dirty bombs. Look, please, what Russia did to our Zaporizhia power plant. Shelled it, occupied it, and now blackmails others with radiation leaks. Is there any sense to reduce nuclear weapons when Russia is weaponizing nuclear power plants? Scary question. The global security architecture offers no response or protection against such a treacherous radiation threat, and there is no accountability for radiation blackmailers so far. The third example is children. Children. Unfortunately, various terrorist groups abduct children to put pressure on their families and societies. But never before the mass kidnapping and deportation would become a part of the government policy. Not until now. We know the names of tens of thousands of children and have evidence on hundreds of thousands of others kidnapped by Russia in the occupied territories of Ukraine and later deported. The International Criminal Court issued arrest warrant for Putin for this crime. And we are trying to get children back home. But time goes by. What will happen with them? What will happen to them? Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine, and all ties with their families are broken. And this is clearly a genocide. When hatred is weaponized against one nation, it never stops there. Each decade, Russia starts a new war. Parts of Moldova and Georgia remain occupied. Russia turned Syria into ruins. And if not Russia, the chemical weapons would have never been used there in Syria. Russia has almost swallowed Belarus. It is obviously threatening Kazakhstan and other Baltic states. And the goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into a weapon against you, against the international rules-based order. Many seats in the General Assembly Hall may become empty if Russia succeeds with its treachery and aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, the aggressor scatters deaths and brings ruins even without nukes, but the outcomes are alike. We see towns, we see villages in Ukraine wiped out by Russian artillery, leveled to the ground completely. We see the war of drones. We know the possible effects of spreading the war into the cyberspace. The artificial intelligence could be trained to combat well before it would learn to help the humanity. Thank God, people have not yet learned to use climate as a weapon. Even though humanity is failing on its climate policy objectives, this means that extreme weather will still impact the normal global life, and some evil state will also weaponize its outcomes. And when people in the streets of New York and other cities of the world went out on climate protest, we all have seen them. And when people in Morocco and Libya and other countries die as a result of natural disasters, and when islands and countries disappear underwater, and when tornadoes and deserts are spreading into new territories, and when all of this is happening, one unnatural disaster in Moscow decided to launch a big war and kill tens of thousands of people. We have to stop it. We must act united to defeat the aggressor and focus all our capabilities and energy on addressing these challenges. As nukes are restrained, likewise the aggressor must be restrained, and all his tools and methods of war. Each war now can become final, but it takes our unity to make sure that aggression will not break in again. And it is not a dialogue between the so-called great powers somewhere behind the closed doors that can guarantee us all the new wars era, but open war of all nations for peace. Last year, I presented the outlines of the Ukrainian peace formula at the UN General Assembly. Later, in Indonesia, I presented the full formula. And over the past year, the peace formula became the basis to update the existing security architecture. Now we can bring back to life the UN Charter and guarantee the full power for the rules-based world order. And tomorrow, I will present the details at a special meeting of the UN Security Council. The main thing is that it is not only about Ukraine. More than 140 states and international organizations have supported the Ukrainian peace formula fully or in part. The Ukrainian peace formula is becoming global. Its points offer solutions and steps that will stop all forms of weaponization that Russia used against Ukraine and other countries and may be used by other aggressors. Look, for the first time in modern history, we have a real chance to end the aggression on the terms of the nation which was attacked. And this is a real chance for every nation to ensure that aggression against your state, if it happens, God forbid, will end. Not because your land will be divided and you will be forced to submit to military or political pressure, but because your territory and sovereignty will be fully restored. We launched the format of meetings between national security advisors and diplomatic representatives. Important talks and consultations were held in Hiroshima, in Copenhagen, and in Jeddah on the implementation of the peace formula. And we are preparing a global peace summit. And please, I invite all of you who do not tolerate any aggression to jointly prepare the summit. And I am aware of the attempts to make some shady dealings behind the scenes. Evil cannot be trusted. Ask Prigozhin if one bets on Putin's promises. Please, hear me. Let unity decide everything openly. While Russia is pushing the world to the final war, Ukraine is doing everything to ensure that after Russian aggression, no one in the world will dare to attack any nation. Weaponization must be restrained. War crimes must be punished. Deported people must come back home, and the occupier must return to their own land. We must be united to make it, and we'll do it. Slava Ukraini!
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Fella, President of the Republic of Guatemala. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Fella, President of the Republic of Guatemala, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimos, Presidente de la Asamblea General, Secretario General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, señoras y señores jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, señoras y señores ministros de Relaciones Exteriores, honorables delegados, señoras y señores, quiero agradecer la labor del presidente del 77º periodo de sesiones y felicitar al presidente de este periodo de sesiones, el señor Denis Francis, aplaudiendo el tema adoptado para esta sesión sobre la necesidad de reedificar la confianza entre las naciones y hacer frente a las amenazas a la paz, la prosperidad y el progreso de los pueblos de las Naciones Unidas. Nos enfrentamos hoy a un momento sin precedentes. Desde hace más de un año y medio hemos observado con horror la guerra iniciada por la Federación Rusa en contra de Ucrania, la cual infringe los principios más elementales sobre los que se basó el orden internacional después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Señores delegados, ¿y saben qué es lo peor? Que parece que nos hemos acostumbrado. Nos hemos acostumbrado a las flagrantes violaciones a los derechos humanos en Ucrania, a la guerra, a la muerte, y peor aún, en lugar de enfrentar eso, nos hemos acostumbrado a voltear a ver a otro lado ante una triste y cruda realidad que pretendemos ignorar. Eso nos ha conducido a la desconfianza entre los seres humanos, a la desigualdad entre las naciones, al no respeto a los acuerdos de paz, y bajo esta realidad, la prosperidad y el progreso del ser humano son imposibles. Hoy, aquí, delante de ustedes, declaro que esta organización no es la más activa. Tenemos inseguridad alimentaria, muertes por guerra, grandes migraciones, entre otros múltiples problemas. Por eso hay que hacerla funcionar. Debemos trabajar entre todos. Necesitamos una organización renovada que busque soluciones, pero sobre todo necesitamos países que estén dispuestos a superar sus posiciones ideológicas, dispuestos a superar sus conflictos ancestrales. Este es el momento en que los seres humanos, representados en sus pueblos, estrechen sus manos, estén dispuestos a compartir sus riquezas, invirtiendo en los países que necesitan poder generarlas para sobrevivir. Se trata de salvar la raza humana, se trata de salvar el planeta, se trata de tener futuras generaciones que vivan en paz y desarrollo. Como un ejemplo de lo que estoy hablando, se puede mencionar las
would
inmensas
be
movilizaciones
here
de seres
the
humanos
vast flows of human
huyendo de las
beings
crisis en
fleeing
sus
crises
países,
in their
tanto por
countries.
causas de
They're
inseguridad,
fleeing as a
falta
result
de
of
alimentos
insecurity, a
o por
lack of
condiciones
food,
económicas.
or due to economic hardship.
Por lo que bajo este nuevo orden
Consequently, under this
debemos lograr
new order that
unas
we need
Naciones
to
Unidas
usher in, we
que busque
have
la
to
paz y el desarrollo
build the
humano.
United Nations
Se debe
striving for
exigir
peace and human
el
development.
respeto
We must
al derecho
demand
internacional,
adherence to international
el
law.
respeto
We
a la
must demand
solución de las
respect for
diferencias
the
de
principle
manera
of the
pacífica,
peaceful resolution of
al
disputes,
respeto
and we
a
must
la
demand
autodeterminación de los
the
pueblos.
respect for
Para que esto
of
se
the
logre,
self-determinations
cada
of
país
peoples.
debe
In
levantar
order
su
for these
voz.
goals to be achieved,
Cada
every
país debe
country
decir
must raise
basta.
its voice. Every
Y hoy
country
mi
needs to
país
say enough
se
is
une al
enough. And
clamor
today
para
my
decir
country adds
basta.
its voice to those
Mi país se
crying out
suma al
to
llamado
say enough
mundial
is enough. My
para el
country is adding
inmediato
its voice
retiro de
to
las
the
fuerzas
global call
rusas,
for the immediate
respetando la
withdrawal of
integridad
Russian
territorial
forces,
y la
for the
unidad
respect
nacional
to the
de
territorial
Ucrania
integrity
dentro
and
de sus
unity of
fronteras
Ukraine within its
internacionalmente
internationally
reconocidas.
recognized borders.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
el desarme y la no
disarmament
proliferación de las
and
armas
the
nucleares,
non-proliferation of
así
nuclear
como la
weapons, as
utilización
well
de
as
la
the
energía
use of
nuclear
nuclear
para fines
energy for
pacíficos,
peaceful purposes,
es uno de
is
los pilares
one
más
of the
importantes
most
de la
important
organización.
pillars of this
Como
organization.
Estado parte
As a
del
state
Tratado de
party to the
Tlatelolco,
Tlatelolco
el Tratado de
Treaty,
no
to
proliferación
the
nuclear
Treaty on the
y el Tratado para la
Non-Proliferation
prohibición de
of
las
Nuclear
armas
Weapons,
nucleares,
NPT, and to
mi
the
país
Treaty on the
está
Prohibition of Nuclear
profundamente
Weapons, my
comprometido
country is
con el
deeply
objetivo
committed to
común
the
de
common
un mundo
goal
libre de
of
armas
achieving a
de
world
destrucción
free
masiva.
of weapons of mass destruction.
Imagínense ustedes la
Imagine
catástrofe que sería
what a
para el
catastrophe it
mundo
would be for the
si la
world
agresión
if the
ilegal
illegal
y no
and
provocada de la
unprovoked
Federación
aggression of the
Rusa
Russian Federation
destruyese
were
la
to
central de
destroy
generación
the
nuclear de
Zaporizhia nuclear
la más
power plant.
grande
That
central
is the
nuclear de Europa
largest nuclear
que
power
está en
plant in
peligro,
Europe.
su
And
integridad y
currently
funcionamiento
its
y que
integrity
puede
and proper
ocasionar un
functioning are
desastre
at
de
risk.
proporciones
And that could
inconmensurables.
cause a disaster of
Es por eso que
immeasurable
reitero
proportions.
la
For
posición
this
de
reason, I
Guatemala
reiterate
como un
Guatemala's
país
position as a
respetuoso
country
de la
that
no
adheres to the
proliferación
principle
de las
of
armas
the
nucleares
non-proliferation
y
of nuclear
exijo
weapons.
a todos
I
los países
demand
poseedores de
that
armas
all
nucleares,
nuclear weapon states,
incluidos los
including
5
the
miembros permanentes del Consejo que maneja la paz y la seguridad
responsible for
de esta
handling
organización,
peace and
que se
security within
sienten
this
y con
organization, I
franqueza
ask them to
logren
sit
el
down
desarme nuclear
and through
total del
candid
mundo.
discussion achieve total
Señor
nuclear
presidente,
disarmament throughout the world. Mr. President,
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
Guatemala contribuye al mantenimiento de la
contributes
seguridad
to the
internacional
maintenance of
a
international
través de su
security
participación
through its
activa
active
en las operaciones
participation
de mantenimiento de
in
la paz.
peacekeeping operations.
Como país promotor de la
As
paz,
a staunch
Guatemala se ha
advocate
comprometido
for peace,
con las
Guatemala
Naciones
has
Unidas para
committed
desplegar oficiales
to the
guatemaltecos
United
que
Nations
nos posicionan
by
como el cuarto
deploying
contribuyente de
Guatemalan
tropas
officials in
más importante de
PKOs.
las Américas.
We are the TCC, which contributes the fourth largest number of troops
Reiteramos
to these
nuestro firme
operations across the
compromiso y
Americas.
solidaridad
Mr. President,
para el
we
desarrollo y
reiterate our
prosperidad
staunch
del
commitment
pueblo haitiano,
to
que
and
está en
solidarity
riesgo
with the
por una
development and
crisis
prosperity of the Haitian
multidimensional
people.
de
That people
carácter
is on the
político,
brink as a result of a
seguridad interna,
multi-dimensional
falta de
crisis. That
desarrollo
is a crisis
y la
of
crisis
politics,
humanitaria que atraviesa.
of internal security,
Como
of
comunidad
development, and a
internacional
humanitarian crisis.
debemos
As an
reaccionar
international
y
community,
atender
we
las
must react and
catástrofes antes de
tackle
que sean aún
the
más
prevailing
lamentables.
disasters before they
Es por
become
ello
even more
que si esta
devastating.
organización
Consequently,
decide
if this
una nueva misión
organization
de paz
decides
a ser
that
desplegada
a
en
new
el
peace
territorio
mission
haitiano,
is to be
pueden
deployed on
contar
Haitian
con la
territory, it
participación de
can count on the
Guatemala,
participation of
con el
Guatemala.
entrenamiento y
We
capacitación de
will
las
help
fuerzas de
to
Haití
train and
en
build the
tanto la
capacity of
misión de
Haitian
paz
forces
esté
for as
presente en
long
dicho
as that
país.
peacekeeping mission
Señor
remains in the
presidente,
country. Mr.
en el
President,
proyecto de cambio
there is
de
a
las bases de
project
las Naciones Unidas
afoot to change
para
the
que
very
cuente con los
foundations of the
mecanismos que le
United
permitan
Nations so
responder
that it
a
can
los
have the
principales
mechanisms that
desafíos
make
de la
it
humanidad
possible for
tan
it to
necesitada
rise
de
to
paz y de
the
desarrollo.
challenges facing humankind.
Guatemala convoca a la
Humankind that
comunidad
is so in need of
de
peace and
estados a
development.
avanzar rápidamente en una propuesta a cargo de expertos de los países que definan las reformas de fondo a la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para que retome el camino loable tras su fundación en 1945 y que a través de los años hemos olvidado cumplir a cabalidad. Propongo que iniciemos cuanto antes la cuarta enmienda a la Carta Constitutiva Amendment to our founding charter. These amendments must ensure that it adopts a new approach, that it is in sync with our current times. Of course, these are difficult times, but ours is an era which brings with it major opportunities. When making these amendments, we must ensure proper recognition for the sovereign equality of states. That must be a reality. The resolution of conflicts between countries by a peaceful means must be an obligation. Nuclear energy must be used exclusively with peaceful purposes, but perhaps the most important of all is that when amending this charter, the members of the United Nations exclude no one. As our holy book, Popol Vuh, states, it is the holy book of one of the greatest civilizations of the world, the Maya civilization. It states, no one must stay behind, everyone must rise up. Today I wish to say to you that I am the leader of a founding nation of the United Nations. As such, I recognize that the transformation of this body will prompt a radical shift in multilateralism. That new multilateralism must recognize the importance of inclusion and the universality of this organization. How can it be that in the midst of the 21st century, this organization keeps a country like Taiwan outside its doors? That country is one which contributes to science, high technology, healthcare, development, and many other fields. But what's most significant is that we have kept the Taiwanese citizens from having a voice that represented in this organization. Guatemala exhorts the United Nations to use any and all means necessary to guarantee international peace and security on the Taiwan Strait. Moreover, we condemn the constant and ever-increasing military maneuvers seen in the waters and airspace around Taiwan. These maneuvers imperil security in the region and affect international transport and trade. Mr. President, 4 years ago, I took office as the President of the Republic of Guatemala, and over that time, I have heard great speeches made. I have seen great treaties signed and great commitments made to halt climate change. I want to say to you all today that the world is in a worse state than it was 4 years ago, because more than speeches, commitments and treaties, what the world needs is action. The region that suffers most the ravages of climate change is the Caribbean and the Central American region. And that is true despite the fact that we produce an infinitesimal percentage of global greenhouse gases. And in spite of that fact, we are the ones that suffer the most damage year on year. Our resources are being depleted, and we must get into debt to rebuild countries which next year are simply damaged once more. This prompts us to take out loans from international sources, which are only too happy to grant them. But these are organizations which live off immorally high interest rates. However, the reports issued by United Nations rapporteurs talk about the scant development of our peoples. They point it out to us and they criticize us. But who is pointing the finger at those who, following their industrialization and as a result of their paltry commitment to tackling the effects of climate change and greenhouse gases, cause the death of human beings throughout the world? There are countries that neither accept UN agreements on climate change nor pay their contributions to the climate budget. These nations, neither do these nations take responsibility for the toxic pollution of their industries, and far less for the destruction that these industries cause. Is that fair? Mr. President, the serious threat posed by the consumption of drugs, particularly synthetic drugs, must be a source of grave concern to the international community. These drugs represent an invisible enemy that is affecting health, and that is also undermining governance and hampering development in various countries. This organization must alter the way in which it broaches this issue. As part of this shift, countries must understand that transnational crime must be fought transnationally, because it is a fact that the major consuming countries are those who are the chief culprits of money laundering. They launder the money that is made from drugs, and that means that this fight a global responsibility. We have to put an end to this scourge. The fight against drug trafficking, including against synthetic drugs, must be a joint one and a coordinated one. Information as part of this fight must flow in accordance with applicable domestic and international legislation. It is necessary to implement effective strategies to tackle the criminal organizations responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people every year. A world free of drugs will not be achieved without a world committed to fighting against them. Mr. President, Guatemala is unstintedly committed to promoting food security and to fulfilling the zero hunger goal, which is part of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. In this spirit, we have increased our budget for feeding our citizens, and we have strengthened our school feeding law. The goal of that law is to guarantee the feeding of girls, boys, and teenagers of school age in a sustainable fashion, and the ultimate goal of that action is to guarantee that these groups have a dignified, healthy, and active life. I am proud to inform you that in 2022, these efforts benefited 2.6 million students in public education establishments. Guatemala also notes with alarm that there has been the suspension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We underscore at this juncture the risks that non-renewal poses for food security across the world. It hampers humanitarian operations which themselves contribute to alleviating hunger at a global level, and its non-renewal destabilizes food prices. We condemn the use of hunger as a weapon of war. Doing that is a violation of human rights and of international humanitarian law. We call for reason to prevail. We call for cooperation, and we call upon all to avoid a further worsening of the global food situation. Mr. President, a topic which seemed to not be particularly important, but which should have been treated as pivotal within a revitalized organization, is cultural heritage, because the mosaic of cultural diversity of our world is under threat. That threat is particularly acute in times of war. We must strengthen and safeguard the evidence of our past. Having that evidence is vital to understand our present and to build our future. In Guatemala, we worked arduously to implement the principle of caring for a heritage and to display our heritage and our millennia-old cultural richness to the world. It was deeply satisfactory and a source of great pride to see our celebration of Holy Week declared as an intangible heritage of humanity. Moreover, I wish to share with you that yesterday the archaeological park Takal was declared a global heritage of humankind, and that is considered to be the first city in which the Mayan civilization was born. As an old refrain goes, he who knows not his past does not have a safe future guaranteed. Mr. President, Guatemala has long distinguished itself as a country calling for the respect of the peaceful coexistence and the coexistence of international law and the respect of sovereignty as two principles. We've demonstrated that with deeds, and it's been demonstrated that we can settle differences via international justice bodies. And that's the case with our territorial, maritime and land dispute with Belize. Both countries are committed to resolving that peacefully and respectively, in line with any decision made by the ICJ. Dear friends, the goodwill between parties has been shown clearly between Belize and Guatemala, and that's an example of how you can peacefully resolve a dispute via international justice. And that pathway stands in stark contrast to international war brought about by the foolishness of human beings. Mr. President, Guatemala recognizes that one of the gravest and most alarming threats to life and freedom in our times is human trafficking. That is not only a despicable practice which violates human rights, but it's a real crime against humanity, one which violates the most fundamental values that we cling to as a community of nations. The trafficking in persons is a crime linked to
slavery, bearing in mind that trafficking involves the buying and selling of human beings that should be able to live in freedom as part of a fundamental right to life. Consequently, in absolutely unequivocal terms, my country condemns this crime, and in this spirit we have adopted a series of legal and political measures to suppress that phenomenon. We have a public policy in place against the violence, exploitation and trafficking in persons that harmonizes and enhances state-level action to guarantee the protection of the victims of trafficking in persons as well as their comprehensive care. Moreover, our laws promote the prevention, detection, prosecution and punishment of those responsible for this abhorrent crime. In this same vein, we have a policy for the comprehensive protection of children and adolescents. That policy is focused on guaranteeing the holistic development of girls, boys and adolescents and ensuring that development is inclusive and equitable. That policy was adopted in 2022 and it now is an umbrella for 90 programs within the executive that aim to ensure development for the human beings from cradle to grave. Through these various initiatives, Guatemala is seeking to distinguish itself as a leader in the fight against trafficking in persons. We have made this our priority. It's a scourge that we want to halt, to bring in human dignity, because the numbers of persons trafficked are on the rise. I might remind you that the gross profit made by trafficking in persons exceeds the profit made by the international arms trade, and soon these profits will surpass those garnered by the illicit drug trade. Children are snatched from their homes, they're handed over to gangs that prostitute them, and then, once they cease to be fresh meat for those criminals, they are butchered and their organs are sold for transplants. We cannot remain indifferent and passive in the face of these horrific crimes. Mr. President, this is my last speech before this General Assembly as a head of state. And contrary to the supposed truths we've heard from this podium today, I will hand over power to the person who was elected as a result of who will be elected in the elections on the 14th of January. The elections we've already seen were rooted in unnecessary international involvement. That involvement and interference was unnecessary because our democracy is not perfect, but it has been a democracy which has allowed us to have the peaceful handover of power and respect of the Constitution. And we have a continent where some presidents fight to stay and cling to their jobs, and they allow re-elections which go against their own constitutions, but we have remained faithful to our Constitution and the principle of democratic handover every 4 years. I now wish to conclude. The United Nations is facing the greatest challenges of its time. We have challenges in front of it which require us to be strong. We need to remain united. We need to be ready for action. Global peace was something we took for granted for years, but now there needs to be a major international covenant, a covenant which moves beyond differences, goes beyond colors, which does not, which goes beyond countries and national borders. This covenant needs to place human beings at its heart. Citizens need to be the front runners. People and protecting them should be our ultimate goal. We need to halt wars. That seems a pipe dream today. Today, we have a major imperative to heed. But whatever you may believe, let us fight for peace. Wherever you may be, let us fight for peace. Whatever your situation, let us fight for peace. If we don't do that, we'll one day wake up and we'll have been invaded or killed by others. That's why we must stand united. We must strive so that one day we can, as citizens of the world, wake up in a climate of peace, progress and development. I thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la República de Guatemala,
I thank the President of the Republic of Guatemala for the address just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora
The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General, tengo el honor de dar la bienvenida a la excelentísima señora Katalin Novak, presidenta de Hungría, y la invito a dirigirse a esta Asamblea General.
Of the people, by the people, for the people. We all know the most famous words of the Gettysburg Address. However, fewer people know that Abraham Lincoln borrowed these words from one of the greatest Hungarians, Lajos Kossuth, the leader of our 1848 War of Independence, who was born on this very day, the 19th of September. Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all for the people and all by the people. Nothing about the people without the people. This is the main purpose of the sovereign Hungarian state and the guarantee of our freedom. The Hungarian people want peace and security. We have 1,000 years of turbulent history in the heart of Europe, in the droughty Carpathian Basin, with wars, oppression and occupation, revolutions and wars of independence. We know the feeling of vulnerability. We know what it is like to live divided and what suffering wars cause. We know how precious freedom is and how painful it is to be deprived of it. I myself was born during the decades of Soviet oppression, when my country was not free. A childhood spent in a softening communist dictatorship left indelible marks on my generation. The rejection of any kind of oppression has become an instinct in us. That is why we condemn clearly and unequivocally the violation of international law, the attack on another state, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which has caused immense suffering and destruction and has destroyed the peaceful life of Europe. We are for the victims and against further escalation. This is why we are providing humanitarian aid to Ukraine and to all those fleeing the war. We help beyond our size and strength. This is why we emphasize that there are 150,000 Hungarians living in Ukraine, in Transcarpathia, who share every hardship and struggle, sacrifice and success. This war also directly affects us Hungarians. It is not just in our neighborhood. Hungarian fathers and sons living in Ukraine are also giving their lives in the trenches. Thus, we want peace in our country, in Ukraine, in Europe, in the world. Peace and the security that comes with it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Hungary stands for the territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine. We understand Ukraine's desire to be part of the community of European countries. Thus, we expect it to uphold the values that characterize our community, including expressly the protection and full guarantee of the rights of national minorities. Not in words, in deeds. At the invitation of President Zelensky, I have been to Kiev twice since the outbreak of the war. I have seen the suffering of the families. I have seen what they experience when the peace is broken. I have met Ukrainian and Hungarian people who have lost family members. I have met Ukrainian children for whom the kindergarten was set up with the help and support of Hungary. Children from whom the war is depriving a happy childhood. The war and the suffering affects families first and foremost. Mothers who lose their husbands and sons. Fathers who go into battle with their barely grown-up sons. Children who lose their sense of security and faith in the future. There is no alternative to peace. The killing, the terrible destruction must stop as soon as possible. War is never the solution. We know that peace is only realistically attainable when at least one side sees the time for negotiations as having come. We cannot decide for Ukrainians about how much they are prepared to sacrifice, but we have a duty to represent our own nation's desire for peace. and we must do all we can to avoid an escalation of the war. I'm a mother of 3 children, and we mothers know in every war, children are the most vulnerable. War hits them the hardest, although they are the ones who need security and stability the most. These are lost in war. Hungary has always been respectful towards other nations. We are loyal to our allies and our partners alike, proud and active members of the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, and the Council of Europe. We do our share of the joint tasks, even beyond our size and economic weight. As an equestrian nation, we speak honestly with a straight posture. Here we are at the UN in New York, heads of state and governments, world leaders. We have come together as we do every year. In the United Nations, created by our ancestors' desire for peace, demand a ceasefire and a just peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of the people, by the people, for the people, I would also like to take this opportunity to send a message to the world from young Hungarians. I have asked our youth delegates, the youth delegate of Hungary to the United Nations, Csenge Offenbacher, who is here with us today, to help us articulate the message of Hungarian youth. This is the sentence they gave me. Today, we need solidarity with each other more than ever. So young people feel that we must look out for each other, that we must not let go the hands of others reaching out towards us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this spring in Hungary, Budapest, in the nation's main square, the square named after the aforementioned Lajos Kossuth, Pope Francis prayed in the presence of tens of thousands of people with the following words: pour into the hearts of the leaders of men and of peoples the desire to build peace, to offer to future generations a future of hope, not war, a future of cradles, not graves. The 5th Budapest Demographic Summit, the most important international forum on demographic issues, was concluded 3 days ago. A large part of the world is facing, in addition to war, a difficulty that is oppressing it from within. In Europe and in many of your countries, the demographic winter has turned into an ice age. Public leaders, thinkers, demographers, and the representatives of family organizations and professional workshops from 60 countries and 5 continents sought answers on how to protect and strengthen families and how to overcome our demographic difficulties. If we do not address this issue, it will have an immeasurable impact on our economies, societies, and security in the near future. Elon Musk may be right when he says that demographic decline is a more serious problem than the climate crisis. Little attention is paid to the real and irreversible change of the world. If there is no child, there is no future. What is the point of looking after the earth if we don't have children and grandchildren to pass it on to? If childlessness becomes widespread, if fewer children continue to be born each year than the number of those who pass away in our countries, our beloved world that we believe to be secure will be shattered. We Hungarians see the solution to the demographic crisis in strengthening and supporting families. Our aim is for everyone to have a full and happy family life and to have all the children that young couples want. Hungary was the first country in the world to put the strengthening of families and the tackling of the demographic crisis into the focal point. We have built a broad family support system. In the European Union, we are the ones who spend the most on family support. This has not destroyed the Hungarian economy. On the contrary, strengthening families is positive in economic terms. We protect parental freedom. We strongly believe that the right to raise children does not belong to the state, nor to NGOs, nor to the media or the knowledge industry, but to parents. Anyone who has a child is ready to fight at any time to ensure that their child can live in peace and freedom. Families pass on their values from generation to generation in the face of every difficulty, every historic trauma, every challenge. The message of the Demographic Summit of Budapest, our capital city, which is 150 years old this year, is clear. Pro-family forces stand up for their values and interests, even at a time when anti-family and anti-child ideologies are on an unprecedented offensive. In fact, especially then. We recognize that family is the key to security. A strong, united, and healthy family is a guarantee of security. Thank you for listening.
A nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco a la presidenta de Hungría la declaración que acaba de formular.
Thank you to Hungary for that statement, and I now ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency. Her Excellency.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General,
on behalf of the General Assembly, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Confederation, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général des
Mr.
Nations Unies,
President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we are in a period marked by a succession of crises, by an increasing number of major conflicts in a world full of tension. The challenges that we're confronted with are significant, very significant, and I do think, however, that our mindset and our attitude in terms of tackling them are unwavering. Are we ready to do everything that we possibly can to try to improve the situation? Well, we need to do so in order to combat together various crises, the climate crisis, wars, social conflicts, growing inequalities, and also the weakening of democratic institutions and the ongoing erosion of of multilateral structures and multilateralism. Your Excellencies, almost everywhere, protectionism and self-centeredness and looking inwards are making progress, but we know that these things and threats and violence have never provided the slightest solution to problems and inequalities in the world. It's true that we can all see this clearly. We are going through a crisis, most probably the most significant one since the end of the Second World War. The Russian Federation, by launching a war of aggression against Ukraine, has attacked not only a peaceful country, but also has attacked international law and also multilateral structures. What is specific is that this aggression was action taken by a permanent member of the Security Council of the UN, which, according to the UN Charter, nevertheless shoulders the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Today, we should reiterate this. The key principles are in the UN Charter, and we, of course, need to seek to uphold the mandate that was conferred upon us in this context. What we see is that it is the poorest and most vulnerable states which would suffer the most if our confidence in the international system should waver. I mentioned the United Nations Charter, that is a cornerstone of public international law. This year, it is the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is a unique opportunity to reiterate the global consensus enshrined in this declaration. So this is a key point in time to unify and to strengthen the international community. The United Nations indeed are the bedrock of peaceful cooperation and mutual trust between states. And I believe there's no doubt these challenges cannot really be overcome through isolated initiatives. Our action has to be joint action, it must be collective action. I'd like to talk now about combating inequalities. Strong multilateral institutions are crucial for combating inequalities, which unfortunately are always exacerbated in crises. Climate change also exacerbates social inequalities and economic inequalities. These inequalities spike not only between countries, but also within countries, whether we're talking about social inequalities, gender inequalities, or economic disparities. I was struck to read recently that over the past 20 years, the income gap between the 10% richest people and the 50% poorest people has doubled. I was also struck when I read recently that inequalities today are as stark as they were at the beginning of the 20th century, before the First World War. Inequalities still in a disproportionate manner affect those who are already the most vulnerable in our societies. Inequalities foster instability and populism. Inequality leads to a loss of trust in institutions and in democracy. This vulnerability is a threat to each and every one of us there, both domestically speaking within our countries.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Thanks so much. Just right back this way, right here. Right back the other way. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to head on out this way, guys. Thank you. Yep, we're all set. We see the armband. Please, we got. All right, guys, we gotta head out.
Thank you so much. Yes. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Thank you. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary